Section 23 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. Strikes and the Industrial Organization, 1887. Anyone who has read with attention the current discussion of labor topics must have noticed that writers start from assumptions in regard to the doctrine of wages, which are as divergent as notions on the same subject matter well can be. It appears, therefore, that we must have a dogma of wages, that we cannot reason correctly about the policy or the rights of the wages system until we have such a dogma, and that, in the meantime, it is not strange that confusion and absurdity should be the chief marks of discussion carried on before this prime condition is fulfilled. Some writers assume that wages can be raised if the prices of products be raised, and that no particular difficulty would be experienced in raising prices. Others assume that wages could be raised if the employers would be satisfied with smaller profits for themselves. Still others assume that wages could be raised or lowered according to as the cost of living rises or falls. These are common and popular assumptions and have nothing to do with the controversies of professional economists about the doctrine of wages. The latter are a disgrace to the science and have the especial evil at this time that the science cannot respond to the cheap demand now made upon it. If the employer could simply add any increase of wages to his prices, and so to recoup himself at the expense of the consumer, no employer would hold out long against a strike. Why should he? Why should he undertake loss, worry, and war for the sake of the consumers behind him? If an employer need only submit to a positive and measurable curtailment of his profits in order to avoid a strike and secure peace, it is probable that he would, in almost every case, submit to it. But if the employee should demand 5% advance, and the employer should grant it, adding so much to his prices, they would naturally and most properly immediately demand another 5%, to be charged to the consumers in the same way. There would be no course of men for common sense to pursue. They would repeat this process until at some point or another they found themselves arrested by some resistance which they could not overcome. Similarly, if wages could be increased at the expense of the employer's gains, the employer who yielded one increase would have to yield another, until at some point he decided to refuse and resist. In either case, where and what would that limit be? Whatever the point was reached at which some unconquerable resistance was encountered, the task of the economist would begin. There is no rule whatever for determining the share which anyone ought to get out of the distribution of products through the industrial organization, except that he should get all that the market will give him in return for what he has put into it. Whenever, therefore, the limit is reached, the task of the economist is to find out the conditions by which the limit is determined. Now it is the character of the modern industrial system that it becomes more and more impersonal and automatic under the play of social forces which act with natural necessity. The system could not exist if they did not so act, for it is constructed in reliance upon their action according to ascertainable laws. The condition of all social actions and reactions is therefore set in the nature of the forces which we have learned to know on other fields of scientific investigation, and which are different here only inasmuch as they act in a different field and on different material. The relations of parties, therefore, in the industrial organism is such as the nature of the case permits. The case may permit of a variety of relations, thus providing some range of choice. A person who comes into the market, therefore, with something to sell, cannot raise the price of it because he wants to do so, or because his cost of production has been raised. He has already pushed the market to the utmost, and raised the price as high as supply and demand would allow, so as to win as large profits as he could. How, then, can he raise it further, just because his own circumstances make it desirable for him so to do? If the market stands so that he can raise his price, he will do it, whether his cost of production has increased or not. Neither can an employer reduce his own profits at will. He will immediately perceive that he is going out of business and distributing his capital in presents. The difficulty with a strike, therefore, is that it is an attempt to move the whole industrial organization, in which all the parts are interdependent and intersupporting. It is not, indeed, impossible to do this, although it is very difficult. The organization has a great deal of elasticity in its parts. An aggressive organ can win something at the expense of others. Everything displaces everything else, but if force enough is brought to bear, a general displacement and readjustment may be brought about. An organ which has been suffering from the aggression of others may right itself. It is only by the collision of social pressure, constantly maintained, that the life of the organism is kept up, and its forces are developed to their full effect. Strikes are not necessarily connected with violence to either persons or property. Violence is provided for by the criminal law. Taking strikes by themselves, therefore, it may be believed that they are not great evils. They are costly, but they test the market. Supply and demand does not mean that the social forces will operate on themselves. The law, as laid down, assumes that every party will struggle to the utmost for its interests. If it does not do so, it will lose its interests. Buyers and sellers, borrowers and lenders, landlords and tenants, employers and employees, and all other parties to contracts must be expected to develop their interests fully in the competition and struggle of life. It is for the health of the industrial organization that they should do so. The other social interests are in the constant habit of testing the market in order to get all they can out of it. A strike, rationally begun and rationally conducted, only does the same thing for the wage-earning interest. The facts stare us plainly in the face, if we will only look at them, that the wages of the employees and the price of the products have nothing to do with each other, that the wages have nothing to do with the profits of the employer, that they have nothing to do with the cost of living or with the prosperity of the business. They are really governed by the supply and demand of labor, as every strike shows us, and nothing else. Turning to the moral relations of the subject, we are constantly exhorted to do something to improve the relations of employer and employee. I submit that the relation in life which has the least bad feeling or personal bitterness in it is the pure business relation, the relation of contract, because it is a relation of bargain and consent and equivalence. Where is there so much dissension and bitterness as in family matters, where people try to act by sentiment and affection? The way to improve the relation of the employer and employee is not to get sentiment into it, but to get sentiment out of it. We are told that classes are becoming more separated, and that the poor are learning to hate the rich, although there was a time when no class hatreds existed. I have sought diligently in history for the time when no class hatreds existed between the rich and poor. I cannot find any such period, and I make bold to say that no one can point to it. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. Trusts and Trade Unions. I have attempted to show in foregoing essays what an immense role is played by monopoly throughout the whole social life of mankind in all its stages. There would not be any struggle for existence if it were not true that the supply in nature of the things necessary for human existence is niggardly. The struggle for existence consists in a contest against the constraints by which human life is surrounded. The process by which men have won something in that contest, in the course of time, has consisted in playing off one of nature's monopolies against another. The process, namely, which we call employing natural agents. On its social and political side, the advance has consisted in securing for the individual a chance in some degree to control his own destiny, not to be at the sport of natural and social forces, but to bring his own energy to bear to enlarge his own conditions of enjoyment and survival. At every stage of history, however, the natural monopolies have formed the basis of social and political monopolies. The possession of those powers which, under the circumstances, were most efficient for the acquisition of what men want, has always given superiority and dominion in human society, whether those powers were physical force, beauty, learning, virtue, capital, or anything else. Where does anyone find ground to believe that the fact will ever be different, and that those who have the powers which are most potent in the society in which they live will use those powers, not to get the things which all men want for themselves, but to get those same things for other people? The fashion has always been in the past for those who possessed the essential powers to take control of the state and realize their monopoly in that way. If plutocracy should now prevail, it would be simply a repetition of that experience. The only device which has ever given promise of wider and more humane organization of the state is constitutional liberty, which compels, by the intervention of institutions created to serve this purpose, the ruling class, whoever they were, to respect the recognized and defined rights of all the rest. Now, democracy having sapped and dissolved all the inherited forms of social organization and reduced the social body to atoms, it is most interesting to observe the inevitable recurrence of all the old tendencies, in new forms fitted to the times. Some of us thought that liberty was won forever, and that the race was never more to be disturbed by its old problems. But it is already apparent that, when a society is resolved into its constituent atoms, the question under what forces and upon what nuclei it will crystallize into new forms has acquired an importance never known before. Just now, public attention is all absorbed by the new name trust applied to one of these phenomena. I can see nothing new in a trust as compared with the rings, pools, etc., with which we have been familiar during this generation, except the guarantee which the trust secures to all the members of the same, that no one inside of it shall play traitor to the rest. The greatest difficulty with modern combinations has been that there have been no sanctions by which the members could be bound, and that the profits of the insider who turned against his comrades have always been an irresistible temptation. In the medieval guilds, which were trusts of the most solid construction, the sanctions were of the sternest kind. religious, political, and social, and yet they never succeeded in their purpose. In modern times, as is well known to all who are acquainted with the attempts which have been made, inside of various branches of industry, to arrange agreements which have not been large enough or public enough to get into the newspapers, the difficulty of enforcing loyalty against those who felt strong enough to beat the rest if they should go alone, or against those who saw a chance to sell out on the rest, or against those who were in desperate straits for cash, has been the constant stumbling block. 50 years ago, in the last days of the United States Bank, Nicholas Biddle organized a cotton trust to try to control the cotton market of the world. It was a complete failure. In general, combinations of this character are in constant dilemma. They must always grow bigger and bigger in order to encompass the sufficient area to constitute a unit, but the bigger they grow, the less is their internal cohesion. The exception to this must be noted in a moment. The great expansion of the market by modern inventions in transportation has broken up all the former local and party monopolies, and is rapidly making of the industry and commerce of mankind a whole which cannot be divided by geographical lines. The conditions of competition in such a system are no doubt onerous to the last degree. The conditions that must be taken into account to win success are numerous and complicated. The nerve strain of comprehending and of justly estimating the factors, and of following their constant variations, is too great for anyone to endure. Foresight must be used, yet there are so many unknown quantities that foresight is impossible. If the attempt is made to master all the unknown quantities, then the task is so enormous that it cannot be accomplished. Furthermore, the relations with other persons in the industrial system are necessarily close. It is impossible to escape such relations, and it is impossible to avoid a share in the consequences of the mistakes and incompetence of the others. It must be added that, at a time when the advance in the arts has forced the whole industry of the globe into intimate relations which nothing can possibly cut off, legislative interferences have produced artificial and erratic currents in the industrial and commercial relations of all countries. The consequences are disappointing and disastrous incidents in the history of industry. At the same time, the improvements in the communication of intelligence have made it possible for men farthest apart in space, language, and nationality, if they have confidence in each other's business ability and command of capital, to cooperate by personal agreements. Trusts are an attempt to deal with this state of things. It is, of course, a jest when the makers of a trust affirm that they make it for the benefit of consumers, and it may very well be doubted whether a trust is a feasible and beneficial device in the interest of either party. But it is wrong to overlook the fact that the trust, in its efforts to deal with the case and to secure orderly and rational development, instead of heats and chills in industry, has a real and legitimate task on hand. It is certain that there is room for the introduction of intelligent method into modern industry, under forms which shall be germane to modern conditions, and it is certain that this will never be done properly by legislation, but only by the voluntary and intelligent cooperation of the parties interested. It is also by no means certain that this systematization of industry, under intelligent cooperation of the parties conducting it, would cost consumers anything, provided always that there was no legislation to prevent the recourse at any time to any other sources of supply which might be available. The economies of management under intelligent administration are a source from which gains may be made but will cost the consumer nothing. The expenses of industrial war constitute a big fund for dividends to which the consumer does not contribute. It is worthwhile to notice, by some familiar examples, what the motive of a trust is. It will be found a far more everyday matter than most people suppose. A man who owns a house and lot buys the vacant lot adjacent in order to control it. He and his neighbors buy up all the vacant lots on the street in order to prevent undesirable contact with anything which would deteriorate their property. They have already fallen victims to the spirit of monopoly, and are subject to all the denunciations heaped upon aristocrats and exclusivists. In their case already, the practical difficulty of defining the unit to be comprehended, in order to attain the object and no more, is apparent. Examples are furnished every day in which capital is refused for certain enterprises, because it is seen that the investment might no sooner be made than its profits might be destroyed by another enterprise parallel with it. The thing cannot be done at all until it is done on a scale sufficiently large to constitute a complete unit. We are familiar enough with the dilemma offered to us when, on the one hand, railroads which consolidate put themselves in a position to serve us far more efficiently, yet on the other hand, railroads which consolidate cease to compete with each other for our benefit. Which do we want them to do? The railroads themselves are familiar with the experience that they are constantly forced to make extensions in order to secure a certain territory, that is, to establish a closed unit, and that every extension, instead of attaining a finality, only makes further extension unavoidable. This is the class of facts in the industrial development of our time which has produced the trusts, and it is certain that they offer another motive than that of simple desire to secure a means of extortion. I am not yet able to see that any trust can succeed unless it is founded on a natural or legislative monopoly, and furthermore on a monopoly whose product cannot be produced in an amount exceeding the demand at the price which has been customary before the formation of the trust, and I cannot see any chance for legislation to do any good unless it is in the repeal of all such laws as are found to furnish the basis for the organization of an artificial monopoly. It cannot have escaped the attention of the reader that trades unions are a monopolistic organization on the side of labor, entirely parallel with the trusts on the side of capital, a product of the same age and of the same forces, and an endeavor to deal with the same problem from the standpoint of another interest. The motives of coercion, discipline, and strict internal organization are the same in both cases, and some of the sanctions are the same, for the pools and rings have tried the boycott until they have proved its worthlessness. There is a notion afloat that the modern trades union is a descendant of the medieval guild. It might, with equal truth and equal futility, be asserted that the modern college, stock exchange, and joint stock company are descended from the medieval guild. The 19th century trades union is a 19th century institution, as much or more so than the ring, pool, corner, or trust. They are all products of the same facts in the industrial development, and one is just as inevitable, and in that sense legitimate, as the other. There are some who, while vehemently denouncing trusts, offer us with great complacency and satisfaction, as a solution of the labor question, the assertion that the employers and employees ought to combine or cooperate in some way. They do not appear to see at all that if any such thing should be brought about, it would be the most gigantic trust that could possibly be conceived. End of chapter 24. Section 25 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. The Old Trust. In the year 1579, Conrad Roth, a merchant of Augsburg, who had been interested in the trade in spices between Lisbon and Germany, proposed an officer of the treasury of the Elector of Saxony a scheme for the company to monopolize the pepper trade. The Elector was one of the most enterprising and enlightened princes of his time, and the proposition was really intended to be made to him as the only person who could command the necessary capital, and had, at the same time, courage and energy to undertake the enterprise. A company was formed of officers of the treasury, called the Thuringian Company, and a warehouse was prepared at Leipzig. It was reckoned that if the company could raise the price of pepper 1 groschen per pound, the profits would be over 38,000 florins per annum. Roth and the Thuringian Company were to participate in the enterprise equally, but the prince was to put up all the capital, and Roth was to do all the work. The latter also owned a very valuable contract with the King of Portugal, according to which he was, for 5 years, to send India money enough to buy up all the pepper produced, so that none could come into Europe through Egypt and Italy. Before that time, the Portuguese officers had illegally sold some of it, so that it got into Europe that way, but by buying in India, this was now to be stopped. Roth proposed to divide Europe into 3 sections: Portugal, Spain, and the West, Italy and the South, Germany and the North. The Saxon Company was to have the last as its share of the monopoly. It was hoped that the gains might be forced up to a much higher figure than the one above given, if only all pepper then in Frankfurt, Venice, Nuremberg, and Hamburg could be brought up. No sooner was the plan formed, however, than Roth began to reach out after extensions to it. He wanted to include the trade in other spices. He also proposed that the elector should provide the capital for an exchange bank to do the exchange business between Leipzig and Lisbon. Next, he found that the existing postal arrangements were entirely inadequate to the requirements of his business, and he proposed to the elector a complete plan for a postal service between Italy, Germany, France, Spain, and Portugal. Then, having found the shipping facilities unsatisfactory, he proposed that the elector should enter into a contract with the King of Denmark, by which the latter, who owned ships, should provide a regular service between Lisbon and the Elbe. These plans all show the grand energy of this projector, and the elector entered into them all. He could not carry out the postal service without the consent of the emperor, and this he was unable to get. Roth and the elector were ahead of their time, the emperor was not. He said that the plan proposed something new, which had never been in use in the time of their ancestors. The attempt to unite private merchants in the speculation also failed at Leipzig, and elsewhere the attitude toward it was extremely unfriendly. When the stock of pepper began to accumulate at Leipzig, it was found that the article did not begin to be scarce elsewhere. Although the advances of the prince were already far greater than he had promised when the plan was formed, it was found impossible to begin sales until all the pepper on the European market elsewhere could be bought up, and at the same time, reports came that in spite of Roth's contract, anyone who had money could buy all the pepper he wanted in India, and that it was coming into Europe freely throughout Egypt and Venice. In the spring of 1580, the supply in the cities of Holland and Germany was ample. It appeared that Roth could not prevent the contractors for other parts of Europe from shipping to Germany, and the price was falling there. Instead of being at 15 Groschen, where the speculators hoped to hold it, it was below 12. At this point, Roth's creditors began to put attachments on his property. All this led the elector to say, "We fear that there has been a great mistake in Roth's original and still repeated assertion that all the pepper which comes into Europe comes through Lisbon." In April, Roth committed suicide upon hearing of the death of the King of Portugal. It was known that the King of Spain intended to claim the succession and that the Portuguese would resist. This war and the possibility of a Spanish succession meant ruin to the speculation. The elector was obliged to send agents in every direction to get possession of the assets of the company in order to recover his funds. In the end, it appears that he escaped without very serious loss. He sold the whole stock to a syndicate of South German merchants at a price which restored all his capital. After moralizing on his experience, he declared, "Inasmuch as I am now weary and sick, and am anxious to pass the remaining time which God vouchsafes me in quiet, I have firmly determined to have done with commerce, whether it would bring me gain or loss. I have," he says again, "strengthened my head, and I will have done with false commerce." This enterprise was plainly an attempt to exploit a natural monopoly, and to do it by an operation which should embrace the whole world. It was a purely money-making scheme, unrelieved by any social or industrial advantage. It shows how erroneous it is to suppose that the merchants of the 15th and 16th centuries were inferior in boldness to those of today, or superior to them in disposition to sacrifice themselves for the public good. It would be easy to accumulate any amount of evidence that they were, on the contrary, entirely unscrupulous in the pursuit of gain, and that they were bold beyond anything known to modern merchants. They might well be so. This story shows what great risks, dangers, perplexities, and disappointments they were subject to. The risk element was plainly enormous, but the gains corresponded, of course, and hence we find some of these men enormously rich. But it is plain that there was no routine to help the man who had less natural ability. There was no regularity in any of the contributory operations, such as shipping lines and post office. There were no regular and adequate banking facilities. If by trust we mean a combination to exploit a monopoly, either natural or artificial, the men of that period had made an art of that sort of undertaking, and had a skill in it of which the moderns have no conception. One cannot help admiring the courage and energy of this Roth. He had everything to contend with. He was far in advance of his age. If he had lived in our time, he would have been a great captain of industry. We could have given him something better to do than making a corner on pepper. In our current discussions, there is a special kind of fallacy which consists in quasi-historical assertions. For instance, it is said that the power of capital is increasing and is greater than it has ever been. This is, in form, an historical assertion, but those who make it never expect to be held to an historical responsibility for it. They throw it out with a kind of risk, because they are not very accurately informed as to the power of capital in former times, and have not heard that it used to act as it does now. Capitalists never had less irresponsible power than now. It is said that monopoly is growing evil, that it never was so great. If people choose to pass laws to make monopolies, they must, of course, take the consequences. But there never was a time when the control of natural monopolies was so rational as now, and there never was a time when the efforts of cliques to make artificial monopolies could be so easily frustrated as now. It is said that trusts embracing the whole world are a new and threatening danger, never heard of before. It has seemed to me that, if we are to have history, it might be well for once to see some facts which illustrate the good old times as they really were. Of course, nothing is thereby proved as to the good or ill of trusts, but something is proved as to the fallacy of that class of quasi-historical assertions which I have described. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Knox. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. Shall America Own Ships? 1881. Shall Americans own ships? Since the war, public attention has been drawn more or less to the marked decline in American shipping. It has been generally assumed and conceded that this was a matter for regret, and some discussion has arisen as to remedies, what to do, in fact, in order to bring it about that Americans should own ships. In these discussions, there has generally been a confusion apparent in regard to three things which ought to be very carefully distinguished from each other: shipbuilding, the carrying trade, and foreign commerce. 1. As to shipbuilding, Americans began to build ships as an industry within 15 years after the settlement at Massachusetts Bay. Before the Revolution, they competed successfully as shipbuilders with the Dutch and English, and they sold ships to be used by their rivals. Tonnage and navigation laws played an important part in the question of separation between the colonies and England, and the same laws took an important place in the formation of the federal Constitution. One generation was required for the people of this country to get over the hard logical twist in the notion that laws which were pernicious when laid by Great Britain were beneficial when laid by ourselves. The vacillation which has marked the history of our laws about tonnage and navigation is such that it does not seem possible to trace the effects of legislation upon shipbuilding. In the decade 1850 to 1860, a very great decline in the number of ships built, especially for ocean traffic, began to be marked. Sails began to give way to steam, but the building of steamships required great advantages of every kind in the production of engines and other apparatus. That is, it required the presence in a highly developed state of a number of important auxiliary and cooperating industries. As iron was introduced into shipbuilding, of course, the shipbuilding industry became dependent upon cheap supplies of iron, as it had before been dependent on cheap supplies of wood. No doubt these changes in the conditions of the industry itself have been the chief cause of the decline in shipbuilding in this country, and legislation has had only incidental effects. It is a plain fact of history that the decline in shipbuilding began before the war and the high tariff. Of course, the effects produced by changes in the conditions of an industry are inevitable. They are not to be avoided by any legislation. They are annoying because they break up acquired habits and established routine, and they involve loss and a change from one industry to another. But legislation can never do anything but cause that loss to fall on some other set of people instead of those directly interested. Within the last few years, it has become certain that steel is to be the material of ocean vessels, a new improvement which will not tend to bring the industry back to this country. On the whole, therefore, the decline in shipbuilding of the last 25 years seems to indicate that somebody else than ourselves must build the world's ships for the present. We have, by legislative devices, forced the production of a few ocean steamers, but these cases prove nothing to the contrary of our inference. If this nation has a hobby for owning some ships built in this country, and is willing to pay enough for the gratification of that hobby, no doubt it can secure the pleasure it seeks. A fisherman who has caught nothing sometimes buys fish at a fancy price. He saves himself mortification and gets a dinner, but the possession of the fish does not prove that he has profitably employed his time or that he has had sport. 2. The carrying trade differs from shipbuilding as carting differs from wagon building. Carrying is the industry of men who own ships. Their interests are more or less hostile to those of shipbuilders. Ship owners want to buy new ships at low prices. They want the number of competing ships kept small. They want freights high. In all these points, the interest of the shipbuilder is the opposite. The ship owner is indifferent where he gets his ships. He only wants them cheap and good. There is no sentiment in the matter any more than there is the purchase of wagons by an express company or carriages by a livery stable keeper. 3. Foreign commerce is still another thing. It consists in the exchange of the products of one country for those of another. The merchant wants plenty of ships to carry all the goods at the lowest possible freights, but it is of no importance to him where the ships were built or who owns and sails them. A statement and definition of these three industries suffices to show what confusion must arise in any discussion in which they are not properly distinguished. It is plain that there are three different questions. 1. Can the farmer build a vehicle? 2. Can he get his crop carried to market? 3. Can he sell his crop? It is evident that a country which needs a protective tariff on iron and steel must give up all hopes of building ships for ocean traffic. For the country which, by the hypothesis, needs a protective tariff on iron and steel cannot produce those articles as cheaply as some other country. Its ships, however, must compete upon the ocean with those of the country which has the cheap iron and steel. The former embody a larger capital than the latter, and they must be driven from the ocean. If, then, subsidies are given to protect the carrying trade when prosecuted in ships built of protected iron, the loss is transferred from the ship owners to the people who pay taxes on shore. These taxes, however, add to the cost of production of all things produced in the country, and thereby lessen the power of the country to compete in foreign commerce. This lessens the amount of goods to be carried both out and in, lowers freights, throws ships out of use, and checks the building of ships. And the whole series of legislative aids and encouragements must be begun over again, with a repetition and intensification of the same results. As long as the system lasts, it works down, and the statistics show very naturally that fewer and fewer ships are built in the country, and that less and less of the carrying trade is carried on under the national flag. In view of these three different and sometimes adverse interests which are connected by their relation to the shipping question, it is not strange that when the representatives of those interests meet to try to consider that question, there should simply be a scramble between them to see which can capture the convention. The last convention of this sort was captured by the owners of a lot of unsaleable, spelling S-A-L-E, and unsaleable, spelling S-A-I-L, old hulks, who had hit upon the brilliant idea of getting the nation to pay them an annual bounty for the use of their antiquated and dilapidated property. Strange to say, in a country which is charged with being too practical and hard-headed, this proposition received respectful attention and consideration. It is also strange that our people should believe that taxing farmers to force the production of iron, taxing farmers again to force the production of ships out of protected iron, and taxing farmers again to pay subsidies to enable protected ships to do business is a way to make this country rich. So soon as the three different industries, or departments of business, which I have described, are distinguished from each other, it is apparent that the fundamental one of the three is foreign commerce. If we have no commerce, we need no carrying, and it would be absurd to build ships. If we have foreign commerce, its magnitude determines the amount of demand there is for freight and for ships. The circle of taxation, which I have mentioned, and which is obviously only a kind of circuit, described from and upon the farmer as a center and fulcrum to bear the weight of the whole, is necessarily and constantly vicious because it presses down on the foreign commerce, which is the proper source of support for carrying and shipbuilding. On the other hand, the emancipation of foreign commerce from all trammels of every sort is the only means of increasing the natural, normal, and spontaneous support of carrying and shipbuilding, assuming that the carrying trade and shipbuilding are ends in themselves. It is, however, no object at all for a country to have either shipbuilding industry or carrying trade or foreign commerce. Herein lies the fundamental fallacy of all the popular and congressional discussions about ships and commerce. It is only important that the whole population should be engaged in those industries which will pay the best under the circumstances of the country. For the sake of exposing the true doctrine about the matter, we may suppose, what is not conceivable as a possible fact, that a country might not find greater profit in the exportation of any part of its products than in the home use of the same. If this could be true, and if it were realized, the proof of it would be that no foreign trade would exist. There would be no ground for regret, since the people would be satisfied and better off than is if they had a foreign trade. Carrying trade and shipbuilding would not exist. If a country had a foreign trade of any magnitude whatever, it would not be any object for that country to do its own carrying. The figures which show the amount paid by the people of the United States to non-American ship owners for freight, and the figures which show the small percentage of our foreign commerce which is carried under the American flag, in themselves prove nothing at all. The only question which is of importance is this: are the people of the United States better employed now than they would be if engaged in owning and sailing ships? If they were under no restraints or interferences, that question also would answer itself. If Americans owned no ships and sailed no ships, but hired the people of other countries to do their ocean transportation for them, It would simply prove that Americans had some better employment for their capital and labor. They would get their transportation accomplished as cheaply as possible. That is all they care for, and it would be as foolish for any nation to insist on doing its own ocean transportation, devoting to this use capital and labor which might be otherwise more profitably employed, as it would be for a merchant to insist on doing his own carting, when some person engaged in carting offered him a contract on more advantageous terms than those on which he could do the work. Furthermore, the people of a country which had little foreign commerce might find it very advantageous to prosecute the carrying trade. In history, the great trading nations have been those which had a small or poor territory at home. The Dutch were the great carriers of the 17th and 18th century, when the foreign commerce of their own territory was insignificant. The New Englanders of the last century and of the first quarter of this century became the carriers of commodities to and fro between all parts of the world, especially between our middle and southern states and the rest of the world. They took to the sea because their land did not furnish them with products which could remunerate their capital and labor so well as the carrying trade did. They won a high reputation for the merchant service, which was in their hands, and they earned fortunes by energy, enterprise, promptitude, and fidelity. The carrying trade is an industry like any other. It is neither more nor less desirable in itself than any other. In any natural and rational state of things, it would be absurd to be writing essays about it. If any one thought he could make more profit in that business than in some other, he would set about it. When the census was taken, he would be found busy at that business, would be so reported, and that would be the end of the matter as a phenomenon of public interest. If a nation had foreign commerce, and some of its citizens found the carrying trade an advantageous employment for their labor and capital as compared with other possible industries in the country, it would not follow that some other citizens of the country ought to engage in shipbuilding. It is no object to build ships, but only to get such ships as are wanted in the most advantageous manner. If a man should refuse to carry on a carting business unless he could make his own wagons, it would be such a reflection on his good sense that his business credit would be very low. If some Americans could buy and sail ships so as to make profits, what is the sense of saying they shall not do it because some other Americans cannot build ships at a profit? Only one answer to this question has ever been offered by anybody, and that is the prediction that someday, if we go without ships long enough, we shall, by the mere process of going without, begin to get some, a prediction for which the prophets give no guarantee, in addition to their personal authority, save the fact that we have fewer ships and worse ones every year. I have said above that if there were no restraints or interferences, we should simply notice whether any Americans took to the carrying trade or not, and should thence infer that they might or might not be better employed in some other industry. It is impossible now to say whether, if all restrictions were removed, the carrying trade or shipbuilding would be a profitable industry in the United States or not. Any opinion given by anybody on that point is purely speculative. The present state of the iron and steel industries and of the manufacture of engines and machinery is so artificial that no one can judge what would be the possibilities of those industries under an entirely different state of things. It is, however, just because the present state of things prevents a free trial that it is indefensible. We are working in the dark and on speculation all the time, and have none of the natural proper tests and guarantees for what we are doing. We are controlled by the predictions of prophets, the notions of dogmatizers, the crude errors of superficial students of history, the wrong-headed inferences of shallow observers, and the selfish machinations of interested persons. We can distinguish many forces which are at work on our shipbuilding and on our carrying trade, but none of them are genuine or respectable. We are submitting to restraints and losses, and we have no guarantee whatever that we shall ever win any compensation. The teaching of economic science is distinctly that we never shall win any. We are expending capital without any measurement or adjustment of the quid pro quo. We are spending without calculation and receiving something or nothing. We do not know which. The wrong of all this is not in the assumption that we have not certain industries which we would have, parentheses, for we cannot tell whether that is so or not, close parenthesis. But the wrong is in the arbitrary interference which prevents us from having them. If any man wants to put his capital into them, and which prevents us from obtaining the proper facts on which to base a judgment about the state and relations of industries in this country. Whenever the question of ships is raised, the clamor for subsidies and bounties is renewed, and we are told again that England has established her commerce by subsidies. It would be well if we could have an understanding, once for all, whether England's example is a good argument or not. As she has tried at some time or other nearly every conceivable economic folly, and has also made experiment of some sound economic principles, all disputants find in her history facts to suit them, and it needs only a certain easily acquired skill in misunderstanding things to fashion any required argument from the economic history of England. Some of our writers and speakers seem to be under a fascination which impels them to accept as authoritative examples the follies of English history, and to reject its sound lessons. In the present case, however, the matter stands somewhat differently. England is a great manufacturing area. It imports food and raw materials, and exports finished products. It has therefore a general and public interest in maintaining communication with all parts of the world. The analogy in our case is furnished by the subsidized railroads in our new states, or perhaps even better, by the mail routes which we sustain all over our territory from general considerations of public advantage, although many such routes do not pay at all. Subsidies to ships for the mere sake of having ships, or ocean traffic when there is no business occasion for the subsidized lines, would have no analogy with English subsidies. If then the question is put, shall Americans own ships? I do not see how any one can avoid the simple answer, yes, if they want them. Universally, if an American wants anything, he ought to have it if he can get it, and if he hurts no one else by getting it. To enter on the question whether he is going to make it or buy it, and whether he is going to buy it of A or of B, is an impertinence. We boast a great deal of having a free country. Our orators shout themselves hoarse about liberty and freedom. Stop one of them, however, and ask him if he means free trade and free ships, and he will demur. No, not that. That will not do. He is in favor of freedom for himself and his friends in those respects in which they want liberty against other people, but he is not in favor of freedom for other people against restraints which are advantageous to him and his political allies. He is in favor of freedom for those who are being oppressed by somebody else, not for those who are being oppressed by himself. I heard it asserted not long ago that we have no monopolies in this country because it is a free country. It is not a free country because there are more artificial monopolies in it than in any other country in the world. The popular notion that it is free rises from the fact that there are fewer natural monopolies in it than in any other great civilized country. It is necessary, however, to go to Turkey or Russia to find instances of legislative and administrative abuses to equal the existing laws and regulations of the United States about ships, the carrying trade, and foreign commerce. These laws have been brought to public attention again and again, but apparently with little effect in awakening popular attention, while the newspapers carry all over the country details about abuses in Ireland, Russia, and South Africa. We should stop bragging about a free country and about the enlightened power of the people in a democratic republic to correct abuses, while laws remain which treat the buying, importing, owning, and sailing of ships as pernicious actions, or at least as doubtful and suspicious ones. I have no conception of a free man or a free country which can be satisfied if a citizen of that country may not own a ship if he wants one, getting it in any legitimate manner in which he might acquire other property, or may not sail one if he finds it a profitable industry suited to his taste and ability, or may not exchange the products of his labor with that person, whoever he may be, who offers the most advantageous terms. End of Shall America Own Ships, 1881, in The Forgotten Man and Other Essays.
Section 27 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. Politics in America, 1776 through 1876. Part 1 of 4. When the Continental Congress met in 1774, few persons in the colonies perceived that the ties to the mother country were about to be severed, and few, if any, were Republicans in theory or contemplated a revolution in the political system. The desire for independence was developed during 1775, and the question as to the form of government to be adopted came up by consequence. It presented no real difficulty. The political organization of some of the colonies was such already that there were no signs of dependence except the arms and flag, the form of writs, and a responsibility to the lords of trade which sat very lightly upon them. Necessary changes being made in these respects, those colonies stood as complete republics. The others conformed to this model. In bringing about these changes, great interest was developed in political speculations, an interest which found its first direction from Paine's Common Sense, and was sustained by diligent reading of Burke's Political Disquisitions and Macaulay's History of England. The same speculations continued to be favorite subjects of discussion for 25 years afterwards. The journals of the time were largely made up of long essays by writers with fanciful noms de plume, who discussed no simple matters of detail, but the fundamental principles of politics and government. The method of treatment was not historical, unless we must accept crude and erroneous generalizations on classical history, and it seemed to be believed that the colonial history of this country was especially unfit to furnish guidance for the subsequent period. But the disquisitions in question pursued an a priori method, starting from the broadest and most abstract assumptions. The same method has marked American political philosophy, so far as there has been any such thing, ever since. It is very much easier than the method which requires a laborious study of history. The natural effect of the war, but still more of the doctrines in regard to liberty taught by Paine, and of the deplorable policy of local terrorism pursued by the Committees of Safety against Tories and Refugees, was to produce and bring into prominence a class of active, shallow men who felt their new powers and privileges, but not the responsibility which ought to go with these. The old colonial bureaucracy, which had enjoyed all the social preeminence that colonial life permitted, was gone. Office was open to many who, before the war, had little chance of attaining it. They sought it eagerly, expecting to enjoy the social advantages they had formerly envied. In the northern states, a class of eager office-seekers arose, who gained a great influence, saw their arena in the States especially, and jealously opposed the power of the Confederation. This class made hatred to England almost a religion, and testified to their political virtues by persecuting Tories and refugees. They found popular grievances also ready to their hand as a means of advancement. The mass of the people had been impoverished by the war. The attempts at commercial war had reacted upon the nation with great severity. The paper issues of the Congress and the states had wrought their work to derange values, violate contracts, inflate credit, and destroy confidence. On the return of peace, the industries which had been sustained only by war ceased to be profitable. The reduction of prices spread general ruin and left thousands indebted and impoverished. The consequence was discontent and disorder. All this was heightened by the contrast with another class which had been enriched by privateering, contracts, and financiering. The soldier who returned in rags, bringing only a few bits of scrip worth 15 or 20 cents on the dollar, found his family in want, and some of his neighbors, who had borne few of the sacrifices of the war, enriched by it, and now enjoying its fruits. It seemed to this whole class that they had not yet got liberty, or that they did not know what it was. They did not look for it to a closer union. This party, for it soon became a party, found an alliance in a quarter where it would hardly have been expected, in the slave-owning planters of the South, an alliance which has been of immense importance in our political history. The planters, at the outbreak of the war, had been heavily indebted to English capitalists and merchants. They now feared that they would be compelled to pay their debts, and they saw, in the treaty-making power of the general government, the source from which this compulsion would come. They therefore opposed any union which would strengthen and give vigor to that power. To this party were added those who had adopted, on theoretical and philosophical grounds, the enthusiasm for liberty which was then prevalent in both hemispheres. It should be added to the characteristics of this party that it looked with indifference upon foreign commerce, cared little for foreign opinion, would have been glad to be isolated from the old world, and had very crude opinions as to the status and relations of European nations. This party naturally went on to confound liberty with equality, and political virtue with tenacity of rights. It furthermore confounded power with privilege, and thought that it must allow no civil power or authority to exist, if it meant really to exterminate aristocratic privilege. It was not so clear in its conception of political duties, and certainly failed to see that the best citizen is not the one who is most tenacious of his political rights, but the one who is most faithful to his political duties. That envy and jealousy are not political virtues, and that equality can be attained only by cutting off every social advance and setting up as the standard, not what is highest, but what is a low average. An opposing party gradually formed itself of men of wider information and superior training. These men understood the institutions of Great Britain and their contrast to those of any other country in Europe. They understood just what the war had done for the colonies. They did not consider that it had altered the internal institutions inherited from the mother country, or set the colonies adrift upon a sea of political speculation to try to find a political utopia. Some of them joined for a time in the prevalent opinion that the Americans were better and purer than the rest of mankind, but experience soon taught them their error. Tradition and experience still had weight with them, and in making innovations they sought development rather than destruction and reconstruction. They were conservative by property, education, and character. To this party, it was evident that the colonies had lost much by falling out of the place in the family of nations which they had filled as part of the British Empire, and they believed that a similar place must now be won on an independent footing. They understood the necessity of well-regulated foreign relations, of foreign commerce, and of public credit. Their general effort was, therefore, to secure order and peace in the internal relations of the country by establishing liberty indeed, but liberty under law, and to secure respectability and respect abroad by fidelity to treaties and pecuniary engagements, by a reputation for commercial integrity, and by a development of the arts of peace. The first requisite to all this was a more perfect union. The two parties, therefore, formed about the issue of a revision of the Articles of Confederation. But it was not until the absolute necessity of the objects aimed at by the Federalists, objects which are in their nature less directly obvious and tangible, had been demonstrated by experience, that this revision was brought about. The Union was not the result of a free and spontaneous effort, but was extorted from the grinding necessity of a reluctant people. A political party which resists a proposed movement by predicting calamitous results to flow from it must abide by the verdict of history. Tried by this test, the anti-federalists are convicted of resisting the most salutary action in our political history. The victory was won not by writing critical essays about the movement and the relations of parties, but by the direct and energetic activity of those men of that generation who had enjoyed the greatest advantages of education and culture. Three evils were inherited under the new Constitution from the old system: slavery, which the framers of the Constitution tolerated, thinking it on the decline; paper money, which they thought they had eradicated; and the mercantile theories of political economy. These three evils, in their single or combined development, have given character to the whole subsequent political history of the country. One of them has been eliminated by a civil war. The other two confront us as the great political issues of today. The framers of the Constitution, without having any precise definition of a republic in mind, knew well that it differed from a democracy. They were, at the time of framing the Constitution, under an especial dread of democracy on account of the rebellion in Massachusetts. They meant to make a constitution in order to establish organized or articulated liberty, giving guarantees for it which should protect it from popular tyranny as much as from personal despotism. Indeed, they recognized the former as a great danger, the latter as a delusion. They therefore established a constitutional republic. The essential feature of such a system of government, for it is a system of government and not a political theory, is that political power be conferred under a temporary and defeasible tenure. That it be conferred by popular election is not essential, although it is convenient in many cases. This method was the one naturally indicated by the circumstances of the United States. The system which was established did not pretend to give direct effect to public opinion according to its fluctuations. It rather interposed delays and checks in order to secure deliberation, and it aimed to give expression to public opinion only after it was matured. It sought to eliminate prejudice and passion by prescribing beforehand methods which seemed just in themselves, independently of conflicting interests, in order that, when a case arose, no advantage of procedure might be offered to either party, and it aimed to subject action to organs whose operation should be as impersonal as it is possible for the operation of political organs to be. Democracy, on the other hand, has for its essential feature equality, and it confers power on a numerical majority of equal political units. It is not a system of government for a state with any but the narrowest limits. On a wider field, it is a theory as to the depository of sovereignty. It seizes upon majority rule, which is only a practical expedient for getting a decision where something must be done, and a unanimous judgment as to what ought to be done is impossible. And it makes this majority the depository of sovereignty, under the name of the sovereignty of the people. This sovereign, however, is as likely as any despot to aggrandize itself and to promulgate the unformulated doctrines of the divine right of the sovereign majority to rule, the duty of passive obedience in the minority, and that the majority can do no wrong. Opposition to the federal constitution died out in a year or two, and no one could be found who would confess that he had resisted its adoption. Parties divided on questions of detail and of interpretation, and the points on which they differed were those by which the Constitution imposed delays and restraints upon the popular will. The administrations of Washington and Adams threw continually increasing weight in favor of constitutional guarantees, as the history of the French Revolution seemed to the Federalists to furnish more and more convincing proofs of the dangers of unbridled democracy. The opposition saw nothing in that history save the extravagant ebullitions of a people new to freedom, saw rather examples to be imitated than dangers to be shunned. Sympathy and gratitude came in to exercise a weighty influence on political issues. The personal executive and the judiciary were the chief subjects of dislike, and General Washington himself finally incurred abuse more wanton and severe than any president since, except the elder Adams has endured, because the fact was recognized that Washington's personality was the strongest bulwark which the system possessed at the outset. Democracy, however, was, and still is, so deeply rooted in the physical and economic circumstances of the United States that the constitutional barriers set up against it have proved feeble and vain. Fears of monarchy have now almost ceased or are ridiculed. Monarchist and aristocrat are now used only as epithets to put down some overbold critic of our political system. But in the early days of the Republic, the mass of the people believed that the supporters of the first two administrations desired aristocracy and monarchy. In a new country, however, with unlimited land, the substantial equality of the people in property, culture, and social position is inevitable. Political equality follows naturally. Democracy is given in the circumstances of the case. The yeoman farmer is the prevailing type of the population. It is only when the pressure of population and the development of a more complex social organization produce actual inequality in the circumstances of individuals that a political aristocracy can follow and grow upon a social aristocracy. The United States are far from having reached any such state as yet. These facts were felt, if not distinctly analyzed and perceived, even by those who might, on theory, have preferred monarchical institutions. And, as Washington said, there were not 10 men in the country who wanted a monarchy. The Federalists repaid their opponents with a no less exaggerated fear of their principles and intentions, regarding them as Jacobins and sans-culottes who desired to destroy whatever was good and to produce bloodshed and anarchy. Party spirit ran to heights seldom reached since. partisan abuse outstripped anything since. It was an additional misfortune that the questions at issue were delicate questions of foreign policy and international law. It is a great evil in a republic that parties should divide by sympathy with two foreign nations, and it is the greatest evil possible that they should not believe in each other's loyalty to the existing constitution. The deeper movement which was stirring to affect the general attitude or standpoint from which the Constitution was viewed, a matter, of course, of the first importance under a written constitution, and which was changing the constitutional republic into a democratic republic, did not escape the observation of the most sagacious men of the earliest days. Fisher Ames wrote to Wolcott in 1800, quote, "The fact really is that over and above the difficulties of sustaining a free government, and the freer the more difficult, there is a want of accordance between our system and the state of our public opinion. The government is republican. Opinion is essentially democratic. Either events will raise public opinion high enough to support our government, or public opinion will pull down the government to its own level." End quote. The fact was that the government could not, under the system, long remain above the level of public opinion. The Federalists, assisted by the prestige of Washington's name, held it there for 12 years, but they probably never, on any of the party issues, even with a restricted suffrage, had a majority of the voters. Dating the rise of parties from the time of Jay's Treaty, they had a majority of the House of Representatives only under the excitement of French insult in 1798. The leading men of 1787 through 1788, as has been said, worked industriously and energetically for political objects. The first decade of the Republic had not passed by, however, before men began to estimate the cost and sacrifices of public life, and the worry of abuse and misrepresentation, to compare this with what they could accomplish in politics, and to abandon the contest. To the best public men, professions and other careers offered fame, fortune, honorable and gratifying success. In public life, they struggled against and were defeated by noisy, active men who could not have competed with them in any other profession. Their best efforts were misunderstood and misrepresented. They had no reward but the consciousness of fulfilling a high public duty. Furthermore, they lacked, as a class, the tact and sagacity which the system indispensably requires. The leaders of the Federal Party committed a political blunder of the first magnitude in quarreling with John Adams, whatever may have been his faults. They thereby separated themselves from the mass of their own party, and at a time when parties were so evenly balanced that they required harmony for any chance of success, and they put themselves in the position of a junto or cabal, trying to dictate to the party without guiding its reason. Those of them who had withdrawn from or had been thrown out of political life by the causes above mentioned were most active in this work of disorganization. They had abandoned that sort of task which they had engaged in at the outset, and which, difficult as it is permanently incumbent on the cultured classes of the country to make the culture of the nation homogeneous and uniform by imparting and receiving, by living in and of and for the nation, contributing to its thought and life their best stores, whatever they are. A breach was opened there, which has gone on widening ever since, and which has been as harmful to our culture as to our politics. On the one side, it has been left to anti-culture to control all which is indigenous and American, And on the other hand, American culture has been like a plant in a thin soil, given over to a sickly dilettantism and the slavish imitation of foreign models, ill understood, copied for matters of form, and as often as not, imitated for their worst defects. An actual withdrawal of the ablest men from political life, such as we have come to deplore, began then at this early day. Many others were thrown out for too great honesty and truth in running counter to the popular notions of the day. John Adams incurred great unpopularity for having said that the English Constitution was one of the grandest achievements of the human race, an assertion which Callender disputed with great popular success, by dilating upon the corruption of the English administration under George III, but an assertion which, in the sense in which it was made, no well-informed man would question. Sedgwick laid down the principle that the government might claim the last man as a soldier and the last dollar in taxation, an abstract proposition which is unquestionable, but which Callender disputed, once more with great popular success, by arguing as if it were a proposition to take the last man and the last dollar. Dexter lost a re-election by opposing a clause of the naturalization law, that a foreign nobleman should renounce his titles on being naturalized. It was opposed as idle and frivolous, and favored as if every foreign nobleman would otherwise become, by naturalization, a member of Congress. Hamilton and Knox abandoned the public service on account of the meagerness of their salaries. Pickering, who left office really insolvent, and with only a few $100s in cash, was pursued by charges of corruption on the ground of unclosed accounts. Wolcott, at the end of long and faithful service, was charged with the responsibility for a fire which broke out in his office, as if he had sought to destroy the records of corrupt proceedings. It is no wonder that these men abandoned public life, and that their examples deterred others, unless they were men born to it, who could not live out of the public arena. But it is true now, as it was then, that men of true culture, high character, and correct training can abandon public political effort only by the surrender of some of the best interests of themselves and their posterity. The pursuit of wealth, which is the natural alternative, has always absorbed far too much of the ambition of the nation, and under such circumstances there could be no other result than that a wealthy class should arise, to whom wealth offers no honorable social power, in whom it awakens no intellectual or political ambition, to whom it brings no sense of responsibility, but for whom it means simply the ability to buy what they want, men or measures, and to enjoy sensual luxury. A class of men is produced which mocks at the accepted notions while it uses them, and scorns the rest of us with a scorn which is so insulting only because it is so just. It is based on the fact that we will not undergo the sacrifices necessary to self-defense. This pursuit of wealth was almost the only pursuit attractive to able men who turned their backs on the public service in the early days. In later years, professional careers and scientific and literary pursuits have disputed to a great and greater extent the dominion of wealth over the energies of the nation. But politics have not yet won back their due attraction for able and ambitious men. The Federalists also held a defective political philosophy. They did not see that the strength of a constitutional republic, such as they desired, must be in the intelligent approval and confidence of the citizens. Adams and Hamilton agreed in supposing that some artificial bond must be constructed to give strength to the system. Hamilton looked for it in the interest of the wealthy class, which he wanted to bind up in the system, a theory which would have changed it into a plutocracy. Adams sought the bond in ambition for social eminence, and did not see that where such eminence sprang only from wealth or official rank, the very principle of human nature which he invoked would, under the form of envy, counteract his effort. End section 27. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 23rd of November, 2021. Section 28 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. Politics in America, 1776 through 1876. Part 2 of 4. The presidential election of 1801 having been thrown into the House of Representatives, the Federalists added to their former blunder another, far more grave. Abandoning their claims to principle and character, they took to political intrigue and bargaining in the attempt to elect Burr over Jefferson. Their exit from power might otherwise have been honorable, and they might, as an opposition party, have made a stand for inflexible principle and political integrity. But it was hard for them after this to talk of those things, especially as Burr went on to develop the character which Hamilton had warned them that he possessed. They fell into the position of independent voters, throwing their aid now with one and now with the other faction of the majority. But history does not show that they ever forced either one or the other to adopt good measures, for the obvious reason that the majority possessed the initiative. The purchase of Louisiana seemed to them to transfer the power of the Union to the southern and frontier states, the seat of the political theories which they regarded as reckless and lawless. They feared that the power of the Union would be used to sacrifice commerce and to put in operation wild theories by which the interests of the northern and eastern states would be imperiled, and the inherited institutions of constitutional liberty, which they valued as their best possessions, would be overthrown. The Embargo and Non-Intercourse Acts seemed only the fulfillment of these fears. The recourse of a minority has always been to invoke the Constitution and to insist upon the unconstitutionality of what they could not resist by votes, each party in turn thereby bearing witness to the truth that the Constitution is the real safeguard of rights and liberty. In the last resort also, the minority, if it has been local, and has seen the majority threatening to use the tremendous power of the Confederation to make the interests of the minority subservient to the interests of the rest, has felt its loyalty to the Union decline. How far the Federalists went in this direction, it is difficult to say, but they certainly went farther than they were afterwards willing to confess or remember. They gradually faded out of view as a political power after the Second War, and in the 20s, Federalist became a term of reproach. The opposite party, called by themselves Republicans after 1792, took definite form in opposition to Washington's administration on the question of ratifying Jay's Treaty. They were first called Democrats in 1798, the name being opprobrious. They adopted it, however, first in connection with the former name and the joint appellation Democratic Republicans, or either separately, was used indifferently down to the middle of this century. Jefferson was the leader of this party. He did not write any political disquisitions or aid in the attempts which have been mentioned to form public opinion, but his expressions in letters and fugitive writings struck in with the tide of democracy so aptly and exactly that he seemed to have put into people's mouths just the expression for the vague notions which they had not yet themselves been able to get into words. Jefferson, in fact, was no thinker. He was a good specimen of the a priori political philosopher. He did not reason or deduce. He dogmatized on the widest and most rash assumptions, which were laid down as self-evident truths. He did not borrow from the contemporaneous French schools, for his democracy is of a different type, but both sprang from the same germs and pursued the same methods of speculation. Freneau, Bachy, Callender, and Duane wrought continually upon public opinion, and Jefferson entered into the leadership of the party they created by virtue of a certain skill in giving watchwords and dogmatic expressions for the ideas which they disseminated. The dogmas which Jefferson taught, or of which he was the exponent, were not without truth. Their fallacy consisted in embracing much falsehood, and also in excluding the vast amount of truth which lay outside of them. For instance, the dogma that the voice of the people is the voice of God is not without truth if it means that the enlightened and mature judgment of mankind is the highest verdict on earth as to what is true or wise. This is the truth which is sought to be expressed in the ecclesiastical dogma of Catholicity. But the political and ecclesiastical dogma have the same limitation. This verdict of mankind cannot be obtained in any formal and concrete expression, and is absolutely unattainable on grounds of speculation antecedent to experiment. It is in history only, or rather, it constitutes history. In Jefferson's doctrine and practice, it resolved itself simply into this practical rule: the test of wisdom for the statesman and of truth for the philosopher is popularity. When the statesman has a difficult practical question before him as to what to do, according to this theory, he puts forward what seems to him best as a proposition. If then the return wave of popular sympathy comes back to him with promptitude and with the intensity to which he is accustomed, he infers that he has proposed wisely and goes forward. If there is delay or uncertainty in the response, he draws back. The actual operation of this theory is that if the statesman in question is the idol of a popular majority, the approving response is quick and sure, because the proposition comes from him, not because the tribunal of appeal has considered or can consider the question. If an unpopular man endeavors to use the same test, the answer is doubtful, feeble, hesitating, or impatient, because those to whom he appeals have not the necessary preparation or time or interest to judge in the matter. In general, the theory is popular because it flatters men that they can decide anything offhand by the light of nature or by some prompt application of assumptions as to natural rights or by applying the test of popular dogma or prejudice. It tramples study and thought and culture underfoot and turns their boasts to scorn. On the other hand, it makes statesmanship impossible. Study and thought go for nothing. There can be no authority derived from information or science or training, and no leadership won by virtue of these. If the decision is to come from a popular vote, why not abandon useless trouble and trust to that alone? Such has been the outcome in history, as will appear further on, of the doctrines which are associated with the name of Jefferson, although they really had their origin in the great social tendencies of the time and in the circumstances of the American people. The love of philosophizing about government was a feature in the life of the second half of the 18th century. The method of philosophizing on assumptions was the only one employed. The Americans, with meager experience and high purposes, readily took refuge in abstractions. The habit of pursuing 2 or 3 occupations at once destroyed respect for special or technical knowledge. There seemed to be nothing unreasonable in referring a question of jurisprudence or international law to merchants, farmers, and mechanics, for them to give an opinion on it as a mere incident in their regular occupations. Jefferson himself could sit down and develop out of his own consciousness a plan for fortifications and a navy for a nation in imminent danger of war, with no more misgivings, apparently, than if he was planning an alteration on his estate. The further democracy was pushed, first in theory, then in practice, the more completely was the belief in the equality of all in rights and privileges converted in the minds of the masses into the belief in the equal ability of all to decide political questions of every kind. The principle of mere numbers gradually supplanted the principle of reflection and study. This tendency reaches its climax in the popular doctrines that every man has a right to his opinion and that one man's opinion is as good as another's. We have abundant illustration of the might which it gives to the phrase. It has been well said that men can reason only from what they know, a doctrine which would reduce the amount of reasoning to be done by anybody to a very little. The common practice is to reason from what we do not know, which makes every man a philosopher. Jefferson's election was the first triumph of the tendency towards democracy, a triumph which has never yet been reversed. The old conservatism of the former administrations died out, and it is important to observe that from this time on we have in conflict not the same 2 parties as before, but only factions or subdivisions of the one party which, under Washington and Adams, was in opposition to the administration. The event did not justify the fears which were entertained before the election. Jefferson did not surrender any of the power of the executive. He aggrandized it, as neither of his predecessors would have dared to do. He did not surrender the central power in favor of states' rights, and his foreign policy, governed by sympathy to France and hatred to England, was only too sharp and spirited. It seldom happens to an opposition party coming into power to have the same question proposed to it as to its predecessor, and to put its own policy to trial. This happened to Jefferson. Jay's treaty was hesitatingly signed by Washington, and it gave the country 10 years of peace and neutrality. Pinckney and Monroe's treaty was rejected by Jefferson, and in 6 years the country was engaged in a fruitless war. Madison's administration revived many of the social usages which Jefferson had ostentatiously set aside, in consistency with the general spirit of preference, on the ground of republican simplicity, for what is common over what is elegant and refined. The natural tendency of the party in power to think that what is right, and that while they are comfortable, other people ought to be so, was apparent here. It went on so far during Madison's first term that the leaders thought it necessary to break the monotony and to secure again, in some way, the readiness and activity of political life which had prevailed under Jefferson. They forced Madison into the war with England, a war which brought disturbance into the finances and spread distress among the people, which won some glory at sea only by vindicating the old Federalist policy in regard to a navy, but which was marked by disaster on land until the Battle of New Orleans. At the return of peace in Europe, England was left free to deal with the United States, and a peace was hastily made in which the question of impressment, the only question at issue, was left just where it had been at the beginning. There ensued in our internal politics an era of good feeling. The old parties no longer had any reason to exist. Some of the federal doctrines had been adopted. The Navy was secure in its popularity. The federal financial system had been adopted by the party in power. They had contracted a debt, laid direct taxes, and enlisted armies. When confronted by problems of war and debt, they had found no better way to deal with them than the ways which had been elaborated by the older nations, and which they had blamed the Federalists for adopting. The questions of neutrality had disappeared with the return of peace in Europe. The fears of Jacobinism on the one hand and of monarchy on the other were recognized as ridiculous. If, however, anyone is disposed to exaggerate the evils of party, he ought to study the history of the era of good feeling. Political issues were gone, but personal issues took their place. Personal factions sprang up around each of the prominent men who might aspire to the presidency, and in their struggles to advance their favorites and destroy their rivals, they introduced into politics a shameful series of calumnies and personal scandals. Every candidate had to defend himself from aspersions, from attacks based upon his official or private life. The newspapers were loaded down with controversies, letters, documents, and evidence on these charges. The character of much of this matter is such as to awaken disgust and ridicule. Mr. A tells Mr. B that, when in Washington, he was present at a dinner at the house of Mr. C, at which Mr. D said that he came on in the stage with Mr. E, who told him that Mr. F had seen a letter from Mr. G, a supposed friend of one candidate, to Mr. H, the friend of another candidate, making charges against the first candidate, which he, Mr. G, felt bound in honor to make known. Mr. B publishes his information, and then follow long letters from all the other gentlemen with explanations, denials, corroborative testimony, and so on, in endless reiteration and confusion. It was another noteworthy feature of this period that every public man seemed to stand ready to publish a vindication at the slightest provocation, and that in these vindications a confusion between character and reputation appears to be universal. These faction struggles culminated in the campaign of 1824. The first mention of General Jackson for the presidency seems to be in a letter from Aaron Burr to his son-in-law, Alston of South Carolina, in 1815. An effort was being made to form a party against the Virginia oligarchy. Those who were engaged in it sought a candidate who might be strong enough to secure success. Burr justified his reputation as a politician by pointing out the man, but it was yet too soon. The standard of what a federal officer ought to be was yet too high. The Albany Argus said of the nomination in 1824, "He, Jackson, is respected as a gallant soldier, but he stands in the minds of the people of this state at an immeasurable distance from the executive chair." The name of Jackson was used, however, in connection with the presidency by various local conventions during 1822 and 1823, and although the nomination was generally met with indifference or contempt in the North and East, it soon became apparent that he was the most dangerous rival in the field. The nominations had hitherto been made by caucuses of the members of Congress of either party. Until Jefferson's second nomination, these had been held under a decent veil of secrecy. Since that time, they had exerted more and more complete and recognized control. Crawford was marked for the succession, although he was under some discipline for having allowed his name to be used in the caucus of 1816 against Monroe. The opposing candidates now discovered that caucus nominations were evil, and joined forces in a movement to put an end to them. This movement gained popular approval on general principles. When the caucus was called, naturally only the friends of Crawford attended, 66 out of 216 Republican members. The nomination probably hurt him. It was proudly said that King Caucus was now dethroned, but never was there a greater mistake. He had only just come of age and escaped from tutelage. He was about to enter on his inheritance. General Jackson obtained the greatest number of votes in the Electoral College, and when the election came into the House, a claim was loudly put forward, which had been feebly heard in 1801, that the House ought simply to carry out the will of the people by electing him. This claim distinctly raised the issue which has been described of democracy against the Constitution. Does the Constitution give the election to the House in certain contingencies, or does it simply charge it with the duty of changing a plurality vote into an election? No one had a majority, but the House was asked really to give to a major vote the authority which, even on the democratic theory, belongs to a majority. The election could not but result in the discontent of 3 candidates and their adherents, but the Jackson party was by far the most discontented and most clamorous. They proceeded to organize and labor for the next campaign. They were shrewd, active men who knew well the arena and the science of the game. They offered to Adams's administration a ruthless and relentless opposition. There were no great party issues. Indeed, the country was going through a period of profound peace and prosperity which offered little material for history and little occasion for active political combat. The administration was simple and businesslike, and conducted the affairs of the government with that smoothness and quiet success which belong to the system in times of peace and prosperity. Mr. Adams was urged to consolidate his party by using the patronage of the executive, and the opinion has been expressed that if he had done so, he could have won his re-election. He steadfastly refused to do this. The truth was that a new spirit had come over the country, and that the candidacy of Jackson was the form in which it was seeking admission into the federal administration. Here we meet with one of the great difficulties in the study of American political history. The forces which we find in action on the federal arena have their origin in the political struggles and personal jealousies of local politicians, now in one state and now in another, and the doctrines which are propounded at Washington and come before us in their maturity have really grown up in the states. Rotation in office began to be practiced in New York and Pennsylvania at the beginning of the century. The Federalists then lost power in those states, and their political history consists of the struggles of factions in the Republican Party. Jefferson and Madison taught democracy in Virginia, but it never entered their heads that the low-down whites were really to meddle in the formative stage of politics. They expected that gentlemen planters would meet and agree upon a distribution of offices, and that then the masses should have the privilege of electing the men they proposed. The Clintons and Livingstons in New York were Democrats, but they likewise understood that, in practice, they were to distribute offices around their dinner tables. In the meantime, men like Duane were writing essays for farmers and mechanics, which were read from one end of the Union to the other, in which they were preaching hostility to banks and the moneyed power, hostility to the judiciary, and to the introduction of the common law of England, the election of judicial officers, rotation in office, and all the dogmas which we generally ascribe to a much later origin. These notions even found some practical applications, as in the political impeachment of judges in Pennsylvania in 1804, acts which fortunately did not become precedents. The new constitutions, which were adopted from time to time during the first quarter of this century, show the slow workings of this leaven, together with the gradual adoption of improvements far less questionable. After 1810 began also the series of great inventions which have really opened this continent to mankind. The steamboat was priceless to a country which had grand rivers, but scarcely any roads. In 1817, DeWitt Clinton persuaded New York to commence the Erie Canal, and before it was finished, scores of others were projected or begun. Politically and financially, the system of internal improvements has proved disastrous, but those enterprises helped on the events which we are now pursuing, for they assisted in opening the resources of the continent to the reach of those who had nothing. The great mass of the population found themselves steadily gaining in property and comfort. Their independence and self-reliance expanded. They developed new traits of national character and intensified some of the old ones. They had full confidence in their own powers, feared no difficulties, made light of experience, were ready to deal offhand with any problems, laughed at their own mistakes, despised science and study, overestimated the practical man, and overesteemed material good. To such a class, the doctrines of democracy seemed axiomatic, and they ascribed to democracy the benefits which accrued to them as the first comers in a new country. They generally believed that the political system created their prosperity, and they never perceived that the very bountifulness of the new country the simplicity of life, and the general looseness of the social organism allowed their blunders to pass without the evil results which would have followed in an older and denser community. The same causes have produced similar results ever since. Political machinery also underwent great development during the first quarter of the century. In New York, there was perhaps the greatest amount of talent and skill employed in this work, and the first engine used was the appointing power. The opposing parties were only personal and family factions, but they rigorously used power when they got it, to absorb honors and places. That conception of office arose under which it is regarded as a favor conferred on the holder, not a position in which work is to be done for the public service. Hence, the office holders sat down to enjoy instead of going to work to serve. If some zealous man who took the latter view got into office, he soon found that he could count upon being blamed for all that went amiss, but would get little recognition or reward while things went well, and that the safest policy was to do nothing. The public was the worst paymaster and the most exacting and unjust employer in the country, and it got the worst service. The consequence was that the early political history of New York is little more than a story of the combinations and quarrels of factions, annual elections, and lists of changes in the office holders. The Clintons and Livingstons united against Burr, who was the center of an eager and active and ambitious coterie of young men who already threatened to apply democratic doctrines with a consistency for which the aristocratic families were not prepared. Then they began to struggle with each other until the Livingstons were broken up. Then the Martling men and the Clintonians, the Madisonians and the Clintonians, the Bucktails and the Clintonians, with various subdivisions, kept up the conflict until the Constitution of 1821 altered the conditions of the fight, and Regency and Anti-Regency, or Regency and People's Party, or Regency and Working Men's Party became the party headings. The net result of all this for national politics was the production of a class of finished politicians, skilled in all the work of organization, which in any wide democracy must be the first consideration. Some of these gentlemen entered the national arena in 1824. The Regency was then supporting Crawford as the regular successor. On its own terms, it could have been won for Adams, but this arrangement was not brought about. It did not require the astuteness of these men to see, on reflection, that Jackson was the coming man. He represented a newer and more vigorous application of the Jeffersonian dogmas. His manners, tastes, and education had nothing cold or aristocratic about them. He had never been trained to aim at anything high, elegant, and refined, and had not been spoiled by contact with those who had developed the art of life. He had, moreover, the great advantage of military glory. He had bullied a judge, but he had won the Battle of New Orleans. He had hung a man against the verdict of a court-martial, but the man was a British emissary. It was clear that a tide was rising which would carry him into the presidential chair, and it behooved other ambitious men to cling to his skirts and be carried up with him. End of section 28. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 14th of December, 2021. Section 29 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. Politics in America, 1776 through 1876, Part 3 of 4. It is in and around the tariff of 1828 that the conflict centers in which these various forces were combined or neutralized to accomplish the result. The student of our economic or political history cannot pay too close study to that crisis. For the next 15 years, the financial and political questions are inextricably interwoven. The election of Jackson marks a new era in our political history. A new order of men appeared in the federal administration. The whole force of local adherents of the new administration, who had worked for it and therefore had claims upon it, streamed to Washington to get their reward. It seems that Jackson was forced by the rapacity of this crowd into the reformation of the government. The political customs which had grown up in New York and Pennsylvania were transferred to Washington. Mr. Marcy, in a speech in the Senate, January 24, 1832, on Van Buren's nomination as minister to England, boldly stated the doctrine that to the victors belong the spoils, avowing it as a doctrine which did not seem to him to call for any delicacy on the part of politicians. In fact, to men who had grown up as Mr. Marcy had, habit in this respect must have made that doctrine seem natural and necessary to the political system. The New York politicians had developed an entire code of political morals for all branches and members of the political party machine. They had studied the passions, prejudices, and whims of bodies of men. They had built up an organization in which all the parts were adjusted to support and help one another. The subordinate officers looked up to and sustained the party leaders while carrying the party machinery into every nook and corner of the state, and the party leaders in turn cared for and protected their subordinates. Organization and discipline were insisted upon throughout the party as the first political duty. There is scarcely a phenomenon more interesting to the social philosopher than to observe, under a political system remarkable for its looseness and lack of organization, the social bond returning and vindicating itself in the form of party tyranny, and to observe, under a political system where loyalty and allegiance to the Commonwealth are only names, how loyalty and allegiance to party are intensified. It is one of the forms under which the constant peril of the system presents itself, namely, that a part may organize to use the whole for narrow and selfish ends. The idea of the Commonwealth is lost, and the public arena seems only a scrambling ground for selfish cliques. In the especial case of the New York factions, this was all intensified by the fact that there were no dignified issues, no real questions of public policy at stake, but only factions of the ins and the outs, struggling for the spoils of office. Naturally enough, the contestants thought that to the victors belonged the spoils. Otherwise, the contest had no sense at all. In this system now, fidelity to a caucus was professed and enforced. Bolting or running against a regular nomination were high crimes which were rarely condoned. On the other hand, the leaders professed the doctrine that a man who surrendered his claims for the good of the party, or who stood by the party, must never be allowed to suffer for it. The same doctrines have been accepted more or less at Washington. but in a feeble and timid way. From this time, they grew into firm recognition. Under their operation, politics became a trade. The public officer was, of necessity, a politician, and the work by which he lived was not service in his official duty, but political party labor. The tenure of office was so insecure and the pay so meager that few men of suitable ability could be found who did not think that they could earn their living more easily, pleasantly, and honorably in some other career. Public service gravitated downwards to the hands of those who, under the circumstances, were willing to take it. It presented some great prizes in the form of collectorships, etc., the remuneration for which was in glaring contrast with the salaries of some of the highest and most responsible officers in the government. But, for the most part, the public service fell into the hands of men who were exposed to the temptation to make it pay. After the general onslaught on the caucus in 1824, it fell into disuse as a means of nominating state officers, and conventions took its place. At first sight, this seemed to be a more complete fulfillment of the democratic idea. The people were to meet and act on their own motion. It was soon found, however, that the only change was in the necessity for higher organization. In the 30s, there was indeed a fulfillment of the theory which seems now to have passed away. There was a spontaneity and readiness in assembling and organizing common action which no longer exists. There was a public interest and activity far beyond what is now observable. One is astonished at the slight occasion on which meetings were held, high excitement developed, and energetic action inaugurated. The anti-Masonic movement from 1826 to 1832 is a good instance. The Liberty Party, abolitionists, the Native Americans, the anti-renters, all bear witness to a facility of association which certainly does not now exist. It is, however, an indispensable prerequisite to the pure operation of the machinery of caucus and convention. The effort to combine all good men has been talked about from the beginning, but it has always failed on account of the lack of a bond between them as strong as the bond of interest which unites the factions. During the decade from 1830 to 1840, a whole new set of machinery was created to fit the new arrangements. This consisted in committees, caucuses, and conventions, ramifying down finally into the wards of great cities and guided and handled by astute and experienced men. Under their control, the initiative of the people died out. The public saw men elected whom they had never chosen, and measures adopted which they had never desired, and themselves, in short, made the sport of a system which cajoled and flattered while it cheated them. If a governor had been elected by some political trickery, a little more flagrant than usual, he was very apt, in his inaugural, to draw a dark picture of the effete monarchies of the world, and to congratulate the people on the blessings they enjoyed in being able to choose their own rulers. This period was full of new energy and turbulent life. Railroads were just beginning to carry on the extension of production which steamboats and canals had begun. Immigration was rapidly increasing. The application of anthracite coal to the arts was working a revolution in them. On every side reigned the greatest activity. Literature and science, which before had had but a meager existence, were coming into life. The public journals, which had formerly been organs of persons and factions, or substitutes for books, now began to be transformed into the modern newspaper. The difficulties and problems presented by all this new life were indeed great, and the tasks of government, as well to discriminate between what belonged to it and what did not, as to do what did belong to it, were great. On the general principles of the Democratic Party of the day in regard to the province of government, history has already passed the verdict that they were sound and correct. On the main questions which divided the administration and the opposition, it must pass a verdict in favor of the administration. These issues were not indeed clear, and the parties did not, as is generally supposed, take sides upon them definitely. Free trade, so far as it was represented by the compromise tariff, was the result of a coalition between Clay and Calhoun against the administration, after Calhoun's quarrel with Jackson had led the latter to revoke the understanding in accordance with which Calhoun retired from the contest of 1824 and took the second place. The South was now in the position in which the northeastern states had found themselves at the beginning of the century. The Southerners considered that the tariff of 1828 had subjected their interests to those of another section which held a majority in the general government, and that the Union was being used only as a means of so subjecting them. They seized upon the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions of 1798, which Jefferson and Madison had drawn when in opposition, as furnishing them a ground of resistance, and threw into the tariff question no less a stake than civil war and disunion. On this issue there were no parties. South Carolina stood alone. Banks had been political questions in the states and in the general government from the outset. The history of Pennsylvania and New York furnishes some great scandals under this head. From time to time, the methods of banking employed had called down the condemnation of the most conservative and sensible men, and had aroused some less well-balanced of judgment to indiscriminate hostility. Jackson's attack on the Bank of the United States sprang from a political motive, and he proposed instead of it a bank on the credit and revenues of the government, a proposition too vague to be understood, but which suggested a grand paper machine at a time when the Bank of the United States was at its best. This attack rallied to itself at once all the local banks. The great victory of 1832 was not a victory for hard money so much as it was a victory of the state banks over the national bank. The removal of the deposits was a reckless financial step, and the crash of 1837 was its direct result. The traditional position of the Democratic Party on hard money has another source. In 1835, a party sprang up in New York City as a faction of Tammany, which took the name of the Equal Rights Party, but which soon received the name of the Locofoco Party from an incident which occurred at Tammany Hall, and which is significant of the sharpness of party tactics at the time. This party was a radical movement inside of the administration party. It claimed, and justly enough, that it had returned to the Jeffersonian fountain and drawn deeper and purer waters than the Jacksonian Democrats. It demanded equality with a new energy, and in its denunciation of monopolies and banks went very close to the rights of property. It demanded that all charters should be repealable, urgently favored a metallic currency, resisted the application of English precedents in law courts and legislatures, and desired an elective judiciary. It lasted as a separate party only 5 or 6 years, and then was cajoled out of existence by superior political tactics. But it was not without reason that the name spread to the whole party, for laying aside certain extravagances, 2 or 3 of its chief features soon came to be adopted by the Democrats. On the great measures of public policy, therefore, the position of the administration was not clear and thorough, but the tendency was in the right direction, especially when contrasted with the policy urged by the Whigs. In regard to internal improvements, the administration early took up a position which the result fully justified, and in its opposition to the distribution of the surplus revenue, its position was unassailable. In its practical administration of the government, there is less ground for satisfaction in the retrospect. Besides the general lowering of tone which has been mentioned, there were scandals and abuses which it is not necessary to specify. General Jackson's first cabinet fell to pieces suddenly, under the effect of a private scandal and of the president's attempt to coerce the private social tastes of his cabinet, or rather of their wives. He held to the doctrine of popularity, and its natural effect upon a man of his temper, without the sobriety of training and culture, was to stimulate him to lawless self-will. He regarded himself as the chosen representative of the whole people, charged as such with peculiar duties over against Congress. The will of the people here received a new extension. He found it in himself, and what he found there he did not hesitate to set in opposition to the will of the people as this found expression through their constitutional organs. At the same time, the practice of instructions marked an extension on another side of the general tendency to bring public action closer under the control of changing majorities. Van Buren's election was a triumph of the caucus and convention, which had now been reduced to scarcely less exactitude of action than the old congressional caucus. Van Buren, however, showed more principle than had been expected from his reputation. He had to bear all the blame for the evil fruits resulting from the mistakes made during the last 8 years. Moving with the radical or locofoco tendency, he attempted to sever bank and state by the independent treasury, and in so doing he lost the support of the bank Democrats. This, together with the natural political revulsion after a financial crisis, lost him his re-election. The Whig party was rich in able men, which makes it the more astonishing that one cannot find in their political doctrines a sound policy of government. The National Bank may still be regarded as an open question, and favoring the bank was not favoring inconvertible paper money. But their policy of high tariff for protection, of internal improvements, and of distribution of the surplus revenue has been calamitous so far as it has been tried. They also present the same lack of political sagacity which we have remarked in the Federalists, whose successors in general they were. They oscillated between principle and expediency in such a way as to get the advantages of neither, and they abandoned their best men for available men at just such times as to throw away all their advantages. The campaign of 1840 presents a pitiful story. There are features in it which are almost tragic. An opportunity for success offering, a man was chosen who had no marks of eminence and no ability for the position. His selection bears witness to an anxious search for a military hero. It resulted in finding one whose glory had to be exhumed from the doubtful tradition of a border Indian war. The campaign was marked by the introduction of mass meetings and systematic stump speaking, and by the erection of log cabins which generally served as bar rooms for the assembled crowd, so that many a man who went to a drunkard's grave 20 or 30 years ago dated his ruin from the hard cider campaign. After the election, it proved that hungry Whigs could imitate the Democrats of 1829 in their clamor for office, and if anything, better the instruction. The president's death was charged partly to worry and fatigue. It left Mr. Tyler president. And the question then arose what Mr. Tyler was, a question to which the convention at Harrisburg, fatigued with the choice between Clay and Harrison, had not given much attention. It was found that he was such that the Whig victory turned to ashes. No bank was possible, no distribution was possible, and only a tariff which was lame and feeble from the Whig point of view. The cabinet resigned, leaving Mr. Webster alone at his post. In vain, like a true statesman, he urged the Whigs to rule with Mr. Tyler, since they had got him and could not get rid of him or get anybody else. Like a true statesman, again, he remained at his post in spite of misrepresentation until he could finish the English treaty, and it was another feature of the story that he lost position with his party by so doing. The system did not allow Mr. Webster the highest reward of a statesman, to plan and mold measures so as to impress himself on the history of his country. It allowed him only the work of reducing to a minimum the harm which other people's measures were likely to do. In the circumstances of the time, war with England was imminent, and there was good reason for fear if the negotiation were to fall into the hands of the men whom Mr. Tyler was gathering about him. The Whigs were broken and discouraged, and as their discipline had always been far looser than that of their adversaries, they seemed threatened with disintegration. The other party, however, was divided by local issues and broken into factions. Its discipline had suffered injury, and its old leaders had lost their fire while new ones had not arisen to take their places. The Western states were growing into a size and influence in the Confederation which made it impossible for 2 or 3 of the old states to control national politics any longer. In this state of things, the Southern leaders came forward to give impetus and direction to the national administration. They had what the Southern politicians always had, leisure for conference. They had also character and social position, and a code of honor, which enabled them to rely on one another without any especial bond of interest other than the general one. They had such a bond, common and complete, in their stake in slavery. They could count without doubt or danger on support throughout their entire section. They had a fixed program also, which was an immense advantage for entering on the control of a mass of men under no especial impetus. They had, besides their traditional alliance with the Democrats of the North, an alliance which always was unnatural and illogical, and which now turned to the perversion of that party. They prepared their principles, doctrines, and constitutional theories to fit their plans. Difficulties with Mexico in regard to Texas had arisen during Jackson's administration. These difficulties seemed to be gratuitous and unjust on the part of the United States, and they seemed to be nursed by the same power. The diplomatic correspondence on this affair is not pleasant reading to one who would see his country honorable and upright, as unwilling to bully as to be bullied. Such was not the position of the United States in this matter. It was determined by the Southern leaders to annex Texas to the United States, and to this end they seized upon the political machinery and proceeded to employ it. The election of Polk is another of the points to which the student of American politics should give careful attention. The intrigues which surrounded it have never been more than partially laid bare, but, if fairly studied, they give deep insight into the nature of the forces which operate in the name of the will of the people. The slavery issue was here introduced into American politics, and when that question was once raised, it could not be settled until it was settled right. For 10 years, efforts were made to keep the issue out of politics and to prevent parties from dividing upon it. What was desired was that the old parties should stand in name and organization in order that they might be used while the actual purposes were obtained by subordinate means. A party with an organization and discipline and a history such as the Democratic Party had in 1844 is a valuable property. It is like a well-trained and docile animal, which will go through the appointed tasks at the given signal. It disturbs the discipline to introduce new watchwords and to depart from the routine in order to use reason instead of habit. Hence the effort is to reduce the new and important issues to subordinate places, to carry them incidentally, while the old commonplaces hold together the organization. It is safe to say, however, that in the long run, the true issues are sure to become the actual issues, and that delay and deceit only intensify the conflict. Upon Polk's election, the independent treasury and comparative free trade were fixed in the policy of the government for 15 years, with such beneficial results as to render them the proudest traditions of the party which adopted them. Mr. Calhoun had abandoned the opposition during Van Buren's administration, and had begun to form and lead the Southern movement. His own mind moved too rapidly for his adherents, and he could not bring them to support him up to the positions which he considered it necessary to take. But even as it was, the steps of the Southern program came out with a rapidity and were of a character to shock the imperfectly prepared Northern allies. The Democratic Party of the North was not a pro-slavery party. Whigs and Democrats at the North united in frowning down abolition excitements and in maintaining the compromises of the Constitution. Old-line Whigs and hunker Democrats agreed in the conservatism which resisted the introduction of this question. But when, in 1844, Van Buren was asked as a test question to a candidate whether he would favor the annexation of Texas, the subject of slavery in the territories was thrown into the political arena from the Southern side. It was not then a question of abolishing slavery in the Southern states, which could not have obtained discussion except in irresponsible newspapers and on irresponsible platforms. It was not a question of spreading slavery into the old territories, for Texas and the Indian Territory barred the way to all which the Missouri Compromise left open. It was now a question of taking or buying or conquering new territory for slavery, and everyone knew well that the chief reason for the revolt of Texas was that Mexico had abolished slavery. The South indeed claimed to have suffered aggressions and encroachments in regard to slavery ever since the adoption of the Constitution, and the attempt was now to be made to secure recompense. In the form in which the proposition came up, it was no slight shock to those who had always been in alliance with the South. Party men like Van Buren and Benton drew back. Southerners like Clay resisted. The actual clash of arms, fraudulently brought about and speciously misrepresented, put an end to discussion and aroused a war fever under the pernicious motto, "Our country, right or wrong." If we are a free people and govern ourselves, our country is ourselves, and we have no guarantee of right and injustice if we throw those standards behind us the moment we have done wrong enough to find ourselves at war. The war ended, moreover, in an acquisition of territory, which of course was popular, and it proved that this territory was rich in precious metals, which added to the popular estimate of it. The antecedents of the war were forgotten. Its political results, however, were far more important. Calhoun now came forward to ward off a long conflict in regard to slavery in these territories by the new doctrine that the Constitution extended to all the national domain and carried slavery with it, a doctrine which his followers did not, for 10 years afterwards, dare to take up and rigorously apply, and which divided the Democratic Party of the North. The repeal of the Missouri Compromise and the enactment of the Fugitive Slave Law were only steps in the conflict which was as yet confused, but which was clearing itself for a crisis. The South, like every clamorous suitor, reckless of consequences, obtained wide concessions from an adversary who sought peace and contentment, and who saw clearly the dangers of a struggle outside the limits of Constitution and law. End of section 29. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 20th of January, 2022. Section 30 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. Politics in America, 1776 through 1876. Part 4 of 4. The abolitionists, from their first organization, pursued an irreconcilable course. They refused to vote for any slaveholder, or for anyone who would vote for a slaveholder, and refused all alliances which involved any concession whatever. They more than once, by this course, aided the party most hostile to them, and in the view of the ordinary politician, were guilty of great folly. They showed, however, what is the power of a body which has a principle and has no ambition, and is content to remain in a minority. Probably, if the South had been more moderate, the abolitionists would have attracted little more notice than a fanatical religious sect. But, as events marched on, they came to stand as the leaders in the greatest political movement of our history. The refusal of the Whig Convention of 1848 to adopt an anti-slavery resolution and the great acts above mentioned, together with the popular reaction against a party which, if it had had its way, would never have won the grand territories on the Pacific, destroyed the Whig party. The party managers, enraged at the immense foreign element which they saw added year by year to their adversaries, forming a cohort, as it appeared, especially amenable to party discipline and the dictation of party managers, took up the Native American movement, which had had some existence ever since the great tide of immigration set in. The effort was wrecked on the obvious economic follies involved in it. How could a new country set hindrances against the immigration of labor? Politically, the effect was great in confirming the allegiance of naturalized voters as a mass to the Democratic Party as the party which would protect their political privileges against malicious attacks. The formation of the Free Soil Party, or its development into the Republican Party, brought the extension of slavery into the territories and the extension of its influence in the administration of the government distinctly forward as the controlling political issue. On this issue, the Democratic Party, as a political organization, made up traditionally of the Southern element which has been described, of so much of the old Northern Democratic Party as had not been repelled by the recent advances in Southern demands, and of the large body of immigrants who regarded that party as the poor man's and the immigrant's friend, fell out of the place it had occupied as the representative of the great democratic tide which flows through and forms our political history. This movement has been in favor of equality. It has borne down and obliterated all the traditions and prejudices which were inherited from the old world. It has eliminated from our history almost all recollection of the old federal party with its ideas of social and political leadership. It has crushed out the prestige of wealth and education in politics. It has, by narrow tenures and by cutting away all terms of language and ceremonial observances tending to mark official rank, restrained the respect and authority due to office. The Northern hatred of slavery in the later days was due more to the feeling that it was undemocratic than to the feeling that it was immoral. It was always an anomaly that the Virginians should be Democrats par excellence and should regard the yeoman farmers of New England as aristocrats, when, on any correct definitions or standards, the New England states were certainly the most democratic commonwealths in the world. Slavery was an obvious bar to any such classification, and when slavery became a political issue, the parties found their consistent and logical position. The rise and victory of the Republican Party was only a continuation of the same grand movement for equality. The old disputes between Federalists and Jeffersonians had ended in such a complete victory for the latter that the rising generation would have enumerated the Jeffersonian doctrines as axioms or definitions of American institutions. Every schoolboy could dogmatize about natural and inalienable rights, about the conditions under which men are created, about the rights of the majority, and about liberty. The same doctrines are so held today by the mass of the people, and they are held so implicitly that corollaries are deduced from them with a more fearless logic than is employed upon political questions anywhere else in the world. Even scholars and philosophers who reflect upon them and doubt them are slow to express their dissent, so jealous and quick is the popular judgment of an attempt upon them. The Democratic Party of the 50s was, therefore, false to its fundamental principle of equality when it followed its alliance with the South and allowed itself to be carried against equality for Negroes. Whether there were not subtle principles of human nature at work is a question too far-reaching to be followed here. With the rise of the Republican Party, there came new elements into American politics. The question at stake was moral in form. It enlisted unselfish and moral and religious motives. It reached outside the proper domain of politics, the expedient measures to be adopted for ends recognized as desirable, and involved justice and right in regard to the ends. It enlisted, therefore, heroic elements, sacrifice for moral good, and devotion to right in spite of expediency. At the same time, the issue was clear, simple, single, and distinct. The organization upon it was close and harmonious, not on account of party discipline, but on account of actual concord in motive and purpose. The American system was here seen in many respects at its best, and it worked more nearly up to its theoretical results in the election of Lincoln, a thoroughly representative man out of the heart of the majority, than in any other election in our history. It is probably the recollection and the standard of this state of things which leads men now on the stage to believe that corruption is spreading and that the political system is degenerating. It is one of the peculiarities of the government of the United States that it has little historical continuity. If it had more, or if people had more knowledge of their own political history, the above-mentioned opinion would find little ground. The student of history who goes back searching for the golden age does not find it. All the heroic elements in the political issue of 1860 were, of course, intensified by the war. There was the consciousness of patriotic sacrifice in submitting to loss, bloodshed, and taxation for the sake of an idea, for the further extension of political blessings long enjoyed and highly esteemed. After the war, national pride and consciousness of power expanded naturally, but the questions which then arose were of a different order. They were properly political questions. They concerned taxation, finance, the reconstruction of the South, the status of the freedmen. The war fervor, or the moral fervor of the political contest, could not remain at the former high pitch. There followed a natural reaction. Questions which touched the results of the war brought a quick and eager response. It would not be in human nature that that response should not be tinged by hatred of rebels and by the worst passions which war arouses. For war is at best but a barbarous makeshift for deciding political questions. Let them be never so high and pure in their moral aspects. War drags them down into contact with the lowest and basest passions, with cruelty, rapacity, and revenge. Moreover, it was natural that people should want rest and quiet after the anxiety and excitement of war. Every householder desired to enjoy in peace the political system which he had defended and established by war. He did not care to renew the excitement on the political arena. The questions which arose were no longer such as could be decided by reference to a general political dogma or a moral principle or a text of Scripture. They were such as to perplex and baffle the wisest constitutional lawyer or the ablest financier or the wisest statesman. The indifference and apathy which ensued were remarkable, and they probably had still other causes. The last 25 years have seen immense additions to the number and variety of subjects which claim a share of the interest and attention of intelligent men. Literature has taken an entirely new extension and form. Newspapers bring daily information of the political and social events of a half-dozen civilized countries. New sciences appeal to the interest of the entire community. Educational, ecclesiastical, sanitary, and economic undertakings in which the public welfare is involved demand a part of the time and effort of every citizen. At the same time, trade and industry have undergone such changes in form and method that success in them demands far closer and more exclusive application than formerly. The social organization is becoming more complex. The division of labor is necessarily more refined, and the value of expert ability is rapidly rising. It follows from all this that while public interests are becoming broader and weightier, the ability of the average voter to cope with them is declining. It is no wonder that we have not the political activity of the first half of this century. Instead of grasping at the right to a share in deciding, we shrink from the responsibility. We are more inclined to do here what we should do in any other affair: seek for competently trained hands into which to commit the charge. The frequent elections, instead of affording a pleasurable interest to the ordinary voter, appear to be tiresome interruptions. What he wants is good government, honorable and efficient administration, businesslike permanence, and exactitude. He recognizes in the short terms and continual elections not an opportunity for him to control the government, but an opportunity for professional hangers-on of parties to make a living, and a continually recurring opportunity for schemers of various grades to enter and carry out their plans when people are too busy to watch them. The opinion seems to be gaining ground that, for fear of power, we have eliminated both efficiency and responsibility, that if power is united with responsibility, it will be timid and reluctant enough, and that the voter needs only reserve the right of supervision and interference from time to time. The later state constitutions show a reaction from those of the first half of the century in the length of terms of office, and in the general tendency of the people to take guarantees against themselves or their representatives. There seems also to be a tendency to investigate the theory of appointments or elections to office as a means of devising measures more satisfactory to that end. No system will ever give a self-governing people a government which is better than they can appreciate. But the very belief, to which we have before referred, that the government is degenerating, is the best proof that the public standards as to the personnel and the methods of the government are rising. It seems to be perceived that the plan of popular selection is applicable to executive and legislative officers, but that it is not applicable to the judiciary or to administrative officers. In the one case, broad questions of policy control the choice. In the other case, personal qualifications and technical training in regard to which the mass of voters cannot be informed and cannot judge. In some quarters, an unfortunate effort has been made to charge the duty of making certain appointments upon the judges because, as a class, they retain the greatest popular confidence and because the restraints of their position are the weightiest. This, however, seems to be using up our last reserves. There has been abundant criticism of political movements and circumstances of late years. At first sight, it does not appear to be very fruitful. People seem to pay as little heed to it as devout Catholics do to the asserted corruptions of the Church. But other and deeper signs point to a conservative movement, slow, as all popular movements must be, but nevertheless real. The political party system, which had been developed previous to the war, underwent no change during the heroic period. The doctrines of spoils and of rotation in office were indeed condemned, but it appeared, as it must appear to any new party coming into office, that the interests at stake were too great to be risked by leaving any part of the administration in the hands of disaffected men, and, with some apologies, the changes were made. It is the fate of the party in power to draw to itself all the unprincipled men who seek to live by politics, and to lose its principled adherents as, on one question after another, they disapprove of its actions. The moral and heroic doctrines or sentiments of the Republican Party were just the political principles which offered the best chance to the unprincipled, A man of corrupt character could hate slavery when that was the line of popularity and success, and could be loyal when only loyal men could get offices. The political machinery whose growth has been traced was adopted by the new party as a practical necessity, and the men inside politics still teach the old code wrought out by Tammany Hall and the Albany Regency, not only as the only rules of success for the ambitious politician, but also as the only sound theories on which the republic can be governed. In those quarters where hitherto the refinements of the system have all been invented, a new and ominous development has recently appeared in the shape of the boss. He is the last and perfect flower of the long development at which hundreds of skillful and crafty men have labored, and into which the American people have put by far the greatest part of their political energy. It has been observed that the discipline or coercion which we dread for national purposes and under constitutional forms appears with the vigor of a military despotism in party, and that the conception of loyalty, for which we can find no proper object in our system, is fully developed in the party. Under this last development also we find leadership, aristocratic authority of the ablest, nay, even the monarchical control of the party king. He is a dictator out of office. He has power without the annoyance or restraints of office. He is the product of a long process of natural selection. He has arisen from the ranks, has been tried by various tests, has been trained in subordinate positions, and has come up by steady promotions. All the processes which, when we try to get them into the public service, we are told are visionary and aristocratic. With the now elaborate system of committees rising in a hierarchy from the ward to the nation, with the elaborate system of primaries, nominating committees, caucuses, and conventions, not one citizen in 1,000 could tell the process by which a city clerk is elected. It becomes a special trade to watch over and manage these things, and the power which rules is not the will of the people, but the address with which slates are made up. Organization is the secret by which the branches of the political machinery are manipulated, when they are not, by various devices, reduced, as in the larger cities, to mere forms. In these cases, the ring and the boss are the natural outcome. Anyone who gets control of the machine can run it to produce what he desires, with the exception, perhaps, that he should try to make it produce good. He might find that this involved a reverse action of the entire mechanism, under which it could break to pieces. These developments are as yet local, for the plunder of a great city is a prize not to be abandoned for any temptation which the general government can offer. In some cases they are hostile to the power of the federal office holders where that is greatest and most dangerous, so that they neutralize each other. At the same time, some of the federal legislation in the way of protection and subsidies offers high inducements and abundant opportunities for debauching the public service. There are afforded by the system in great abundance means of rewarding adherents, distributing largesse, collecting campaign funds, and performing favors, and it tends to bind men together in cliques up and down through the service on the basis of mutual assistance and support and protection. Suppose that the ring and the boss should ever be engrafted upon this system. It cannot be regarded as a healthful sign that such a state of things creates only a laugh or a groan of disgust, or at best a critical essay. It seems sometimes as if the prophecy of Calhoun had turned into history. When it comes to be once understood that politics is a game, that those who are engaged in it but act a part, and that they make this or that profession not from honest conviction or an intent to fulfill them, but as a means of deluding the people, and through that delusion acquiring power, when such professions are to be entirely forgotten, the people will lose all confidence in public men. All will be regarded as mere jugglers, the honest and patriotic as well as the cunning and profligate, and the people will become indifferent and passive to the grossest abuses of power, on the ground that those whom they may elevate, under whatever pledges, instead of reforming, will but imitate the example of those whom they have expelled. In the final extension of the conception of the will of the people, and of the position of Congress in relation to it, Congress has come to be timid and faltering in the face of difficult tasks. It knows how to go when people have spoken, and not otherwise. The politician gets his opinions from the elections, and the legislature wants to be pushed even in reference to matters which demand promptitude and energy. Statesmanship has no positive field and has greatly declined. The number of able men who formerly gave their service to mold, correct, and hinder legislation, and upon whom the responsibility for leading on doubtful and difficult measures could be thrown, has greatly decreased. The absence of leaders has often been noticed. The fact seems to be that able men have observed that such statesmen as have been described bore the brunt of the hard work, and were held responsible for what they had done their best to hinder, that they cherished a vain hope and ambition their whole lives long, and saw inferior men without talent or industry preferred before them. It is a sad thing to observe the tone adopted towards a mere member of Congress as such. When one reflects that he is a member of the grand legislature of the nation, it is no gratifying sign of the times that he should be regarded without respect, that a slur upon his honor should be met as presumptively just, and that boys should turn flippant jests upon the office as if it involved a dubious reputation. If the Republic possesses the power to meet and conquer its own tasks, it cannot too soon take measures to secure a representative body which shall respect itself and be respected without doubt or question, both at home and abroad. For the times have changed, and the questions have changed, and we can no longer afford to govern ourselves by means of the small men. The interests are now too vast and complex, and the greatest question now impending, the currency, contains too vast possibilities of mischief to this entire generation to be left the sport of incompetence. The democratic republic exults in the fact that it has, against the expectations of its enemies, conducted a great civil war to a successful result. A far heavier strain on democratic republican self-government lies in the questions now impending. Can we ward off subsidy schemers? Can we correct administrative abuses? Can we purify the machinery of elections? Can we revise erroneous financial systems and construct sound ones? The war appealed to the simplest and commonest instincts of human nature, especially as human nature is developed under democratic institutions. The questions before us demand for their solution high intellectual power and training, great moderation and self-control, and perhaps no less disposition to endure sacrifices than did the war itself. Such a review as has here been given of the century of American politics must raise the question as to whether the course has been upward or downward, and whether the experiment is a success or not. On such questions, opinions might fairly differ, and I prefer to express upon them only an individual opinion. The federal political system, such as it is historically in the intention and act of its framers, seems to me open to no objection whatever, and to be the only one consistent with the circumstances of the case. I have pursued here a severe and exact criticism of its history, as the only course consistent with the task before me, and the picture may seem dark and ungratifying. I know of no political history which, if treated in the same unsparing way, would appear much better. I find nothing in our history to throw doubt upon the feasibility and practical advantage of a constitutional republic. That system, however, assumes and imperatively requires high intelligence, great political sense, self-sacrificing activity, moderation, and self-control on the part of the citizens. It is emphatically a system for sober-minded men. It demands that manliness and breadth of view which considers all the factors in a question, submit to no sophistry, never cling to a detail or an objection or a side issue to the loss of the main point, and, above all, which can measure a present advantage against a future loss, and individual interest against the common good. These requirements need only be mentioned to show that they are so high that it is no wonder we should have fallen short of them in our history. The task of history is to show us wherein and why, so that we may do better in future. If the above sketch of our political history has been presented with any success, it shows the judgment which has been impressed upon my mind by the study of it, namely, that the tenor of the Constitution has undergone a steady remolding in history in the direction of democracy. If a written Constitution were hedged about by all the interpretations conceivable, until it were as large as the Talmud, it could not be protected from the historical process which makes it a different thing to one generation from what it is to another, according to the uses and needs of each. I have mentioned the forces which seem to me to produce democracy here. They are material and physical, and there is no fighting against them. It is, however, in my judgment, a corruption of democracy to set up the dogma that all men are equally competent to give judgment on political questions. And it is a still worse perversion of it to adopt the practical rule that they must be called upon to exercise this ability on all questions as the regular process for getting those questions solved. The dogma is false, and the practical rule is absurd. Caucus and wire pulling and all the other abuses are only parasites which grow upon these errors. Reform does not seem to me to lie in restricting the suffrage or in other arbitrary measures of a revolutionary nature. They are impossible if they were desirable. Experience is the only teacher whose authority is admitted in this school, and I look to experience to teach us all that the power of election must be used to select competent men to deal with questions, and not to indirectly decide the questions themselves. I expect that this experience will be very painful, and I expect it very soon. On the question whether we are degenerating or not, I have already suggested my opinion that we are not degenerating. The lamentations on that subject have never been silent, It seems to me that, taking the whole community through, the tone is rising and the standard is advancing, and that this is one great reason why the system seems to be degenerating. Existing legislation nourishes and produces some startling scandals which have great effect on people's minds. The same legislation has demoralized the people and perverted their ideas of the functions of government, even in the details of town and ward interests. The political machinery also has been refined and perfected until it totally defeats the popular will, and has produced a kind of despair in regard to any effort to recover that of which the people have been robbed. But I think that it would be a great mistake to suppose that there are not, behind all this, quite as high political standards and as sound a public will as ever before. An obvious distinction must be made here between the administration of the government, or the methods of party politics, and the general political morale of the people. Great scandals are quickly forgotten, and there are only too many of them throughout our history. Party methods have certainly become worse and worse. The public service has certainly deteriorated, but I should judge that the political will of the nation never was purer than it is today. That will needs instruction and guidance. It is instructed only slowly and by great effort, especially through literary efforts, because it has learned distrust. It lacks organization, and its efforts are spasmodic and clumsy. The proofs of its existence are not very definite or specific, and anyone in expressing a judgment must be influenced by the circle with which he is most familiar. But there are some public signs of it, which are the best encouragement we have today. End of section 30. Read by Kerry Adams, your book boys, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 16th of February, 2022.
Section 31 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. The Administration of Andrew Jackson, 1880, Part 1. Section 31. Read by Dave Capper. You must have observed that the social sciences, including politics and political economy, are the favorite arena of those who would like to engage in learned discussion without overmuch trouble in the way of preparation. I doubt not that you've also been struck by the fact that these sciences are now the refuge of the conceited dogmatism, which has been expelled from the physical sciences. It follows that the discussions in social sciences are the widest, the most vague, the most imperative in form of statement, the most satisfactory to the writers, the least convincing to everybody else, and that the social sciences make very little progress. The harm does not all come from the amateurs and volunteers who meddle in these subjects. It comes also from false methods and want of training on the part of those of higher pretensions. If, however, the methods which have hitherto been pursued are correct, if any one is able without previous care or study to strike out the solution of a difficult social problem, for which solution, however, he can give no guarantee to anybody else, then the social sciences are given over to endless and contemptible wrangling, and are unworthy of the time and attention of sober men. Such, however, is not the case. The science of life, which teaches us how to live together in human society, and has more to do with our happiness here than any other science, is not a mere structure of our priori whims. It is not a mass of guesses which the guesser tries to render plausible. It is not a tangle of dogmas which are incapable of verification. It is not a bundle of sentiments and enthusiasms and soft-hearted wishes bound together either by religious or by irreligious prejudices. It is not a heap of statistical matter without logic. Whether you regard the social science under the form of law, politics, political economy, or social science in its narrower application, these negatives all apply. It is only under some application of scientific methods and scientific tests that, in this department as in others, any results worth our notice can be won. Now the materials, the facts, and the phenomena of social science are presented to us under two forms. First, as a successive series, viz., in history in which we see social forces at work and the social evolution in progress. Secondly, in statistics, in which the contemporaneous phenomena are presented in groups. Under this view, social science has promise, at least of issuing from its present condition and taking on a steady progress, while it also becomes evident what history ought to be and how we ought to use it. I have thought it necessary to preface the present lecture with this bare suggestion of the standpoint from which I take up my subject. For the study of politics, some questions in political economy, and some social problems, the history of the United States has greater value than that of any other country. All the greater is the pity that this history is as yet written, or all the greater is the humiliation that the only attempts in that direction, which are worth mentioning, have been made by foreign scholars, and are not even in the English language. In American history also, for the study of politics and finance, no period equals in interest the administration of Andrew Jackson. I propose, therefore, in the limited time I can now command, to point out to you that the reasons why this period of our history is worthy of the most attentive study. I may say here that Professor von Holst of Freiburg has perceived the importance and interest of this period, and published a lecture in regard to it which I regard as thoroughly sound and correct in its standpoint and criticism. His views coincide with those which I have been accustomed to present in my lectures on the history of American politics, and I have profited, for my present purpose, by some suggestions of his. Mr. Monroe was the last of the public men of the first generation of the Republic who succeeded to the presidential chair by virtue of a certain standing before the public. During his administration, the old parties died out or were merged in a new party or compromised between the two. There followed during his second administration what was called the era of good feeling, during which there were no party divisions and no strong party feeling. This period was very instructive, however, for anyone who is disposed to see the evils of party in an exaggerated light, for there sprang up no less than 5 aspirants to the secession, whose interests were pushed by personal arguments solely. These arguments took the form also, not of enumerating the services of the candidate favored, but of spreading scandals about his rivals. The newspapers were loaded down with weary correspondence about charges and countercharges against each of the candidates. Mr. Crawford of Georgia obtained the nomination of the Democratic Congressional Caucus in 1824, but loud complaints were raised against this method of nominating candidates. It was demanded that the people should be free from the dominion of King Caucus and should nominate and elect freely. No machinery for accomplishing this was yet at hand, and none was proposed, but the outcry, which was partly justified by the evils of the congressional caucus system, and partly consisted of phrases which were sure of great popular effect, greatly injured Mr. Crawford. He had been Secretary of the Treasury during the financial troubles of the years following the war, and had managed that thankless office on the whole very well, but he had not performed the impossible. He had not brought the finances of the country into a sound condition while allowing the banks to do as they chose. He had not kept up the revenue while trade was prostrated, and he had not crushed the United States Bank while preserving the business interest of the country. He had many enemies amongst those who, on the one side and on the other, thought that he ought to have done each of these things. Hostility to the bank was not as great in 1824 as in 1820. But there was a large party which was determined in this hostility. Mr. Crawford was also said to be broken in health, and this came to be believed so firmly that it has generally passed into history as one of the chief causes of his defeat. It is so accepted by von Holst. Mr. Crawford was disabled from September 1823 to September 1824, but he lived until 1834, spending the last years of his life as a circuit judge, and he was well enough in 1830 to ruin John C. Calhoun's chances of succeeding General Jackson. The next candidate was Mr. Adams, Secretary of State under Mr. Monroe. He enjoyed the support of New England. There was no question of Mr. Adams' abilities, or of his great public services, or of his character, but he was not popular. I do not, of course, think this at all derogatory to him, but you observe that it is hard for a man to despise popularity, and at the same time have enough of it to be elected to office in a democracy. Mr. Adams really liked popularity, and wanted it, and there was a continual strife within him between the aristocrat who sought independent and isolated activity to please himself, and the politician who must please others. It is the explanation of much in his conduct which seemed erratic and inconsistent to his contemporaries. Mr. Clay was the candidate of the West, and Mr. Calhoun of a portion of the South. These men were all in prominent positions, 3 of them in the cabinet and 1 Speaker of the House. On the 20th of August, 1822, the House of Representatives of Tennessee presented another candidate in the person of General Jackson. This gentleman had been educated for a lawyer, and had been on the bench of Tennessee. He was in Congress during the administration of Washington, and voted against a clause in the address of Congress to Washington on his retirement, in which a hope was expressed that Washington's example might be imitated by his successors. As a member of Congress, he had been noticeable only for violence of speech and action. At New Orleans, he had won a creditable military success at the close of a war, which had brought little glory on land. While there, he came into collision with the civil court on refusing to obey a writ of habeas corpus. Some incidents of this event are especially characteristic of the man. He came into court March 31st, 1815, surrounded by the populace, and refused to answer interrogatories. Then, pointing to the crowd, he said to the judge, alluding to the previous judicial inquiry, "I was then with these brave fellows in arms. You were not, sir." He interrupted the judge while he was reading his decision, saying, "Sir, state facts and confine yourself to them. Since my defense is and has been precluded, let not censure constitute a part of this sought-for punishment." The judge replied, "It is with delicacy, General, that I speak of your name or character. I consider you the savior of the country, but for your contempt of court authority, or to that effect, you will pay a fine of $1,000. The general drew his check for the sum and retired. The crowd dragged his carriage to the French coffee house with acclamations and waving flags. He there made a speech. The fine, amounting with interest to $2,700, was refunded by Congress in 1844. In 1818, he had violated the territory of Florida, then a province of Spain with whom we were at peace. He claimed in 1830 that he had done this with the connivance of Mr. Monroe. During the same campaign against the Seminoles, he captured 2 men who were aiding the enemy and were said to be British subjects. A court-martial condemned one of them to death and the other to less punishment. He ordered both executed, thus overruling the verdict on the side of severity. The people might have been divided into 2 great classes according to the opinion of Jackson, which was entertained in 1822. The more sober and intelligent considered him a violent, self-willed, ignorant, and untrained man. They thought that he had perhaps the soldier's virtues and that he had done the country good service as a soldier, but they doubted if he had the first qualification of a ruler, viz., to know how to obey. They thought him quarrelsome, vain, untutored in the forms of civilized life, which teach men to ignore much, to endure more, and to reserve the stake of personal feeling and personal struggle for the last and highest emergencies. They perceived, on the contrary, that he never distinguished great things from small, especially where his own pride was involved, and that he had no reserve at all about throwing his personality into unseemly controversies, which he never shunned but seemed to like. I have already said that these personal criminations and recriminations were common at the time. Mr. Webster is the only prominent public man of the time who succeeded in avoiding newspaper controversies, and he did not altogether escape altercations in the Senate. Public men were continually scenting attacks on their character, and setting vigorously to work to vindicate the same. not perceiving that such vindications always derogate them from the man who makes them. This much ought to be said in excuse for General Jackson if this fault was especially prominent in him. You may imagine how incredible it seemed to persons who formed this estimate of Jackson that anyone could soberly propose him for the chair which had hitherto been filled by Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe. The Federalists of New England had had little affection or admiration for the last three presidents, but they had never been ashamed of them as public men. The other of the two great classes to which I have referred held a very opposite opinion of General Jackson. To them he was a military hero and a popular idol. They liked him better for taking Pensacola in defiance of international law. They liked him for bearding the judge who wanted to enforce the habeas corpus. They thought it spirited in him to hang two Englishmen to solve a doubt. I do not mean that they reasoned much about it, for they did not. At bottom they were actuated by an instinct of fellowship. They recognized a man with the same range of ideas and feelings, the same contempt for history, law, old-world forms, and traditions by which they themselves were actuated. His bluntness, his rollicking, untamed manner, his hit-or-miss arguments, his respect for the popular whim or emotion as the only control he would admit, his plump ignorance which extended omniscience in his boldness, all flattered the populace and won its favor. Here was a hero from amongst themselves, using their methods, despising the restrictions of the cultivated and the learned, a virtuoso in negligence and carelessness of manner, aiming at rudeness and bluntness as things worth cultivating, and elevating want of culture into a qualification of greatness and a title to honor. In order to understand the full importance of this, you must look at some facts in social and political development which had immediately preceded. At the adoption of the Constitution, property qualifications limiting the suffrage was general, but they had been removed steadily and gradually until by 1820 the suffrage was universal throughout almost all of the states. The Jeffersonian ideas of government and policy had also spread steadily and rapidly and had received more and more extended interpretation. They were fallacious and only half true at best, that is to say, they were of the most mischievous order of propositions possible in politics, but in popular use and interpretation they had become worn into a kind of political cant, in which the moiety of truth had disappeared and the residuum of falsehood had become the highest political truth and the badge of political orthodoxy. To use the ballot was held synonymous with freedom. The rule of numerical majority was made equivalent to the republic. The will of the people was held paramount to the Constitution, which is nothing more than saying that to do as you choose is superior to doing as you have agreed. And it had become a political dogma that, if there are only enough of you together, when you do as you have a mind to, you are sure to do right. I use the past tense here, but you will at once perceive that I am describing what is still strong amongst us. Of course, there was, outside of these two classes, a large body of persons scattered as to their political opinions, all the way between the two extremes. But the second class was large and was growing very rapidly from social and industrial causes, which are yet to be specified. During the European wars, the people of the New England states made great gains from commerce. In the Middle States, manufactures began under the protection of embargo and war. In the South, there was less wealth, but the possession of land and slaves created an aristocracy of large political influence over poorer neighbors. In New York, something of the same kind existed, 2 or 3 of the great families struggling with one another for the political control of the state. These were all Democrats of a peculiar type well worthy of study. They professed popular principles while they scorned the populace and led cohorts of uneducated men whom they handled and disposed of as they chose. After the war, the commerce and industry of this country suffered a heavy reverse from which it did not recover until 1820 or 1821. But then came the influence of steam navigation, as the first of the great inventions, together with the factory system and some great improvements in machinery, and the position of the artisan, in spite of the protective policy to which the result was generally attributed as a cause, underwent a steady and very great improvement. In 1825, the Erie Canal was opened, and, together with the application of steam to lake and river navigation, led to an unparalleled development west of the Alleghenies. In the southwestern states, the immense profits of cotton culture led to rapid settlement and development. As early as 1816, the tide of immigration had become marked. It was interrupted during the hard times, but went on again, increasing steadily. Thus, you see that the material prosperity of this country was just taking its great start at the beginning of the 20s. The natural consequence was that there was a great body of persons there who had been used to straitened circumstances, but who now found themselves prosperous, every year improving their condition. Such a state of things is, of course, eminently desirable. Economists and statesmen are continually trying to bring it about. Observe, however, some of the inevitable social, political, and moral effects. This class expanded under the sun of prosperity both its virtues and its vices. It became self-reliant and independent. It feared no mishap. It took reckless risks. It laughed at prudence. It had overcome so many difficulties that it took no forethought for any yet to come. It loved dash and bravado and high spirit. It admired energy and enterprise as amongst the highest human virtues. It scorned especially theory or philosophy, and professed exaggerated faith in the practical man. It never estimated science very highly until science began to lead to patent mixtures for various purposes, and to mining engineering. Then it took to business colleges and technical schools for the dissemination of the same. Especially did this class despise any historical or scientific doctrines which came from the other side of the water. It was a general premise that the new country needed new systems throughout the whole social and political fabric, and that what was enforced by European experience was surely inapplicable here. As against England, this assumption was considered especially strong. In the writings of some of the men who greatly influenced public opinion from 1820 to 1830, this amounted almost to fanaticism. Home industry and internal improvements owed much of their success over the mind of the nation to the industrious use of this prejudice. These subjects were not political issues until 1830. Of course, I have nothing to do with the question which to many would seem to be here the only important one, viz., whether these traits are not noble and praiseworthy, and do not constitute the Americans the first nation in the world. Those are idle questions. Political institutions are not framed to produce noble and praiseworthy men. If any are planned to that end, they always fail. But political institutions follow the social and industrial conditions, if the people adapt themselves to the facts of the case. So it has been here, and although I have used the past tense in this description of the effects of rapid prosperity, you observe that the features are those which still mark our American society as a whole. I have simply to take cognizance of these effects as facts, inseparable from the conditions of that society. Here, then, I come to the assertion to which I desire especially to call your attention under my present subject, that is, that General Jackson's personal popularity and his political influence were not created by him at all, but were simply the results of the fact that he exactly fitted in as the leader into a rising class of persons of small property, low education, and crude notions of politics and finance. Of this class he was the leader as long as he lived. You will recognize here an illustration of the wider historical generalization that the prominent man and his surroundings always act and react on one another, and the old question as to which causes the other is idle. Such being the circumstances in 1822, when Jackson's name was first mentioned in connection with the presidency. The class of persons whom I first described as considering this a bad joke soon discovered their mistake. In the following year, the people of Blount County, Tennessee, held a meeting at which they passed strong resolutions in his support, and it was soon evident to the aspirants of Washington that he was the most dangerous competitor of all. Calhoun hastened to retire into the second place, with the understanding that he was to succeed in 4 years, Jackson having pronounced for 1 term only. Pending the contest in 1823, Jackson was elected United States Senator from Tennessee. The result of the election of 1824 was that Jackson got 99 votes in the Electoral College, Adams 84, Crawford 41, and Clay 37. Clay was thus excluded from the contest in the House. His friends voted for Adams, who got 13 states, Jackson 7, and Crawford 4. The states which voted for Jackson were New Jersey, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Indiana, Alabama, and Mississippi. This election was in many respects important for the history of politics in the country. I'll leave aside all but the relation to Jackson and the political movement which he represented. His friends were by no means content, and they were not quiet in their discontent. They accused Clay of carrying his votes over to Adams by a corrupt bargain, according to which he was to be Secretary of State in the new cabinet. There was less ground for this accusation than for almost any other personal calumny to be found in our political history, but it clung to Mr. Clay as long as he lived. The most significant feature, however, for the political movement of the time was this. General Jackson's supporters claimed that, as he had a plurality of the votes of the Electoral College, it was shown to be the will of the people that he should be president, and that the House of Representatives ought simply to have carried out the popular will, thus expressed, to fulfillment. You observe the full significance of the doctrine thus affirmed. The Constitution provides that the House shall elect a president when the Electoral College fails to give any candidate a majority. It confers an independent choice between the three highest candidates upon the House. Already, the independent choice which the Constitution intended to give to the Electoral College had been abrogated by congressional caucus nominations and pledged elections. It was now claimed that the House should simply elevate the plurality of the highest candidate in the college to a majority in the House. Thus, the antagonism between the permanent specification of the Constitution and the momentary will of the people was sharply defined. It was the antagonism between the general law and the momentary impulse, between sober, dispassionate judgment as to what is generally wise and a special inconvenience or disappointment. I strive to put it into everyday language because it is a phenomenon of human life, which is the same whether it is seen in the character of an individual striving to control his wayward impulses by general principles, or in the political history of a great democratic republic seeking to obtain dignity, stability, and imperial majesty by binding the swaying wishes of the hour under broad and sacred constitutional provisions. It was the opening of that issue which is vital to the Republican issue which cleaves down through our entire political and social fabric, the issue to which parties must ever return and about which they will always form so long as this experiment lasts. The issue, namely, of constitutionalism versus democracy, of law versus self-will, the question whether we are a constitutional republic whose ultimate bond is the loyalty of the individual citizen to the Constitution and the laws, or a democracy in which at any time the laws and the Constitution may give way to what shall seem, although not constitutionally expressed, to be the will of the people. General Jackson was from the time of his election the exponent of the latter theory. I do not mean to say that the issue was clearly defined at the time, or that the parties ranged themselves upon it with logical consistency. Any student of history knows that political parties never do that. Still less do I mean to say that parties since that time have kept strictly to the position on one side or the other of this issue, which their traditions would require. Political history and political tradition have little continuity with us, and the fact has been that the Jacksonian doctrine has permeated our whole community far too deeply. We have had some who merely grubbed in a mole-eyed way in the letter of the Constitution, as indeed Jackson and his fellows did, and we have had others who were and are restive under any invocation of the Constitution. True constitutionalism, however, the grand conception of law, of liberty under law, of the free obedience of intelligent citizens, is what now needs explaining and enforcing as the key to any true solution of the great problems which, as we are told on every side, beset the Republic. I cannot follow the history in detail to show the movements of parties during the next 4 years. Mr. Adams' administration was unfortunate in its attempts to settle the old misunderstandings with England about the West India trade. It got that question into one of those awkward corners, one of which neither party can first seek exit, which the diplomat ought to avoid as the worst form of diplomatic failure. In its home policy, it favored internal improvements and protection to the most exaggerated degree, but the administration was dignified, simple, and businesslike. It was a model in these respects of what an administration under our system ought to be. It presented no heroics whatever, neither achievements nor scandals, an approach, therefore, that millennial form of society in which time passes in peace and prosperity without anything to show that there is either government or history. Nevertheless, the administration did not receive justice from its contemporaries. Mr. Adams seemed always to feel a certain timidity, which he expressed in his letter to the House of Representatives on his election, because he had gone into office without a popular majority. In Congress, he had to deal with an opposition which was factious, disappointed, and malignant, determined to make the worst of everything he did and to make capital at every step for General Jackson. It was a campaign 4 years long, and it was conducted by a new class of politicians who made light of principle and gloried in finesse. The end of the old system of family leadership in New York and the certainty that there would never be another congressional caucus led to new forms of machinery for manipulating the popular power. These were set up under loud denunciations of dynasties, aristocracies, families, dictation, and so on. The most remarkable and most powerful of these new organs was the Albany Regency, which shaped our political history for the next 10 or 15 years. The intrigues of the period culminated in the Tariff Act of 1828, in which Pennsylvania and the South were brought into a strange coalition to support Jackson and a high tariff, leaving New England out of the golden shower of tariff-created wealth, as she held aloof from the support of the popular idol. I regret that I cannot stop to analyze and expose this prime specimen of legislation in which tariff and politics were scientifically intermingled. As for political principles, there were none at stake and none argued in the contest. The struggle was ruthlessly personal. A month before the election, an editorial in Niles' Register used the following language: "We had much to do with the two great struggles of parties from 1797 to 1804, and 1808 to 1815, and we were glad that we are not so engaged in this, more severe and ruthless than either of the others, and we must say derogatory to our country and detrimental to its free institutions and the rights of suffrage, with a more general grossness of assault upon distinguished individuals than we ever before witnessed. Jackson was elected by 178 votes to 83 for Adams. The criticisms which had been made upon Adams' administration were now all used as a basis for representing the entire government as needing reform. This reform took the form of removing all persons in office and replacing them by friends of the new president. Up to this time, the tenure of office in the public service had been during efficiency or good behavior, although instances of removals for political reasons had not been wanting, and there had been many changes when Jefferson went into office. I will only say in passing that the complaints of inefficiency in office and of corruption during Jackson's administration steadily and justly increased. According to a report by Secretary Ewing, in 1841 they were lost to the government between 1829 and 1841 over $2.5 million by defalcations of public officials. The cabinet selected by Jackson at the outset consisted of obscure men remarkable only for their loyalty to the person of the president. It may be said in general of the new appointments of inferior offices that they constituted a deterioration of the public service. Two doctrines were now affirmed as democratic principles which, if they should be accepted as such, would be the condemnation of democracy to all sober-minded men. The first was that of rotation in office, which, if it is a democratic principle, raises inefficiency and venality to permanent features of the public service. You will observe that its effect has been, as a matter of history, to make thousands of people believe despairingly that these things are inseparable from the public service and that elections only determine which set shall enjoy the opportunity. The other doctrine, or democratic principle, was that the victors belong to spoils. This was distinctly enunciated by William L. Marcy on the floor of the Senate. He said that he did not hesitate to avow the principle as a principle. By this principle, corruption in the public service is made a matter of course. I think that these two principles are rotten, and by virtue of their own intrinsic baseness. If anyone is inclined to despair of the Republic now, he ought to remember that there was a time when men shamelessly professed these doctrines as principles. I doubt if anyone would be bold enough to do it today. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Administration of Andrew Jackson, 1880, Part 2, by William Graham Sumner. Read by Dave Capper. Whether General Jackson went into office intending to make war on the United States Bank is a question which has never yet found a solution, but the drift of the evidence is for the negative. During the summer of 1829, some of the New Hampshire politicians of the New School endeavored to obtain the removal of Mr. Jeremiah Mason from the presidency of the Portsmouth branch of the United States Bank. They brought no charge whatever against him, save that he was a friend of Mr. Webster, and they urged that some friend of the administration might make the branch useful in its service. The Secretary of the Treasury, Ingham, endeavored to induce the president of the bank, Biddle, to remove Mr. Mason. Biddle refused to do this. In this controversy, the administration men were in the position of striving to bring the bank into politics on their side, and the bank was in the position of striving to remain neutral in politics. From this, however, dates the great conflict of Jackson's administration. You will greatly err in trying to form any judgment in this matter if you doubt the bona fides of General Jackson. Where his personal value was not at stake, he was genial, good-natured, and generous. In questions of policy, he was easily led up to the point at which he formed an opinion. His opinion might be crystallized, however suddenly, by the most whimsical consideratives, or under the most erratic motives. When he had formed what for him was an opinion, he clung to it with astonishing obstinacy. It rose before his mind as a fact of the most undeniable certainty. The echo of it, which came back to him by virtue of his popularity, seemed to him to sanction it with the highest authority. One who denied it was shameless and unpardonable. One who resisted it deserved any punishment which the fashions of the age allowed. You recognize the description of a strong and originally powerful mind destitute of training. At the outset, the bank was guilty only of neutrality, where he demanded support. At this time it had lived down much of the hatred it had justly incurred at the outset, but there was no difficulty in reviving it. The bank was never in a stronger or sounder condition than in 1829, and it enjoyed high credit both at home and abroad. The word went out, however, that the bank was a monopoly, the possession of the moneyed aristocracy, undemocratic and hostile to liberty. The first blow fell, in spite of some vague premonitory rumors, with great suddenness. In the annual message of December 1829, Jackson incorporated a short paragraph questioning the constitutionality of the bank and proposing a bank on the credit and revenues of the government. The alarm thus created was twofold, first on account of the bank which was threatened, and second on account of the new institution which sounded like a government paper money bank. Parties did not as yet divide on this issue. The strongest partisans of Jackson took up this cry against the bank, but not yet with vigor. The more intelligent supporters of the administration still favored it. In 1830, the message was much milder in regard to the bank, and the Treasury report was even favorable to it. In 1831, however, the message was once more strongly hostile. In the meantime, the President had vetoed an internal improvement bill and taken up a position of hostility to the policy of improvements. The tariff of 1828 had provoked the South to more and more energetic protest until South Carolina adopted the doctrine and policy of nullification. There never was a greater political error, for she alienated the vast body of the nation, even in the South, which might have been brought to oppose protection, but would not favor nullification as a means of destroying it. It was in this connection that Jackson's traits availed to procure him, in his own day, the approval of men like Webster, and has availed to give him a place amongst our political heroes, and in the hearts of people who today know little more about him than that he prevented nullification. He certainly acted with very commendable firmness in giving it to be understood that nullification meant rebellion and war. His attitude, and, far more, the legislation of the session of 1832-1833, including the compromise tariff of March 2, 1833, averted civil war. What part in all this drama was played by his hostility to Mr. Calhoun it is difficult to say. They were now sworn enemies, General Jackson having been informed by Mr. Crawford that Mr. Calhoun, instead of being his friend in the cabinet of Mr. Monroe, had been one of those who disapproved of his acts in the Seminole War in 1878. General Jackson, upon this, diverted the secession from Mr. Calhoun and, after taking a second term himself, gave the secession to Martin Van Buren, a weak and unpopular candidate who had, by virtue of his position in the Albany Regency, given New York to Jackson. Mr. Van Buren was Secretary of State in Jackson's first cabinet, which suddenly exploded in 1831 on a question of social etiquette. He was next nominated to the English mission and went out, but failed of confirmation, an incident only worth mentioning because the hotter partisans of Jackson proposed to abolish the Senate for rejecting one of his nominations. All these and other personalities, which it is impossible to group in any way, and which I cannot follow into detail, played their part in the great drama which was opening. The popular Democratic Party was gaining ground every day. A consciousness of power, a desire to assume public duties from which they had hitherto held aloof, was taking stronger possession of them. On the other hand, an opposition was forming under the name of the National Republican Party, which had a certain vague legitimacy of dissent from the old Federal Party. It adopted as its principles protection, internal improvements, distribution of the public lands, and the National Bank. This party first began to be called Whigs in Connecticut in 1834. It always seemed strangely lacking. It commenced its career as a party by a great blunder, an act which was recognized as such immediately afterwards, and that was the effort to recharter the bank in 1832. It had been the strongest answer of the bank to Jackson's early attacks that its charter did not expire until March 3, 1836, that he had forced the issue of a recharter on the country 6.5 years before that time, and that he had nothing to do with the recharter unless he assumed that he was to be reelected. The National Republican Convention was held at Baltimore on December 12, 1831. Mr. Clay was nominated for president. The petition for a recharter was presented January 9, 1832, as a maneuver in the campaign. Forthwith, the charge of anticipating an exciting question was turned against the opposition. They were charged with bringing the bank into politics, and the bank was forced into the political campaign to defend its existence. The recharter was passed July 4, 1832, and vetoed July 10th. Up to this time, there had been plenty of administration men who favored the bank. This issue, thus forced by the opposition on the eve of election, and thus accepted by the president for his own person, raised bank on anti-bank to a test of political orthodoxy, and, in the political language of the time, many were forced to turn a sharp corner. The issue was now also Jackson versus the bank. And then first did it become apparent to what extent the Jackson party had gained and how thorough was its devotion. The current party names were Jackson and anti-Jackson, and candidates were so designated down to the lowest town officers. The Whigs protested in vain against the folly of this. They argued with men who would not argue, and assumed the force of motives, the powerlessness of which was proved by the fact that men could profess such personal political allegiance. They did not truly appreciate the democracy in which they lived. They suffered themselves to be isolated as a body, and they lost the proper conservative power of an opposition by failing to go with the sentiment of the vast, energetic, growing, if you choose to call it so, vulgar democracy. It is a danger which always besets the Conservative Party here, whose members will always be a minority, and will always find much to offend their refinement in a new community like this. They will always be tempted to withdraw from contact with it, and to gratify their vanity at the expense of all public influence. The consequences of the issue, as it was made in 1832, was that Jackson got 219 and Clay 49 votes in the Electoral College. Things now entered on a new stage. The lower class, which I have hitherto endeavored to characterize fairly, but without timidity, now took on the character of a genuine proletariat. It has been only at few periods that any development of the lowest sections of our population has produced what could properly be called by that name. The period of Jackson's second administration was the most marked of these. In the large cities, trade unions arose, and in certain sections agrarian doctrines were advocated, while there was a general dissemination of socialistic notions. In 1836, there were formal riots and public disturbances of lesser grade. Partly this was due to the arrogance of class success, partly to the flattery of demagogues, and partly to industrial changes and to currency disturbances, which are to be mentioned in a moment. The National Bank being doomed if Jackson should be re-elected, a large money class had been drawn into the administration party, viz., those who wanted to found local banks. The administration party, therefore, included these two branches, to the former or lower of which the nickname Locofoco was given. General Jackson regarded his re-election as a sanction of all that he had done or proposed. According to his principles, the question of wisdom in banking and currency did not come from history or science, but from a majority vote of the people. What is to be noticed, however, is that the people simply assented to whatever he proposed and ratified whatever he did because it was he that did it. There resulted a state of things paralleled in our history only in the case of Mr. Jefferson, that is, an action and reaction between the executive and a popular majority in which each stimulated the other by ready sympathy and mutual support. The President pursued his way without a misgiving, and the opposition in Congress, while they saw their members dwindling and the majority becoming more and more overwhelming, could only express their astonishment at the sudden acts and irregular methods of procedure of the executive. The subservient majority, consisting largely of professional politicians of the new type, recognized that for the time being their occupation of plotting and controlling was gone. Their hopes lay in no independent action, but in loyalty to the chief. I feel here how much I am saying which under other circumstances would require proof, but the proof lies before anyone who will throw aside Benton and Parton and look into the congressional debates and the newspapers of the time. The President now pushed on his hostility to the bank, being doubly enraged by the efforts it had made to fight its own battle and contending against him during the campaign. He avowed his determination to make the experiment of using local banks as fiscal agents of the government. Naturally enough, the banking and commercial world was frightened at experiments, carried on without skill or knowledge and running athwart the financial and business interest of the country. Up to this time, you must remember the administration had not pronounced for specie currency at all, but it was supposed that the President favored a government paper bank. In his bank veto message, he had said that a charter for a bank, which would have been free from objection, might have been obtained by coming to him beforehand. In his first message after his re-election, he raised a question whether the public deposits were safe in the bank and whether the government shares in the bank ought not to be sold. In spite of all that had gone on before, these were startling questions. A majority of the Committee of Ways and Means found the deposits safe. The minority made some strong and undeniable points against the bank. During the summer of 1833, Amos Kendall was appointed agent to see what banks could be engaged to take the public deposits. On August 19th of that year, the 5 government directors of the bank made a report showing the amount expended by the bank in printing during the campaign, and on September 18th, 1833, the President read to his cabinet a paper setting forth the reasons why the public deposits should be removed from the United States Bank. The Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Duane, refused to give the order for removal and was dismissed. Mr. Taney was made secretary, and he ordered that no further sums should be deposited in the bank by collectors or others. December 3, 1833, he reported to Congress his reasons for doing this. On December 9th, the government's directors sent in a memorial to Congress, saying that they had been shut out from a knowledge of the affairs of the bank. On March 28, 1834, the Senate, after having tried in vain to pass a more specific censure, resolved that the President had assumed upon himself authority and power not conferred by the Constitution and the laws. On April 15th, the President sent in a protest against this resolution, saying that if he had been guilty of violating the Constitution, he ought to be impeached, not censured by resolution. This protest the Senate refused to register. They could not impeach him, and the House was far from thinking of such a thing. In fact, the question of status of the Secretary of the Treasury is a delicate one. Some independent responsibility is laid upon him, according to the laws of 1789 and 1800, but as he is liable to be dismissed by the President, he cannot have an independent responsibility. The resolution of the censure was expunged on January 16, 1837. In the House of Representatives on April 4, 1834, it was resolved that the bank ought not to be rechartered, that the deposits ought not to be restored, that the state banks ought to be made depositories of the public funds, and that a select committee on the bank should be raised. The majority of this committee reported on May 22nd that the bank had refused to submit to investigation, while the minority, Everett and Ellsworth, reported that the majority had made unreasonable demands. On February 4, 1834, the Senate had referred to the Finance Committee an inquiry in regard to the bank, and at the next session, on December 18, 1834, the committee reported by John Tyler favorably to the bank in every respect, In the message of December 1834, the President reviewed the whole war against the bank and summed up the charges against it. Therewith, the political and congressional war over the old bank came to an end with a full victory for the administration. The earliest announcement of the policy of the administration in favor of a metallic currency was in a reply made by the President in February 1834 to a deputation from Philadelphia who came to complain of the hard times. According to the report they gave, the President was very rude and violent. He ascribed all the trouble to the monster, as he called the bank over and over again. He declared that he would introduce a specie currency and that the government should use no other. He evidently knew little of the laws of money and finance, and although much which he and his supporters afterwards urged in support of this policy was as true and sound as any propositions in physical science, yet it was mixed up with fallacies which neutralized it, and it degenerated into a kind of fanaticism about the precious metals. The measure of distributing the deposits amongst local banks and thereby stimulating bank credits was destructive to the other measure of introducing a specie currency. The distribution of the surplus revenue, which had accumulated in the banks amongst the states, was an opposition measure that was passed on account of the foolish belief, which so often leads our politicians astray, that there was political capital in it. Jackson signed the bill, but he criticized it in his next message, giving plain and statesmanlike reasons against it. I must mention one other institution which took its rise in this period, and that is the National Convention. I've already mentioned the Convention of the National Republicans at Baltimore in 1831. The Jackson men held one at Baltimore on May 21, 1832. With this invention, our political institutions entered on a new phase, and politician acquired a new meaning. The power of party, the binding force of caucus agreements, the conception of bolting a regular nomination as the highest political crime were developed first in the ranks of the Jackson Party, but speedily followed to the best of their ability by the opposition. The Tammany Club of New York was the school in which these political arts were cultivated to the highest pitch, to be imitated elsewhere. There had been loud shouts over the downfall of King Caucus when, in 1824, the candidate of the Congressional Caucus was defeated. But the fact that King Caucus had only just come of age and was entering into his inheritance. Behind the convention speedily arose the class of politicians vulgarly known as wire pullers, who spent their time between elections in intriguing and plotting and distributing. The Albany Regency found that its power slipped away into the hands of those more secret operators. There sprang up men who did not care for office, who lived no one knew how, or who took offices which to them were sinecures while they wielded the real political power. The convention proved to be an engine well adapted to the purposes of this class. It had all the forms of freedom, publicity, and popular initiative, while the real manipulation was astonishingly easy for 2 or 3 shrewd and experienced men. I'm using the past tense here again for decency's sake. I wish that I could do so because the things I describe were really matters of history. You see now that I have spared nothing whatever here, neither national pride, nor party prejudice, nor hereditary family feeling. My business is simply with the truth of history so far as it is attainable, and so far as I am able faithfully to state it. It would be very easy now to say that Andrew Jackson demoralized American politics, and to throw upon his memory the blame for all political troubles, shames, and problems which we are every day reminded. Such, however, would be very far from the inference I want to draw. I have tried to emphasize the fact that Jackson himself was only a typical and representative man in and of his time, that it is often difficult to say whether he led or was carried forward. His administration, in the view I have tried to present, was only the time at which a certain tendency came to victory. It was only a case of the conflict which constitutes great political parties under all governments, the conflict between the radical and conservative tendencies. The radical tendency had won one victory under Jefferson, and coming into office had become conservative. In Jackson's elevation, a new radical tendency, more excessive than the first, came to victory. I have shown also in my criticism on the Whig Party how it fell out of sympathy with the great movement which was going on, and which was inevitably conditioning the social and economic circumstances of the country. This tendency has still pursued its way down to our own times. The party which organized under Jackson became involved in the slavery question by combinations which it would be most interesting to study, but this will be only a passing phase, a temporary issue in our political life, and only a feature of the history of the concrete Democratic Party, not of the great democratic tendency. The doctrines of the Jacksonian democracy have permeated nearly the whole country. They have come to be popularly regarded as postulates or axioms of civil liberty. Those who deny them are the scholars, the historians, the philosophers, the bookmen of every grade, and they deny them under their breath, at the penalty of sacrificing all share in public. It is certain, however, that this issue must come back to its permanent form, and that the political strife must be waged between the conservative and the radical theories of politics. Between those two lay the greater stress on law, and those who lay the greater stress on liberty. Between those who see political health chiefly in the social principle, and those who see it chiefly in the individual. Between constitutionalism and democracy. This will not come about by any critical reflections of mine or by those of any other political philosopher. It will come about by experience and by instinct rather than by reflection. For the evils and corruptions of which we daily complain arise from democratic theories of politics, developed and applied without reference to the actual circumstances of the case, and under assumptions which are false. Experience has convinced nearly all of us who are willing to think about the matter that rotation in office is mischievous to the public interest and demoralizing to the men who enter the public service. Experience has long since brought home to us the shame of the doctrine that to the victors belong the spoils. Experience has shown us the evils of frequent elections and short terms of office, and it is continually opening the eyes of more and more of us to the evils of electing a large number of administrative officers and making them independent of each other. Experience has shown us the inapplicability of the principle of election to the selection of judges. Experience is showing that the notion of the responsibility of a party is a delusion, and that the notion of responsibility to the people is only a jingle of words. And as new constitutions are formed, we find that they continually take more guarantees from the people against themselves. On the contrary, the path of reform lies in the direction of stronger constitutional guarantees and greater reverence for law as law. Any conservative party which fulfills its function in this country will have to take its stand on that platform. Its reforms must be historical, not speculative. They must be founded in the genius and history of the country. The democracy here, in the sense of the widest popular participation in public affairs, is inevitable until the land is taken up and the population begins to press upon the means of subsistence, that is to say, for a future far beyond what we need take into consideration. Our whole history shows this, and the part which I have discussed shows conclusively what we may also all see in our own daily observation, that the men, the parties, the theories which oppose themselves to this tendency are swept down like seeds before a flood. It is idle to ask whether is it a good tendency. It is a fact whose causes arise from the deepest and broadest social and economic circumstances of the country. But there is a foundation for true constitutionalism in the traditions of our race and in our inherited institutions, in our inherited reverence for law, which is all that keeps us from going the way of Mexico and Peru. The philosophers and bookmen have no great role offered them in a new country. They will always be a minority. They will always be holding back in the interest of law, order, tradition, history, and they will rarely be entrusted with the conduct of affairs. But, since their lot is cast here, if they withdraw from the functions which fall to them in this society, such as it is, they do it at the sacrifice not only of duty, but also of everything which makes a fatherland worth having, to them or to their posterity. The fault which they commit is the complement of that committed by their opponents. For the notion which underlies democracy is that of rights, tenacity in regard to rights, the brutal struggle for room for oneself, and still more specifically for equal rights, the root principle of which is envy. This was abundantly illustrated in Jackson's day. The opposition of his supporters to bank and tariff had no deeper root than this, and the name they chose for themselves as descriptive of their aims was the Equal Rights Party. But the principle of political life lies not in rights, but in duties. The struggle for rights is at best war. The subjection to duty reaches the same end, reaches it far better, and reaches it through peace. Still less is there any principle of political health in the idea of equality of rights, much as some people seem to believe the opposite. In political history, it has been a melancholy province of France to show us that if you emphasize equality, you reduce all to a dead level of slavery, with a succession of revolutions to bring about a change of masters. If, then, the classes which are by education and position conservative withdraw from public activity, pride themselves on their cleanness from political mire, and satisfy themselves at most with a negative and destructive interference at the polls from time to time, the conception of political duty with them must be as low as their opponents, and I will add that they will at best turn from one set of masters to another under a general and steady deterioration in the political tone of the country. If we have today a society in which we go our ways in peace, freedom, and security, a society from the height of which we look back upon the life of the 16th and 17th centuries with a shudder, we owe it to no class of men who wrote satirical essays on contemporary politics and said to one another, "What is the use?" Eliot and Hampden and Sidney and these revolutionary heroes whose praise we are just now chanting did not win for us all the political good we owe them by any such policy as that. There was no use, as far as anyone could see, in their cases. They risked persecution, imprisonment, the axe, and the scaffold, and their puny efforts seemed ridiculous in the face of the task they undertook, but they never stopped to think of that. They saw that it was the right thing to do then to speak or to resist, and they did it and let the end take care of itself. Now we Americans of today have no heroic deeds to perform. We have no fear of the stake or the axe for political causes. We are not called upon to do any grand deeds. Perhaps it would be easier if we were. If we had a Caesar at Washington, I would warrant him his Brutus within a fortnight. But we have need of the same sense of duty which has animated all the heroes of constitutional government and civil liberty. And I am not sure but we need some of their courage also, for it demands at least as much moral courage to beard King Majority as it ever did to beard King Caesar. Nothing less than the experiment of self-government is at stake in the question whether thousands of citizens are capable of that form of duty, which makes a man work on without results and without reward, even, it may be, in the face of misrepresentation and abuse, simply because he sees a certain direction in which his efforts ought to be expended. Such, however, I conceive to be the calling of the conservative classes of this country, at least for this generation. We have undertaken to govern ourselves, and we are just finding, now that the country is filling up and its cities growing large, that it is a great task, that it takes time and thought, that we need any and all resources of science and experience which we can call to our aid. And we are finding especially that the forms of law and of the Constitution are every year more essential, and the untamed forces of society more dangerous. No supernatural interference will come to our assistance. No man, no committee, no party, no centralized organization of the general government can rid us of our difficulties and yet leave us self-government. Nor can we invent any machinery of elections or of government which will do the work for us. We have got to face the problems like men, animated by patriotism, acting with business-like energy, standing together for the common weal. Whenever we do that, we cannot fail of success in getting what we want. So long as we do not do that, our complaints of political corruption are the idlest and most contemptible expressions which grown men can utter. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. The Commercial Crisis of 1837. The decade from 1830 to 1840 is the most important and interesting in the history of the United States. The political, social, and industrial forces which were in action were grand, and their interaction produced such complicated results that it is difficult to obtain a just and comprehensive view of their relations and influences. In the first place, the United States advanced between the Second War with England and 1830 to a position of full and high standing in the family of nations. The security and stability of the government were accepted as established. England and France, on the other hand, just before and after 1830, were involved in social and political troubles of an alarming kind. By contrast, the United States, with a rapidly increasing population, expanding production and trade, a contented people, and a surplus revenue offered great attractions to both laborers and capital. At the same time, the pride of the Americans in their country produced self-reliance, energy, and enterprise which laughed at difficulties. New means of transportation by steamboats and canals were opening up the country and assuring to the population the advantages of a new and unbounded continent. Production, therefore, offered high returns in both labor and capital. The advantages of a new country were credited to the political institutions of democracy, and increasing prosperity, due to the fresh resources brought within reach, was held to be proof of the truth of the political dogmas entertained by the workers. A sort of boyish exuberance, compounded of inexperience, ignorance, and fearless enterprise, marked politics as well as industry. Jackson's election in 1828 brought power to a party which had been produced by these circumstances. The war debt of 1812 became payable in the years after 1824 and was distributed over the period down to 1835. With growth and increasing prosperity, the revenue increased with such rapidity that the debt could be paid almost as fast as it became payable. The chief purposes for which the Bank of the United States had been founded in 1816 were to provide a sound and uniform paper currency convertible with specie of uniform value throughout the Union, and to act as fiscal agent for the government, holding the revenue wherever collected and dispersing the expenditures wherever they were to be made. The interest of the government and the people was the motive, and a bank charter was a contract with the bank to perform the services for specified considerations. One of the considerations was the right of the bank to use the deposits as loanable capital. The government was not bound to keep any balance over expenditure, but the revenue was so large that the bank came to hold annually increasing average deposits from 5 to 8 or 9 millions of public money, which it used for profit. From this vicious arrangement, two consequences followed. First, public attention was directed to the deposits, not as existing for the public service, but for the profits of the bank. And, second, the public considered itself entitled to claim something of the bank besides true business credit in the matter of discounts. Jackson opened the war on the bank publicly in his first message. Sharp correspondence had been going on already between the Secretary of the Treasury and the bank, which had reached such a point that the Secretary had referred to the removal of deposits as a power in his hands to coerce the bank. Generally speaking, the state of the bank and the state of the currency were satisfactory in 1830, but the bank had begun in 1827 to issue branch drafts which stimulated credit and soon produced mischief. Of the war on the bank it is not necessary to speak in detail. In December 1831, Clay was nominated for president by the National Republicans, and he and his friends determined to bring on the question of the recharter of the bank as a campaign issue. The recharter was passed by Congress and vetoed by the president in 1832. The issue in the campaign was thus made up between the personal popularity of Jackson and of the bank. The former won an overwhelming victory, which he construed to mean that the people had weighed the question of rechartering the bank and had decided against it. In September 1833, he removed the deposits from the National Bank on his own responsibility and placed them in selected state banks which would agree to keep 1/3 of their note circulation in coin, redeem all notes on demand, and issue no notes under a $5 denomination. This was to be an experiment. In the meantime, the administration was eagerly pressing on the extinction of the public debt. The consequences were such as to prove that, however popular such a policy may be, it may easily be carried too far. The public deposits were loaned by the bank to merchants, then recalled and paid to the public creditors, and then reinvested by them, so that the money market was subjected to recurrent and sudden shocks. The withdrawal and transfer of the deposits constituted another and more violent operation of the same kind, so that there was a crisis and panic in the spring of 1834. The 8 or 9 millions of public deposits were a continual source of mischief to the money market. By the contraction of the Bank of the United States to pay the deposits, and the contraction of the state banks to put themselves within the rule for receiving the same, the currency, in the summer of 1834, was perhaps better than ever before. The Coinage Act of June 1834 turned the standard over from silver to gold. The deposit banks were urged to discount freely so as to satisfy the public with the change. Banks were organized in great numbers all over the country to take the place of the great bank and to get a share of the profits of handling the public money. On January 1st, 1835, The debt was all paid, and the government had no further use for its surplus revenue. There was but one correct and straightforward course to pursue in such a case, and that was to lower taxes so as not to collect any surplus. But this the Compromise Act forbade. The surplus revenue was the greatest annoyance to the protectionists, who wanted to keep duties high for incidental protection, and they proposed scheme after scheme for distributing the lands, or the proceeds of the lands, or, finally, the surplus revenue itself, so as to cut down the revenue without reducing the import duties. With the increase of banks and bank issues, speculation began. It became marked in the spring of 1835 and went on increasing for 2 years. Cotton was rising in price, for the new machinery and new means of transportation in England, together with the extension of joint stock banks there, had given a great stimulus to the cotton manufacturer. There was an increasing demand for the raw material. It followed that the cities in which the exchange and banking of all this industry were carried on also enjoyed great prosperity. Railroads were just being introduced, and ships were needed to transport the products. Thus, from natural causes, the period was one of immense industrial development. The great need for carrying it on was capital, and the political incidents which brought about or encouraged the bank expansion may be regarded as accidental. The combination of the two, in fact, however, produced a wild speculation. The banks furnished credit, not capital, and being restrained by usury laws from exerting through the rate of discount the proper check upon an inflated or speculative market, they embarked with the business community on a course where all landmarks were soon lost. No sooner, however, was this condition of the commercial and banking community well established than a new shock was given by another political interference. The administration had now advanced to the point of desiring to establish a specie currency for the country. The object was laudable, and the means taken were proper, but, following as they did in the train of the events already mentioned, they produced new confusion. In 1836, various acts were passed to bring about a specie currency, and in July of that year the Secretary of the Treasury ordered the receivers of public money to take only gold and silver for lands. The circumstances warranted this order. The sale of lands had risen from $2 or $3 to $24 million in a year, and the amount was paid in the notes of banks, which deserved no credit. If the nation was not to be swindled out of the lands, the measure was necessary. It then became necessary for the purchasers of land to carry specie to the West, and vast amounts of it accumulated in the offices of the receivers, or were transferred at great trouble and expense to deposit banks. The specie was obtained from the Eastern banks, and inasmuch as the whole existing system had pushed them to the utmost limit of expansion, these demands for specie were embarrassing. 2 points here deserve notice. It is strange to see what a superstition about specie had taken possession of the public mind. It was regarded as a good thing to have, but too good to use. A specie dollar was regarded as an excuse for its owner to print and circulate from 3 to 20 paper ones, but it was not regarded as having any other use. The withdrawal of the specie basis from an inflated paper was no doubt a serious blow to the whole fabric, but if the paper had not been redundant, the transfer of specie to the West could only have forced an importation of so much more. This superstition about specie also prevented any demand upon the banks for specie for any purpose. Such a demand was regarded as a kind of social or business crime. Hence, the convertibility of the notes was a polite fiction. The second point worth noticing is that the bank advocates continually talked about the credit system when they meant the system of issuing credit bank notes, and they grew eloquent about the advantages of credit, as if those advantages could only be won by using worthless banknotes and not by lending gold or silver or capital in any form. We are not yet, however, at the end of the political acts which threw the money market into convulsions. The opposition succeeded, in the summer of the presidential election year 1836, in passing an act to deposit with the states the surplus over a balance of $5 million in the Treasury on January 1st, 1837. The amount was 37 millions. This sum was scattered in 89 deposit banks all over the country. Its distribution was, therefore, controlled by local pressure and political favoritism, not by the needs of the government, for it did not need the money at all, or by the demand and supply of capital. The banks had regarded it as a permanent deposit and had loaned it in aid of the various public and private enterprises which were being pushed on every hand at such a rate that labor was said to be drawn away from agriculture so that the country was importing breadstuffs. It was now to be withdrawn and transferred once more, and this time it was said that, if these deposits were such an advantage, the states ought to have it, and could then, as well as the banks, be called on to give back the money whenever it might be needed. The deposit took place in 1837 in 3 installments, January, April, and July, and amounted to 28 millions. The 4th installment was never paid. The money was all squandered, or worse. The charter of the Bank of the United States was to expire on the 3rd of March, 1836. 1 year before that time, the directors ordered the Exchange Committee to loan the capital as fast as it should be released on stocks, so as to prepare for winding up. From this resolution dates the subsequent history of the bank, for the Exchange Committee consisted of the president and 2 directors selected by him, to whose hands the whole business of the bank was hereby entrusted. The branches were sold and the capital gradually released through 1835, but in February 1836, an act was suddenly passed by the Pennsylvania legislature to charter the United States Bank of Pennsylvania, continuing the old bank. The act was said to have been obtained by bribery, but investigation failed to prove it. The most open bribery was on the face of it, for it provided for several per-local schemes of public improvement, for a bonus and loans to the state by the bank, and for abolishing taxes, provisions which secured the necessary support to carry it. During the year 1836, the money market was very stringent. The enterprises, speculations, and internal improvements demanded continual new supplies of capital. The amount of securities exported grew greater and greater and kept the foreign exchanges depressed. American importing houses contracted larger and longer debts to foreign agents. The money market in England became very stringent likewise, and these long credits became harder and harder to carry. 3 English houses, Wilson, Wilds, and Wiggins, had become especially engaged in these American credits, which they found it necessary to curtail. The winter was one of continual stringency, aggravated by popular discontent, riots, and trade union disturbances, arising from high prices and high rents. The failures commenced on the 4th of March, 1837, the day that Van Buren was inaugurated, in Mississippi and Louisiana. Herman, Briggs and Company of New Orleans failed, with liabilities said to be from 4 to 8 millions. As soon as this was known in New York, their correspondents, J. Allan S. Joseph and Company, failed. The first break in the expanded fabric of credit therefore came in connection with cotton. The price had advanced so much during the last 3 or 4 years as to draw many thousands of persons who had no capital into cotton production, but the profits were so great that a good crop or 2 would pay for all the capital. The planters of Mississippi especially had accordingly organized themselves into banking corporations and issued notes as the easiest way to borrow the capital they wanted. From 1830 to 1839, the banking capital of Mississippi increased from 3 to 75 millions, which of course represented one credit built upon another, on renewed and extended debt, as the old planters bought more slaves and took up more land instead of paying for the old, or as new settlers came in. Mississippi was therefore indebted to the Northeast for the redemption of their immense bank debt, or for the capital bought with it. The high rates for money in England and this country at last checked the rise of cotton in 1836. Bad harvests and high prices for food fell in with the glut of manufactured cotton, and when cotton began to fall, ruin was certain. As soon as the revulsion came, it ran through the whole speculative system. The new suburbs which had been laid out in every city and village never came to anything. Western lands lost all speculative value, and railroad and canal stock fell with rapidity. The final resort for help was to Mr. Biddle. The calamity most apprehended was a shipment of specie, and the effort was to gain an extension of credit or the substitution of a better for a less known credit. The Bank of the United States had high credit in Europe, and indeed all over the world. Ultimately, payment must be made by crops yet to be produced or forwarded. Biddle entered into an agreement with the New York banks, which seemed to have been only partially carried out, but he sold post-notes payable 1 year from date at Barney's in London. He received 112 1/2 for these, specie being at 107. The bonds were discounted in England at 5%. United States bank stock was at 120. The situation in England was so serious that all seemed to depend on remittances from the United States. The Bank of England extended aid to the 3 Ws to the extent of £500,000 on a guarantee made up in the city, and opened a credit of £2 million for the United States Bank, if 1/2 the amount should be shipped in specie. To this condition, the United States Bank would not agree. The proposition attributed to the Bank of the United States a strength which it did not possess. The management of the Bank of England in this and the 2 following years was bad, and did much to enhance the mischief in both countries. France participated in the distress, although there had been no speculation there. A delegation of New York merchants was sent to Washington on May 3rd to ask the president to recall the specie circular, to defer the collection of duty bonds, and to call an extra session of Congress. In their address to him, they sum up the situation. In 6 months at New York, real estate had shrunk 40 millions. In 2 months, 250 firms had failed, and stocks had shrunk 20 millions. Merchandise had fallen 30%, and within a few weeks, 20,000 persons had been thrown out of employment. Early in May, 3 banks at Buffalo failed. On May 8, the Dry Dock Bank, New York, failed. On the 10th, all the New York City banks suspended. The militia were under arms, and there were fears of a riot. On the 11th, the Philadelphia banks suspended because the New York banks had, and because, although they had plenty of specie for themselves, they had not enough for the whole Atlantic seaboard. They said, however, that they were debtors on balance to New York. As the news spread through the country, the banks, with few exceptions, suspended. It was one of the notions born of the bank war that the United States Bank was guilty of oppression when it called on state banks for their balances, and the state banks had practiced leniency towards each other. Bank statements of the period show enormous sums was due to and from other banks. This was what carried them all down together, for one could not stand alone unless its debits and credits were with the same banks. During the summer, the governors of several states called extra sessions of the legislatures. The president had refused to recall the specie circular or to call an extra session of Congress, but the embarrassments of the Treasury forced him to do the latter. The collection of duty bonds was deferred and the revenue thereby cut off. The public money was in the suspended banks, and the Treasury, nominally possessed of 40 millions, at the very time when part of the sum was being paid to the states, had to drag along from day to day by the use of drafts on its collectors for the small sums received or by chance left over in their hands since the suspension. As notes under $5 had been forbidden by nearly all the states, and as specie was at 10% premium, all small change disappeared, and the towns were flooded with notes and tickets for small sums, issued by municipalities, corporations, and individuals. The most interesting fact connected with this commercial credit is that New York and Philadelphia took opposite policies in regard to it, and thus offered, in their differing experience, an experimental test of those policies. The New York legislature passed an act allowing suspension for 1 year. The New York policy then was to contract liabilities and prepare for resumption at the date fixed. The Philadelphia policy, in which Mr. Biddle was the leader, was to wait without active exertions for things to get better. In his letter of May 13 to Adams, Biddle said that the bank could have gone without trouble, but that consideration for the rest forced him to go with them. What especially moved him was that, if the Pennsylvania banks had not suspended, Pennsylvanians would have had to do business with a better currency than the New Yorkers, which would have been unfair. Mr. Biddle knew perfectly well that the exchanges would arrange all that. He was an adept at writing plausible letters. The truth, which was not known until 4 years later, was that the capital of the bank had never been withdrawn from the stock loans, that the chief officers of the bank were plundering it, and that the suspension was not more welcome to any institution in the country than to the great bank. The jealousy between New York and Philadelphia was very great at this time. Mr. Biddle's personal vanity seems to have been greatly flattered when, in March, he was called on by the New Yorkers to help them. He was still the leading financier of the country. The businessmen could not spare him, even if the government had thrown him off. There seems also to be some evidence that he hoped that a great and universal revulsion would force the general government to recharter his bank. The success of his post notes in England and France was another source of gratified vanity to him. In his theory of banking, he was one of those who believed that the redemption of the banknote is affected by the merchandise. Hence, banking was, for him, an art by which the banker regulated commerce through expansions and contractions of the circulation according to the circumstances which he might observe in the market. The first effect of the opposite courses taken by New York and Philadelphia was very favorable to his views. The Southern trade was transferred from New York to Philadelphia. Southern notes were at a discount of 20 or 24%. Receiving these notes from the merchants, the bank employed them through Bevan and Humphreys in buying cotton. This operation began in July and was intended to move the cotton to Europe in order to meet the post notes of the bank when they should become due. The firm of Biddle and Humphreys was also formed and established at Liverpool as the agent of this operation. In the extension of the transaction, cotton was bought and paid for by drafts on Bevan and Humphreys of Philadelphia, which drafts were discounted by the bank. Biddle and Humphreys, having sold the cotton, remitted the proceeds to Mr. Jandon, former cashier of the bank, sent to England as its agent in July. To all this, it must be added that the bank assumed the function of securing for its producers a good or fair price for cotton. Jandon's instructions were to protect the interests of the bank and of the country at large. If the bank had simply been a strong, sound bank intent on earning profits, it would have sent 2 or 3 millions to Europe, selling exchange at 112, and would not have suspended. The rest of the story would then have been very different for all concerned. The arrival in June of a ship in England with $100,000 specie sufficed to sustain American credit and to revive American securities. When the credit of a debtor is tainted, nothing revives it like a payment. The extra session of Congress met on September 4. The fourth installment of the State Deposit Fund was postponed until January 1, 1839, but it was locked up in the suspended banks, and, as the former installments had been drawn from the better banks, the balance due was in all the worst banks of the country, those of the southwestern states. As they had loaned it to their customers, it was, in fact, amongst the people of those states. A law was passed to institute suit against these banks unless they paid on demand or gave bonds to do so in 3 installments before July 1, 1839. There were only 6 deposit banks then paying specie. 1 was new, 4 had not suspended, and 1 had resumed. Power to call on the states for the funds deposited with them was taken from the Secretary of the Treasury and held by Congress. Interest-bearing Treasury notes were provided for 1 year to meet expenses, and an extension of 9 months was given on duty bonds. At this session, the sub-treasury system was brought forward as an administration measure. It split the party. The Bank Democrats, state bank interest, which joined the Jackson Party in 1832 to break down the United States Bank, went into opposition. The advocates of the credit system said the sub-treasury scheme, by giving the government control of the specie in the country, would give it control of all credit. Meanwhile, Benton said the 80 million specie in the country was its bulwark against adversity. And the Locofocos said that anyone who exported specie was a British hireling, so that there was a fine confusion of financial notions. In the fall, the English money market became much easier, and the same tendency appeared here. Specie at New York was at about 7% premium, but steadily declining. Prices of breadstuffs remained high, flour $9 to $9.50 at New York, and the stagnation of industry was complete. Migration to the west was large. On August 18, the New York banks called a convention of banks to deliberate on resumption. The Philadelphia banks frustrated the proposition by refusing. A convention met in October, but adjourned without action until April. On the 7th of April, the New York banks had assets 2.5 times their liabilities, excluding real estate, and were creditors of the Philadelphia banks for $1,200,000. They had reduced their liabilities from $25,400,000 on January 1, 1837, to $12,900,000 on January 1, 1838, and the foreign exchanges were favorable. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. The Commercial Crisis of 1837, Part 2. The Bank Convention met April 1, 1838, and voted by states to resume January 1, 1839, without precluding an earlier day. New York and Mississippi alone voted nay, the former because the date was too remote, the latter because it was too early. New England joined Philadelphia and Baltimore for the later day. Mr. Biddle published another letter in which he blamed the rigor of the contraction at New York. He wanted to remain prepared to resume, but not resuming, and looked to Congress to do the work. The exchange between New York and Philadelphia was then 4.5% against the latter. The southwestern exchanges were growing worse. On May 1st, the Philadelphia banks resolved to pay specie for demands under $1. The Bank of England engaged to send £1 million in specie to support resumption, and did send £100,000, but then receded from the undertaking. Its stock of specie was now very large and increasing. The New York banks resumed during the first week in May, the Boston and New England banks generally at the same time. Specie was coming into New York. On May 31st, Congress repealed the specie circular, whereupon Mr. Biddle published another letter saying that since Congress had acted, he saw his way to resumption and would cooperate. The bank had, at this time, over 13 millions loaned on bills receivable. That is, on securities put in the teller's drawer as cash to replace cash taken out. After the adjournment of Congress on July 9, there was a much better feeling, especially on account of the defeat of the sub-treasury bill, and on July 10th, Governor Rittner of Pennsylvania published a proclamation requiring the banks to resume on August 13th and to pay and withdraw all notes under $5. On July 23rd, a bank convention composed of delegates from the Middle States met at Philadelphia. It was agreed to resume on August 13th. The Philadelphia banks were obliged to contract very suddenly, and money was very dear there. As soon as they resumed, there were demands on them from New York, exchange being against them. This caused excitement and indignation. The banks generally declared dividends as soon as they resumed. Elsewhere, here and in England, money was easy and the times rapidly improving. There was, however, a feverish and uncertain market for cotton. Biddle and Humphreys were carrying an immense stock, and buyers and sellers differed as to prices. On December 10, 1838, Biddle published another letter to Adams in which he reviewed his policy of the last 2 years and withdrew the bank from all its former public activity. He says it abdicates its involuntary power. He defended the cotton speculations, saying that he had saved the great staple of our country from being sacrificed by introducing a new competitor into the market. Here, then, was a buyer who had gone into the market on purpose to bull someone else's property. His fate could not be very doubtful. At the same time, the Liverpool market was very dull, and the spinners were curtailing their demands because the supply was under the control of speculators. It was true, as was asserted, that the crop was short, but the buyers took this for a speculator story, and, anticipating a break in the corner and a fall in price, they refused to buy. The speculation no doubt unduly depressed the price. The southwestern agents of the Bank of the United States were offering advances from 2 to 5 cents above the market price to secure consignments to Biddle and Humphreys, and Mr. Jandon, because he had lost instead of winning confidence, was paying ruinous rates for money to carry on his operations. During the winter, most of the southern and western banks resumed, at least nominally, but as the spring of 1839 approached, the southern exchanges again fell and many of the banks suspended again. On March 29th, Biddle resigned the presidency of the bank, saying that he left it strong and prosperous. The stock fell from 116 to 112, but soon recovered. The money market became stringent again, influenced by fears of the South. In March, by speculative sales, by the diminution of stock, and by the real shortness of the crop, cotton was forced up 1 1/4 pence at Liverpool, and Biddle and Humphreys sold out their entire stock. The net profit was $600,000. This was regarded as a great triumph, and as a complete vindication of Biddle's policy. In July 1839, the Bank of the United States paid a semi-annual dividend of 4%, its last one. The success of the cotton speculation led to a plan for renewing it on a grander scale. On June 6th, an unsigned circular was published at New York, which proposed a scheme for advancing 3/4 of the value at 14 cents on all cotton consigned to Biddle and Humphreys. They were to hold on until prices vigorously rally. The agent, Mr. Wilder, declared that this had nothing to do with the United States Bank, so far as he knew. It was, however, a scheme of the bank. The Southwestern notes were falling lower and lower, and the post notes issued in the Southwest the year before were now falling due and were not paid. The pressure of this fell on Philadelphia, where money was up to 15% and the banks were curtailing. The news from England was also bad. Cotton was down 2 cents. The specie of the Bank of England was rapidly declining, and money was at 5%. The arrangements from this side in 1837 had simply consisted in renewals or extensions, and as yet few payments had been made. Stocks, etc., were sent over, but they fell upon a glutted and stringent market, and the prices declined. These securities, therefore, did not furnish means of payment, and specie shipments were found to be necessary. The Bank of the United States had prevented any shipment of specie by offering all the bills demanded at 109.5, and Mr. Jandon had been obliged to adopt the most reckless means to meet these bills. In August, he wrote to Biddle and Humphreys to supply him with money at a sacrifice of cotton. Life or death to the Bank of the United States is the issue. The bank here urged Bevan and Humphreys to direct their agents to meet Jandon's demands, and the bank assumed the loss. In August, the bank sent an agent to New York to draw all the bills he could sell on Hottiger at Paris, to draw the proceeds in specie from the New York banks, and to ship it to meet the bills, the object being to force the New York banks to suspend in order that their example might again be quoted. The bank also sold its post notes at a discount of 18% per annum in Boston, New York, Baltimore, and smaller places, and gathered up capital to meet the emergency at Philadelphia caused by the failure of the Southern remittances. The money markets in all these cities were very stringent until October. On the 9th of that month, the Bank of the United States failed on drafts from New York, and on the 10th, the news was received that the drafts at Hottiger had been protested. He had given notice that he would not pay unless he was covered, and the drafts arrived before the specie did. Jandon succeeded in getting Rothschild to take up the bills. The amount was 7 million francs. The banks south and west of New York and some of the Rhode Island banks now suspended again. Specie at Philadelphia was at 107 to 107.5. United States Bank stock at 70. On October 15th, it was at 80 and sold at New York at 1/4 premium. Scarcely any New York City notes were in circulation. This suspension was the real catastrophe of the speculative period which preceded. A great and general liquidation now began. Perhaps as many as 200 of these banks never resumed. The stagnation of industry lasted for 3 or 4 years. The public improvements so rashly begun were suspended or abandoned. The states were struggling with debts contracted. Some repudiated. Some suspended the payment of interest. The New England states and New York escaped all the harsher features of this depression and emerged from it first. In proportion as we go further south and west, we find the distress more intense and more prolonged. The recovery was never marked by any distinct point of time, but came gradually and imperceptibly. The credit of the Bank of the United States bore up wonderfully under the shock of its second suspension. Its friends were ready to attribute its misfortunes to conspiracies, jealousy, or any other cause but its own faults. They did not indeed know its internal history. It might have recovered if it had not been ruined from within. The cotton speculations showed a loss, in the summer of 1840, after saddling the bank with all possible charges, of $630,000 for the speculators. The legislature of Pennsylvania ordered the banks to resume January 15, 1841. On the 1st of January 1841, a statement of the assets of the bank was made, when it appeared they had consisted of a mass of doubtful and worthless securities. The losses to date were over 5 millions, according to the report of the directors, but over 17 millions, taking the stocks at their market value. The bank resumed January 15th, with the other Philadelphia banks, and the great bank loaned the state $400,000, agreeing to loan as much more. In 20 days, the Philadelphia banks lost 11 millions in specie, of which 6 millions were taken from the Bank of the United States. On February 4, the bank failed for the third and last time. Its final failure was said to be due to stock jobbers. Suits were at once begun in such numbers that all hope of ever resuscitating it had to be abandoned. Its deposits, when it failed, were $1,100,000, and its notes in circulation $2,800,000. 27 millions out of the 55 millions of its capital were held in Europe. The stock in March 1841 was at 17. A committee of the stockholders reported in April showing the internal history of the bank for 5 years. This brought out from Mr. Biddle 6 letters of explanation, defense, and recrimination, which are valuable chiefly for the further insight they give into the history. As to the winding up of the bank, it is very difficult to obtain information. Private inquiries led to the following results. 3 trusts were constituted, one for the city banks to which the bank owed 5 or 6 millions, one for the note holders and depositors, and one for the other creditors. The city banks, the note holders, and the depositors were ultimately paid in full. The other claims were brought up by 1 or 2 persons who took the assets. What they made of them is not matter of history. The attempt of the Pennsylvania banks to resume in January 1841 had been the signal for similar attempts in the other states. The banks on the seaboard as far south as South Carolina generally resumed, and in the western and Gulf states some took the same step. All were indebted to the Northeast, and were asked to pay as soon as they said they were ready to pay. Like the Philadelphia banks, they succumbed to this demand. The Virginia banks held out until April, when the suspension was once more universal south of New York. All states except New Hampshire, Vermont, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Delaware had debts, amounting in all to nearly 200 millions. The southern states had generally contracted these debts to found banks. The middle and western states had contracted debts for public works. In the former case, the profits of the banks were expected to cover the interest on the debt. In the latter case, the works were expected to be remunerative in a short time, and the interest was provided for in the meantime by bank dividends, on stocks owned by the state, which only constituted another debt, by taxes on banks, and by royalties. Both schemes were plausible and might have been successful if managed with good judgment and moderation. Under the actual circumstances, they were subject to political control, the methods of which were reckless and ignorant. The consequence was that when credit collapsed, and the English market no longer absorbed the state stocks with avidity, the states found themselves heavily indebted, bound to pay large interest charges, and without the anticipated revenue. The state banks of the South had loaned their borrowed capital to legislators and politicians, and had no assets but suspended debt. The improvement states had become heavily indebted to their own banks, and depended on bank dividends to pay interest. The state banks held state stocks as assets, and when these declined in value, the banks became insolvent. Thus, the banking system was interlocked with the state finances and with the mania for improvements unwisely planned and attempted without reference to the capital at command. The aversion to taxation was very strong, and as taxation was delayed, one state after another defaulted on its interest. The delinquent states were Pennsylvania, which laid taxes in 1840 but inadequate to meet the deficiency, Michigan, of which the Bank of the United States held $2 million in bonds not paid for when it failed, Mississippi, of which the same bank held $5 million in bonds, the obligation of which was disputed and never met, Indiana, whose debt was 1/5 of the total valuation, Illinois, Louisiana, Maryland, and Arkansas, and Florida Territory. Total amount, 111 millions. In 5 years, the Bank of the United States gave to Pennsylvania $3 million, subscribed nearly $500,000 to public improvements by corporations, and loaned the state $8.5 million. In 1857 to 1858, Pennsylvania sold out her works, which had cost $35 million, for $11 million. The bonds deposited in New York to secure circulation had a par value of $4 6/10 millions, but were worth only $1 6/10 millions on the 1st of January, 1843. As early as March 1841, this decline caused a panic in safety fund and free bank notes at New York. Pennsylvania now entered on another experiment which threatened to ruin her remaining banks, as the reckless demands on the Bank of the United States had helped to ruin that institution. On May 3, 1841, the legislature passed, over a veto, a Relief Act. The object was to secure a loan of $3 million from the banks. The act allowed them to issue that amount in small notes, which they were to subscribe at a 5% loan. They were to redeem the notes in 5% stock on demand in amounts over $100. The stocks were then at 80 and specie at 70% premium. The best financial writer in the country at the time, Gouge, Said of this act, Pennsylvania, after having borrowed as much as she could in the old-fashioned way from banks and brokers and domestic and foreign capitalists, resolved to extort a loan of $1 a head from every washerwoman and woodsawyer and everybody else within her limits who had $1 to lend. But as washerwomen and woodsawyers and other dollar people cannot long dispense with the use of their funds, it was necessary to give these certificates of loan in a circulating form, so that the burden might be shifted from one to another day by day, or, if necessary, 2 or 3 times a day. The summer of 1841 was marked by intense distress in Pennsylvania. A table of the best investment stocks of Philadelphia shows a shrinkage between August 1838 and August 1841, from 60 million to 3.5 millions. The wages class was exposed to the bitterest poverty and distress. The Pennsylvanians attributed the trouble to the want of a protective tariff. For a time, in the autumn, the relief notes seemed to act beneficially. The banks took them, and they circulated at par with the rest of the state currency. In January 1842, the Girard Bank failed, and about the same time the Pennsylvania and 3 others less important, and by March a crisis was reached worse than anything which had preceded. A bill was suddenly passed by the legislature commanding immediate resumption. An amendment was proposed that the banks should no longer be bound to receive the relief notes, although the state should do so. The amendment was afterwards withdrawn, but the relief notes were ruined. They fell, some to 75 and some to 50 in state currency, and then became merchandise, after 6 months and 3 days of use. Capital was now not to be had at 4% per month, but this bankruptcy had cleared the situation. The 11 banks which had not failed agreed to resume on March 18th. The exchanges with New York turned in favor of Philadelphia. The years 1842 and 1843 were years of Great Depression. The banks throughout the West and South were liquidating, after which they either perished or resumed. From 1843, a new sound and healthy development of industry and credit began. The recovery, however, was very slow, and banks sprang up again sooner and faster than anything else. The total amount of relief notes issued in Pennsylvania was 2 1/10 millions. In January 1843, the amount outstanding was, of depreciated $639,834 of specie value, issued by banks which had resumed, $240,801. Bicknell's reporter said, if anyone can devise an immediate plan whereby the people can get rid of about $700,000 of paper trash, he will be entitled to the name of a public benefactor. In February 1843, the legislature ordered the treasurer to cancel 100,000 of the relief notes at once and 100,000 monthly until all were destroyed. But in June 1843, there were still $684,521 out. This is certainly a melancholy story of the way in which people who enjoy the most exceptional chances of wealth and prosperity can squander them by ignorance of political economy and recklessness in political management. Banks were regarded as means of borrowing capital, not as institutions for lending it. If there was anywhere a group of needy speculators, they secured a bank charter, elected themselves directors, gave their notes for the stock, printed a lot of banknotes, loaned the notes to themselves, and went out and with the notes bought the capital they wanted. Bank after bank failed with an immense circulation afloat and no assets but the notes of its directors, who had failed too. When the United States had 30 or 40 million surplus on hand, and these banks could get the custody and handling of it for an indefinite period, because the country had no need for it, it can readily be understood why banks multiplied. The banks were encouraged to lend this deposit freely to the public, which they were by no means loath to do, for that was the only way to gain a profit on it. They lent it, not once, but 2 or 3 times over. The New York Bank Commissioners pointed out the danger of a system in which the borrower came directly into contact with the bank which issued the currency. If a man was eager to borrow and pay high interest, and the bank had only to print the notes to accommodate him, there was every stimulus to overissue. If the borrower engaged in any enterprise, he raised the price of everything he bought. When he became engaged in his enterprise and wanted more capital, he went back to the bank more eager and more ready to pay high interest than ever, and the operation was repeated. In 1836, on top of the inflation, the rates for money were 12 and 15% throughout the year, with a very tight money market. The banks and the business community could not throw the blame on each other. They stimulated each other and went on in their folly in hand. The penalties, however, were not fairly distributed. The banks suspended, as they called it. That is, when asked to pay their debts, they said they would not, and they enjoyed a complete immunity in this respect, while people outside who could not pay had to fail. I have tried, within the limits to which I am bound, to show how many elements were combined in this period and how they were all interwoven. There are political elements: the tariff element, the movement of population to the new land, the fiscal operations of the general government, the revolution in the coinage, the mania for public improvements, the reckless creation of state debts, and the war on the United States Bank. Any one of these might have accounted for a financial crisis in an old country, and the fact that the catastrophe produced by all combined was not greater here is a striking proof of the vitality of the country and the wonderful advantages which it was wasting. On the 4 or 5 years of inflated prosperity, there followed 4 or 5 years of most slow and grinding distress. 1843 is the year of lowest prices in our history, and the year of severest restriction in industry. In 1842, the United States Treasury was under protest and actually bankrupt, and American credit was so low that an agent of the general government who was sent to Europe to try to place a loan of only $12 million there could not do it at all. In that same year, however, out of what income it did have, the general government distributed $600,000, which came from land, amongst the states. As for calling back any of the 28 millions deposited with the states, no effort of the kind was ever made. The states were complaining that the fourth installment, to which they had a right, had never been paid to them. The question is sometimes mooted whether a national debt is a curse or a blessing. There can be no doubt whatever that a national surplus is a curse. In the years before 1837, there had been a great deal of eloquence spent upon the credit system. After 1837, this matter was dropped. By the credit system, they meant the multiplication of banknotes which were false promises. The notion was that the system of using these in business gave poor men an easier chance to get rich. At first, they were loaned easily at low rates. Then, as prices rose and speculation became active, interest advanced. The poor men found themselves forced to submit to more and more ruinous renewals, all the heavier because of the usury law, until they lost all they had ever really owned. The question, then, is how much better off than they were would the poor men of 1830 have been in 1845 if they had gone on slowly earning and saving capital and making no use of credit at all. As it was, the poor men of 1830, after supposing themselves rich in 1836, were all bankrupt in 1845. Such is the course of every inflation of the currency. It is proved by hundreds of instances, and there is no delusion which it seems so hard to stamp out of the minds of men as this, that in business we can make something out of nothing, although we cannot in chemistry or mechanics. Nothing more surely tempts the man without capital to his ruin than the easy credit which accompanies the first stages of inflation. It is worthwhile also to reflect for a moment on the results of the two plans for dealing with the crisis, the New York plan and the Philadelphia plan. When an error has been committed in this world, we always have to bear the penalty for it. If we do not like the stripes on one side, we can turn and take them on the other. But when nature inflicts penalties for her broken laws, we never can squirm out of the way. In this case, then, when the folly had been perpetrated, the punishment had to be suffered. The only choice was whether to take it quick and heavy or light and long. The New Yorkers chose the former way. The contraction was severe and painful while it lasted, but it was soon over. From May 1838, the New York banks resumed and held on without further default, and the New York business recovered and entered upon a new course of growth from that time. The Philadelphians took the other course. They made it easy for the debtors and waited for the storm to blow over. The consequence was that the debts increased still further. The advantage in trade over New York proved short-lived and terribly expensive, for the goods were not paid for. The confusion and distress lasted 4 years longer than in New York, and the total loss was very much greater. For the last 5 years, we have been under the same necessity as that which oppressed the country in 1837. We have been following the Philadelphia plan, and I may give you my opinion that we have not been wise. I think that we might have escaped 3 years ago with far less loss and might have been 3 years further on the road to new prosperity. In conclusion, let me draw your attention to the lesson of this history in regard to resumption. There was no resumption, you see, until the currency had been reduced to the limits of the actual specie necessity of the country, or even below it. Either voluntarily or by bankruptcy, the redundant paper had to be withdrawn. Such has been the case in every other instance of resumption that I know of, which has been real and permanent. Applying this to our own present circumstances, I ask myself whether the amount of paper now in circulation is in excess of the requirement of the country, and there seems to me every reason to believe that it is. If that is so, resumption cannot be real and permanent until a portion of it has been redeemed and withdrawn. The interest in resumption of the great body of industrious, sober, and thrifty citizens cannot be exaggerated. Renewed prosperity on a solid basis is impossible until after a complete return to specie value. There are those, however, who want to live by anything but honest labor, who will find their best chance when prices are fluctuating and currency is continually changing in value. They have schemes and interests which resumption must destroy. They have done all they could to make it fail, and they are watchful and eager to see it fail. If it does fail, it will be a great national calamity, on account of the authority which it will offer to these prophets of evil, if for no other reason. Resumption with us now stands at just that point where the lightest preponderance of force may turn it one way or the other, may ensure its success or cause its failure. It is a great gain to get our faces set in the right direction. It arouses the national pride in the success of resumption. It silences opposition and malevolent efforts against it. It makes it very much easier to take the requisite steps to ensure success, for they involve no pain at all, nothing but economy and prudence in the national finances, the avoidance of unnecessary expenditure, and the postponement for a time of certain expenditures proper in themselves. If the country needs $600 million to do its business with, then the withdrawal of a portion of the paper would simply bring gold into circulation, and resumption would be placed beyond a doubt. If the country does not want $600 million to do its business with, then we cannot sustain specie payments with that amount afloat, and we have still before us more of the experience of 1842 and 1843. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. The Science of Sociology, 1882. Footnote 58. Speech at the farewell banquet to Herbert Spencer, held November 9, 1882. End footnote. In the present state of the science of sociology, the man who has studied it all is very sure to feel great self-distrust in trying to talk about it. The most that one of us can do at the present time is to appreciate the promise which the science offers to us, and to understand the lines of direction in which it seems about to open out. As for the philosophy of the subject, we still need the master to show us how to handle and apply its most fundamental doctrines. I have the feeling all the time, in studying and teaching sociology, that I have not mastered it yet in such a way as to be able to proceed in it with good confidence in my own steps. I have only got so far as to have an almost overpowering conviction of the necessity and value of the study of that science. Mr. Spencer addressed himself at the outset of his literary career to topics of sociology. In the pursuit of those topics, he found himself forced, as I understand it, to seek constantly more fundamental and wider philosophical doctrines. He came at last to fundamental principles of the evolution philosophy. He then extended, tested, confirmed, and corrected these principles by inductions from other sciences, and so finally turned again to sociology, armed with the scientific method which he had acquired. To win a powerful and correct method is, as we all know, to win more than half the battle. When so much is secured, the question of making the discoveries, solving the problems, eliminating the errors, and testing the results is only a question of time and of strength to collect and master the data. We have now acquired the method of studying sociology scientifically so as to attain to assured results. We have acquired it none too soon. The need for a science of life in society is urgent, and it is increasing every year. It is a fact which is generally overlooked that the great advance in the sciences and the arts, which has taken place during the last century, is producing social consequences and giving rise to social problems. We are accustomed to dwell upon the discoveries of science and the development of the arts as simple incidents, complete in themselves, which offer only grounds for congratulation. But the steps which have been won are by no means simple events. Each one has consequences which reach beyond the domain of physical power into social and moral relations, and these effects are multiplied and reproduced by combination with each other. The great discoveries and inventions redistribute population. They reconstruct industries and force new organization of commerce and finance. They bring new employments into existence and render other employments obsolete, while they change the relative value of many others. They overthrow the old order of society, impoverishing some classes and enriching others. They render old political traditions grotesque and ridiculous, and make old maxims of statecraft null and empty. They give old vices of human nature a chance to parade in new masks, so that it demands new skill to detect the same old foes. They produce a kind of social chaos in which contradictory social and economic phenomena appear side by side to bewilder and deceive the student who is not fully armed to deal with them. New interests are brought into existence, and new faiths, ideas, and hopes are engendered in the minds of men. Some of these are doubtless good and sound. Others are delusive. In every case, a competent criticism is of the first necessity. In the upheaval of society which is going on, classes and groups are thrown against each other in such a way as to produce class hatreds and hostilities. As the old national jealousies, which used to be the lines on which war was waged, lose their distinctness, class jealousies threaten to take their place. Political and social events which occur on one side of the globe now affect the interests of population on the other side of the globe. Forces which come into action in one part of human society rest not until they have reached all human society. The brotherhood of man is coming to be a reality of such distinct and positive character that we find it a practical question of the greatest moment what kind of creatures some of these hitherto neglected brethren are. Secondary and remoter effects of industrial changes, which were formerly dissipated and lost in the delay and friction of communication, are now, by our prompt and delicate mechanism of communication, caught up and transmitted through society. It is plain that our social science is not on the level of the tasks which are thrown upon it by the vast and sudden changes in the whole mechanism by which man makes the resources of the globe available to satisfy his needs and by the new ideas which are born of the new aspects which human life bears to our eyes in consequence of the development of science and the arts. Our traditions about the science and art of living are plainly inadequate. They break to pieces in our hands when we try to apply them to the new cases. A man of good faith may come to the conviction sadly, but he must come to the conviction honestly that the traditional doctrines and explanations of human life are worthless. A progress which is not symmetrical is not true. That is to say, every branch of human interest must be developed proportionately to all the other branches, else the one which remains in arrears will measure the advance which may be won by the whole. If, then, we cannot produce a science of life in society which is broad enough to solve all the new social problems which are now forced upon us by the development of science and art, we shall find that the achievements of science and art will be overwhelmed by social reactions and convulsions. We do not lack for attempts of one kind and another to satisfy the need which I have described. Our discussion is in excess of our deliberation, and our deliberation is in excess of our information. Our journals, platforms, pulpits, and parliaments are full of talking and writing about topics of sociology. The only result, however, of all this discussion is to show that there are half a dozen arbitrary codes of morals, a heterogeneous tangle of economic doctrines, a score of religious creeds and ecclesiastical traditions, and a confused jumble of humanitarian and sentimental notions which jostle each other in the brains of the men of this generation. It is astonishing to watch a discussion and to see how a disputant, starting from a given point of view, will run along on one line of thought until he encounters some fragment of another code or doctrine, which he has derived from some other source of education, whereupon he turns at an angle and goes on in a new course until he finds himself face to face with another of his old prepossessions. What we need is adequate criteria by which to make the necessary tests and classifications, and appropriate canons of procedure, or the adaptation of universal canons to the special tasks of sociology. Unquestionably, it is to the great philosophy, which has now been established by such ample induction in the experimental sciences, and which offers to man such new command of all the relations of life, that we must look for the establishment of the guiding lines in the study of sociology. I can see no boundaries to the scope of the philosophy of evolution. That philosophy is sure to embrace all the interests of man on this earth. It will be one of its crowning triumphs to bring light and order into the social problems which are of universal bearing on all mankind. Mr. Spencer is breaking the path for us into this domain. We stand eager to follow him into it, and we look upon his work on sociology as a grand step in the history of science. When, therefore, we express our earnest hope that Mr. Spencer may have health and strength to bring his work to a speedy conclusion, we not only express our personal respect and goodwill for himself, but also our sympathy with what, I doubt not, is the warmest wish of his own heart, and our appreciation of his great services to true science and to the welfare of mankind. End of section 35. Read by Leslie Frank, San Francisco, November 23rd, 2021.
Section 36 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. Integrity in Education. In addressing you on the present occasion, I am naturally led to speak of matters connected with education. We are met here amid surroundings which, to the great majority of us, are unfamiliar, but we are assembled in the atmosphere of our school days and under the inspiration of school memories. Some of us are rapidly approaching, if we have not already reached, the time when our interest in education re-arises in behalf of the next generation. Many are engaged in the work of teaching. Others have only just finished a stage in their education. I therefore propose to speak for a few minutes about integrity in education, believing that it is a subject of great importance at the present time, and one which may justly command your interest. By integrity in education, I mean the opposite of all sensationalism and humbug in education. I would include under it as objects to be aimed at in education not only the pursuit of genuine and accurate information and wide knowledge of some technical branch of study, but also real discipline in the use of mental powers, sterling character, good manners, and high breeding. Modern sensationalism is conquering a wide field for itself. It is a sort of parasite on high civilization. Its motto is that seeming is as good as being. Its intrinsic fault is in its hollowness, insincerity, and falsehood. It deals in dash, flourish, and meretricious pretense. It resides in the form, not in the substance, in the outward appearance, not in the reality. It arouses disgust whenever it is perceived. But the worst of it is that its forms are so various, its manifestations are sometimes so delicate, and it often lies so near to the real and the true that it is difficult to distinguish it. Life hurries past us very rapidly. The interests which demand our attention are very numerous and important. We have not time to scrutinize them all. Then, too, the publicity of everything nowadays prevents modest retirement from being a sign of merit. We go on the principle that if anything is good, it is for the public. Publicity is honorable and proper recognition, and those who have charge of the public trumpets have not time, if they have the ability, to discriminate and criticize very closely. These reflections account sufficiently for the growth of sensationalism in general. Probably each one sees the mischief which it does in his own circle or profession more distinctly than elsewhere. I have certainly been struck by its influence on education. I see it in common school education as well as in the universities. It attaches to methods as well as to subjects. It develops a dogmatism of its own. Men without education or experience as teachers often take up the pitiful role of another class which has come to be called, quote-unquote, educators. They start off with a whim or two which they elaborate into theories of education. These they propound with great gravity in speech and writing, producing long discussions as to plans and methods. They are continually searching for a patent method of teaching or a royal road to learning, when in fact the only way to learn is by the labor of the mind in observing, comparing, and generalizing, and any patent method which avoids this irksome labor produces sham results and fails of producing the mental power and discipline of which education consists. Persons of this class are generally impatient until they have attained some opportunity of putting their notions in practice, and then it is all over with any institution which becomes subject to their wild empiricism. The saddest results of such proceedings are seen, of course, in the pupils. That a certain school should lose its pupils or fall into debt or be closed is a comparatively small affair. The real mischief is that men should be produced who have no real education, but only a perverse training in putting forward plausible and meretricious appearances. Such education falls in with the outward phenomena of a sensational era, and strengthens the impression which a young and inexperienced observer gets from our modern society, that audacity is the chief of talents, that success or failure is the only measure of right or wrong, that the man to be admired is one who invents clever tricks to circumvent a rival or opponent, or to skip over a troublesome principle. Young people are more acute in their observations, and they draw inferences and form generalizations more logically and consistently than their elders. They have not yet learned respect for dogmas, traditions, and conventionalities, and their quote-unquote education goes on silently but surely, developing a philosophy of life, either of one kind or another. If therefore you have an educational system consisting of formal cram for recitation or examination, if there is a skimming of textbooks, an empty acquisition of terms, a memorizing of results only, you may pursue high-sounding studies and, quote-unquote, cover a great deal of ground. You may have an elaborate curriculum and boast of your proficiency in difficult branches, but you will have no education. You may produce men who can spend a lifetime dawdling over trifles, or men who always scatter their force when they try to think, but you will not have intelligent men with minds well disciplined and well under control, who are able to apply their full force to any new exigency or any new problem, and to grasp and conquer it. The fault here is plain enough. People forget or do not perceive that simplicity and modesty are the first requisites in scientific pursuits. We have to begin humbly and with small beginnings if we want to go far. Inflation and pretense only lead to vanity and dilettantism, not to strength and fruitful activity. If we advance eagerly, we deceive ourselves by the notion that we are making grand progress. We are only leaving much undone which we shall have to go back and repair. If, on the other hand, we proceed slowly and with painstaking, every step of advance is sure and genuine. It forms a great vantage ground for the next step. It strengthens and confirms the mental powers. They come to act with certainty by scientific processes, not by guesses, and this mental discipline enables us to apply our powers wherever we need them. A new task is not a dead wall which is impassable to us because we have never seen one like it before. It is only a new case for the application of old and familiar processes. I never see anything more pitiable than the helpless floundering in a new subject of a young man far on in his education who has never yet learned to use his mind. In what I have already said about the philosophy of life which a young person forms during the process of education, I have suggested that education must exert a great influence on character. It is sometimes asserted that education ought to mold character, ought to have that object and work towards it of set purpose. I do not deny this, but I beg you to observe that it obscures the truth. The truth is that education inevitably forms character one way or the other. The error is in speaking as if academical instructions could be carried on without training character, unless the set purpose were entertained. One might read many books on mathematics and the sciences, without any very direct moral culture, but everything we learn about this world in which we live reacts in some sort of principle for the regulation of our conduct here. This, however, is not the most important thing. A school is a miniature society. Do we not all know how it forms an atmosphere of its own, how the members make a code of their own, and a public opinion of their own? And then, what a position the teacher holds in this little community, what a dangerous and responsible eminence he occupies, what criticism he undergoes, what an authority his example exerts. So, in this little society, general notions of conduct are unconsciously formed, principles are adopted, habits grow. Every member in his place gives to and takes from the common life. It may be well doubted whether there is any association of life which exerts greater influence and character than does the school, and its influence comes, too, just as the formative period, when impressions are most easily received and sink deepest. Here, then, is where sensationalism may do its greatest harm, and where integrity of method is most important. The untruthfulness of sensationalism here becomes a germinal principle, which develops into manifold forms of untruthfulness in character. Young people cannot practice show and pretense and yet be taught to believe that the only important thing is what you are, and not at all what people think about you. They cannot practice the devices which give a semblance of learning, and yet be taught to believe that shams are disgraceful, and that the frank honesty which owns the worst is a noble trait. They may learn to be ashamed when caught in a false pretense, but they will not learn shame at deceit. I do not say that they will lie or steal, but it is a pitiful code which defines honesty as refraining from seizing other people's property. Honesty is a far wider virtue than not stealing. It embraces rectitude of motive and purpose, completeness and consistency of principle, and delicacy of responsibility. Truthfulness is the very cornerstone of character, and an instinct of dislike for whatever is false or meretricious is one of the feelings which all sound education must inculcate. It cannot do so, however, unless its personnel and its methods are all animated by unflinching integrity. I mentioned also at the outset, amongst those things which are embraced in education and to which I desire to see the principle of integrity applied, good manners. Some people make an ostentatious display of neglect for good manners. They think it democratic or a sign of good fellowship to be negligent in this respect. They think it something to be boasted of that they have no breeding. Some others make manners supersede education and training and even character. It is the latter error which most invades the sphere of education. We are familiar with its forms. It gives us the mock gentleman of the drawing-room under the same coat with the rowdy of the bar-room. When this system triumphs, it fits our young people with a few fashionable phrases which suffice for the persiflage of the drawing-room when a scientific subject by chance comes up. Girls are the victims of this system far more than boys, but in quote-unquote cultivated circles, cases are common of this kind in which a smattering of books has been engrafted on the culture of the dancing school. Young men and young women who have tackled together a few miscellaneous phrases current amongst the learned will deliver you their opinion roundly on the gravest problems of philosophy and science. The phrases which stick in their minds the longest are those which are epigrammatic and paradoxical, whether true or not. In fact, they could not analyze or criticize their mental stock if they should try. They have never learned to consider a subject and form an opinion. It does not follow, however, that boorishness is erudition, or that it does not belong to education to teach the good manners which are good simply because they are the spontaneous expression of a sound heart and a well-trained mind. Envy, malice, and selfishness are the usual springs of bad manners. They belong to the untrained and brutish man, and it is the province of true education to eradicate them. Hence it is that where true education is wanting, we may often find the worst manners with the greatest social experience, and the truest courtesy where there has been genuine discipline but little acquaintance with social forms. I have not started this train of thought in order to tell you now that we have enjoyed the true method of education and that others have not, but there are some things connected with this institution which we may remember with pleasure in view of the reflections which I have presented. This school was founded so long ago that it already has a body of graduates who are useful and influential men in this city, and many others are scattered up and down the country, useful and honorable, if not celebrated citizens. It was not founded without some struggle, but the more enlightened views prevailed, and the results have vindicated those views, I suppose, to the satisfaction of everybody. The enterprise enjoyed at the outset the patronage of a body of men of remarkably broad views and sound public spirit. We who profited by its instruction in our time may properly remember those men on this occasion with gratitude and respect. One of them, surpassed by none in zeal to work for and intelligence to plan such an institution, has only just passed away. Your city has been fortunate in possessing such citizens. The plan on which the school was founded was remarkably wise and far-seeing. It has placed the highest education within the reach of every boy in your city who had sufficient industry and self-denial to seek it. Many of you are now in the position of active and responsible citizens. You must regard this institution as one of the boasts of your city. Guard it well. You may not boast of it only. You owe it a debt which you must pay. Every boy and girl who has graduated here owes a debt to the common school system of America. Every man for whom this school has opened a career which would otherwise have been beyond his reach owes a tenfold debt both to the common school system and to the class in which he was born. Sectarian interests, private school interests, property interests, and some cliques of quote-unquote culture, falsely so called, are rallying against the system, a force which people as yet underrate. There is no knowing how soon the struggle may open, and you may be called upon to pay the allegiance you owe. This school has also been remarkably fortunate in the selection of the teachers who have presided over it. We cannot exaggerate the value of this selection. It is by the imperceptible influence of the teacher's character and example that the atmosphere of a school is created. It is from this that the pupils learn what to admire and what to abhor, what to seek and what to shun. It is from this that they learn what methods of action are honorable and what ones are unbecoming. They learn all this from methods of discipline as well as from methods of instruction. They may learn craft and intrigue, or they may learn candor and sincerity. They may learn to win success at any cost, or they may learn to accept failure with dignity when success could only be won by dishonor. You know well what has always been the tone impressed on this institution by the teachers we had here. We had many, both gentlemen and ladies, whom we remember with respect and affection. Our later experience of the world and of life has only served to show us more distinctly in the retrospect how elevated was their tone, how sincere their devotion, how simple and upright their methods of dealing with us. They were not taskmasters to us, and their work was not a harsh and ungrateful routine to them. One figure will inevitably arise before the minds of all when these words are said, the figure of one who died with the harness on. I have never seen anywhere in my experience a man of more simple and unconscious high breeding, one who combined more thoroughly the dignity of official authority with the suavity of unrestrained intercourse with his pupils. It is a part of the good fortune which came to us and to this city from this institution that so many young people here enjoyed his personal influence. It follows, as a natural consequence from these facts, that we enjoyed here to a high degree what I have described as integrity in education. Sensationalism of any kind has always been foreign to this system here. It must perish in such an atmosphere. We had instruction which was real and solid, which conceded nothing to show and sacrificed nothing to applause. We learned to work patiently for real and enduring results. We learned the faith that what is genuine must outlast and prevail over what is meretricious. We learned to despise empty display. We had also a discipline which was complete and sufficient, but which was attained without friction. There was no sentimentality, no petting, no affectation of free and easy manners. Discipline existed because it was necessary, and it was smooth because it was reasonable. Now, there is nothing to which people apply more severe criticism as they grow old than to their education. They find the need of it every day, and they have to ask whether it was sufficient and suited to the purpose or not. It is because we find, I think, that our education here does stand this test that we are able to meet here on an occasion like this with genuine interest and sympathy. The years in their flight have scattered us and brought us weighty cares and new interests. We could not lay these aside to come back here for purposes of mere sentiment or to repeat conventional phrases. We meet on the ground of grateful recollection of benefits received, benefits which we can specify and weigh and measure. This school must be regarded as a local institution. It belongs to this city, and its advantages are offered to the young people who grow up here. I have referred to the exceptional wisdom and enlightenment which presided over its foundation and have nourished its growth. In conclusion, let me refer to what concerns its present and its future. We are reminded by all we see about us here that its building and its appliances are far better than they were in our day. Its prosperity bears witness to its present good management. But, gentlemen, these good things are not to be preserved without vigilance and labor. The same wisdom and enlightenment must preside over the future as over the past. I doubt not that the value of this institution to your city is so fully appreciated, and the methods by which it has been developed are so well understood, that any peril to it or to them would arouse your earnest efforts for its defense. Keep it as it has been, devoted to correct objects by sound methods. Sacrifice nothing to the éclat of hasty and false success. Concede nothing to the modern quakery of education. Resist the specious schemes of reckless speculators and educational theories. It is not to be expected that you can escape these dangers any more than other people, and you have to be on your guard against them. You want here an educational institution which shall, in its measure, instruct your children in the best science and thought of the day. You want it to make them masters of themselves and of their powers. You want it to make them practical in the best and only true sense, by making them efficient in dealing intelligently with all the problems of life. The country needs such citizens today. The state needs them. Your city needs them. They are needed in all the trades and professions. You must look to such institutions as this to provide them, and you must keep it true to its methods and purpose if you want it to turn out men of moral courage, high principle, and devotion to duty. End of section 36.
Section 37 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. Discipline. Discipline. It occurs very frequently to a person connected as a teacher with a great seat of learning to meet persons who, having completed a course of study and having spent a few years in active life, are led to make certain reflections upon their academical career. There is a great uniformity in the comments which are thus made, so far as I have heard them, and they enforce upon me certain convictions. I observe that an academical life is led in a community which is to a certain extent closed, isolated, and peculiar. It has a code of its own, as well for work as for morals. It forms a peculiar standpoint, and life, as viewed from it, takes on peculiar forms and peculiar colors. It is scarcely necessary to add that the views of life thus obtained are distorted and incorrect. I should not expect much success if I should undertake to correct those views by description in words. It is only in life itself, that is, by experience, that men correct their errors. They insist on making experience for themselves. They delude themselves with hopes that they are peculiar in their persons and characters, or that their circumstances are peculiar, and so that in some way or other they can perpetrate the old faults and yet escape the old penalties. It is only when life is spent that these delusions are dispelled, and then the power and the opportunity to put the acquired wisdom to practice is gone by. Thus the old continually warn and preach, and the young continually disregard and suffer. Although I could not expect better fortune than others if I should thus preach, yet there are some things which, as I have often been led to think, young men in your situation might be brought to understand with great practical advantage, and which, if you did understand them and act upon them, would save you from the deepest self-reproach and regret, which I so often hear older men express. And the present occasion seems a better one than I can otherwise obtain, for presenting those things I allude to some wider explanations of the meaning and purpose of academical pursuits. I do not mean theories of education about which people dispute, but I mean the purposes which any true education has in view and the responsibilities it brings with it. It surely is not advisable that men of your age should pursue your education as a mere matter of routine, learning prescribed lessons, performing enforced tasks, resisting, unintelligent and uninterested. Such an experience on your part would not constitute any true education. It would not involve any development of capability in you. It could only render you dull, fond of shirking, slovenly in your work, and superficial in your attainments. Unless I am greatly mistaken, some counteraction to such a low and unworthy conception of academical life may be secured by showing its relation to real life and attaching things pursued here to practical and enduring benefits. I have known men to get those benefits without knowing it, and I believe that you would get them better if you got them intelligently, and that you would appreciate them better if you got them consciously. In the first place, it will be profitable to look at one or two notions in regard to the purpose of education which do not seem to be sound. One is that it is the purpose of education to give special technical skills or dexterity and to fit a man to get a living. We may admit at once that the object of study is to get useful knowledge. It was, indeed, the error of some old systems of academical pursuits that they gave only a special dexterity, and that too in such a direction as the making of Greek and Latin verses, which is a mere accomplishment, and not a very good one at that. It must be ranged with dancing and fencing. It is not as high as drawing, painting, or music. There is, moreover, a domain in which special technical training is proper. It is the domain of the industrial school, for giving a certain theoretical knowledge of persons who will be engaged for life in the mechanic arts. With this limitation, however, we have at once given to us the bounds which preclude this notion from covering the true conception of an academic career. It does not simply provide technical training for a higher class of arts, which require longer preparation. You know that this conception is widely held through our American community, and that it is laid down with great dogmatic severity by persons who sometimes, unfortunately, are in a position to turn their opinions into law. It is one of the great obstacles against which all efforts for higher education amongst us have to contend. I pass on, however, to another opinion just now much more fashionable and held by people who are, at any rate, much more elegant than the supporters of the view just mentioned. That is, the opinion that what we expect from education is culture. Culture is a word which offers us an illustration of the degeneracy of language. If I may define culture, I have no objection to admitting that it is the purpose of education to produce it. But since the word came into fashion, it has been stolen by the dilettanti, and made to stand for their own favorite forms and amounts of attainments. Mr. Arnold, the great apostle, if not the discoverer of culture, tried to analyze it, and he found it to consist of sweetness and light. To my mind, that is like saying that coffee is milk and sugar. The stuff of culture is all left out of it. So, in the practice of those who accept this notion, culture comes to represent only an external smoothness and roundness of outline, without regard to intrinsic qualities. We have got so far now as to begin to distinguish different kinds of culture. There is chromoculture, of which we heard much a little while ago, and there's bouffe culture, which is only just invented. If I were in the way of it, I should like to add another class, which might be called sapolio culture, because it consists in putting a high polish on plated ware. There seems great danger lest this kind may come to be the sort aimed at by those who regard culture as the end of education. A truer idea of culture is that which regards it as equivalent to training, or the result of training, which brings into intelligent activity all the best powers of mind and body. Such a culture is not to be attained by writing essays about it, or by forming ever so clear a literary statement or mental conception of what it is. It is not to be won by wishing for it, or aping the external manifestations of it. We men can get it only by industrious and close application of the powers we want to develop. We are not sure of getting it by reading any number of books. It requires continual application of literary acquisitions to practice, and it requires a continual correction of mental conceptions by observation of things as they are. For the sake of distinguishing sharply between the true idea of culture and the false, I have thought it better to call the true culture discipline, a word which perhaps brings out its essential character somewhat better. Here let me call your attention to one very broad generalization on human life, which men continually lose sight of, and of which culture is an illustration. The great and heroic things which strike our imagination are never attainable by direct efforts. This is true of wisdom, glory, fame, virtue, culture, public good, or any other of the great ends which men seek to attain. We cannot reach any of these things by direct effort. They come as the refined result, in a secondary and remote way, of thousands of acts which have another and closer end in view. If a man aims at wisdom directly, he will be very sure to make an affectation of it. He will attain only to a ridiculous profundity in commonplaces. Wisdom is the result of great knowledge, experience, and observation, after they have all been sifted and refined down into sober caution, trained judgment, skill in adjusting means to ends. In like manner, one who aims at glory or fame directly will win only that wretched caricature which we call notoriety. Glory and fame, so far as they are desirable things, are remote results which come of themselves at the end of long and repeated and able exertions. The same holds true of the public good or the cause, or whatever else we ought to call that end which fires the zeal of philanthropists and martyrs. When this is pursued directly as an immediate good, there arise extravagances, fanaticisms, and aberrations of all kinds. Strong actions and reactions take place in social life, but not orderly growth and gain. The first impression, no doubt, is that of noble zeal and self-sacrifice, but this is not the sort of work by which society gains. The progress of society is nothing but the slow and far remote result of steady, laborious, painstaking growth of individuals. The man who makes the most of himself and does his best in his sphere is doing far more for the public good than the philanthropist who runs about with a scheme which would set the world straight, if only everybody would adopt it. This view cuts down a great deal of the heroism which fills such a large part of our poetry, but it brings us, I think, several very encouraging reflections. The first is that one does not need to be a hero to be of some importance in the world. Heroes are gone by. We want now a good supply of efficient workaday men to stand each in his place and do good work. The second reflection to which we are led is that we do not need to be straining our eyes continually to the horizon to see where we are coming out, or, in other words, we do not need to trouble ourselves with grand theories and purposes. The determination to do just what lies next before us is enough. The great results will all come of themselves and take care of themselves. We may spare ourselves all grand emotions and heroics, because the more simply and directly we take the business of life, the better will be the result. The third inference, which seems to be worth mentioning, is that we come to understand the value of trifles. All that I have said here about wisdom, fame, glory, public good, as ends to be aimed at, holds good also of culture. It becomes a sham and affectation when we make it an immediate end, and comes in its true form only as a remote and refined result of long labor and discipline. Before I speak of it, however, in its direct relation to education, let me introduce one other observation on the doctrine I have stated, that we cannot aim at the great results directly. That is this: the motive to all immediate efforts is either self-interest or the desire to gratify one's tastes and natural tendencies. I say that all the grand results which make up what we call social progress are the results of millions of efforts on the part of millions of people, and that the motive to each effort in the heart of the man who made it was the gratification of a need or a tendency of his nature. I know that some may consider this a selfish doctrine, eliminating all self-sacrifice and martyr or missionary spirit. But to me, it is a pleasure to observe that we are not at war with ourselves, and that the intelligent pursuit of our best good as individuals is the surest means to the good of society. Moreover, do you imagine that if you set out to make the most of yourself in any position in which you are placed, that you will have no chance for self-sacrifice and no opportunity of martyrdom offered you? Do you think that a man who employs thoroughly all the means he possesses to make his one unit of humanity as perfect as possible can do so without at every moment giving and receiving with the other units about him? Do you think that he can go on far without finding himself stopped by the question whether his comrades are going in the same direction or not? Will he not certainly find himself forced to stand against a tide which is flowing in the other direction? It will certainly be so. The real martyrs have always been the men who were forced to go one way, while the rest of the community in which they lived were going another, and they were swept down by the tide. I promise you that if you pursue what is good for yourself, you need not take care for the good of society. I warn you that if you pursue what is good, you will find yourself limited by the stupidity, ignorance, and folly of the society in which you live. And I promise you also that if you hold on your way through the crowd, or try to make them go with you, you will have ample experience in self-sacrifice and as much martyrdom as you care for. Now, if I have not led you too deep into social philosophy, let us turn again to culture. We find that culture comes from thought, study, observation, literary and scientific activity, and we find that men practice these for gain, for professional success, for immediate pleasure, or to gratify their tastes. The great motive of interest provides the energy, and this culture is but a secondary result. It is a significant fact to observe that when the motive of interest is removed, culture becomes flaccid and falls into dilettantism. I think we have gained a standpoint now from which we can study undergraduate life and make observations on it which have even scientific value. During an undergraduate career, the motive of interest in each successive step is wanting. There is no immediate object of pleasure or gain in the lesson to be learned next. Only exceptionally is it true that the learning of the lesson will gratify a taste or fill a desire. The university honors are only artificial means of arousing the same great motive, which is in the social body what gravitation is in physics. The penalties which are here to be dreaded are but imitations of life's penalties. I think that many who have undertaken to give advice and rebuke and warning to young men in a state of pupillage have failed because they have not fully analyzed or correctly grasped this fact, that the academic world is a little community by itself in which the great natural forces which bind older men to sobriety and wisdom act only imperfectly. Life is far less interesting when the successive steps are taken under compulsion or for a good which is remote and only known by hearsay, than it is when every step is taken for an immediate profit. I doubt very much whether the hope of culture or self-sacrificing zeal for the public good would make older men toil in lawyers' offices and counting houses, unless there were such immediate rewards as wealth and professional success. In real life, it is true that men must do very many things which are disagreeable and which they do not want to do. But there too, the disagreeable things are made easier to bear. The troubles of academical life seem to be arbitrary troubles, inflicted by device of foolish or malicious men. Troubles of that kind always rouse men to anger and rankle in their hearts. But there is no railing against those ills of life which are inherent in the constitution of things. A man who rails at those is laughed at. So the man just emancipated from academical life finds himself freed from conventional rules, but subjected to penalties for idleness and extravagance and folly infinitely heavier than any he has been accustomed to, and inflicted without warning or mercy or respite. On the other hand, he finds that life presents opportunities and attractions for him to work, where work has a zest about it which comes from contact with living things. His academical weapons and armor are stiff and awkward at first, and he may very probably come to despise them, but longer experience will show that his education, if it was good, gave him rather the power to use any weapons than special skill in the use of particular ones. Special technical skill always tends to routine. Although it is an advantage in itself, it may under circumstances become a limitation. The only true conception of a liberal education is that it gives a broad discipline to the whole man, which uses routine without being conquered by it, and can change its direction and application when occasion requires. This brings me then to speak of the real scope and advantage of a disciplinary education. A man who has enjoyed such an education has simply had his natural powers developed and reduced to rule, and he has gained for himself an intelligent control of them. Before an academical audience, it is not necessary for me to stop to clear away the popular notions about untutored powers and self-made men. It is enough to say that the self-made man is, by the definition, the first bungling essay of a bad workman. An undeveloped human mind is simply a bundle of possibilities. It may come to much or little. If it is highly trained by years of patient exercise, judiciously imposed, it becomes capable of strict and methodical action. It may be turned to any one of 100 tasks which offer themselves to us men here on earth. It may have gained this discipline in one particular science or another, and it may have special technical acquaintance with one more than another. Such will almost surely be the case, but there is not a more mistaken, one-sided, and mischievous controversy than that about the science which should be made the basis of education. Every science has, for disciplinary purposes, its advantages and its limitations. The man who is trained on chemistry will become a strict analyst and will break up heterogeneous compounds of all kinds, but he will be likely also to rest content with this destructive work and to leave the positive work of construction or synthesis to others. The man who is trained on history will be quick to discern continuity of force or law under different phases, but he will be content with broad phases and heterogeneous combinations such as history offers, and will not be a strict analyst. The man who is trained on mathematics will have great power of grasping purely conceptual relations, or abstract ideas which are, however, most sharply defined. But he will be likely to fasten upon a subordinate factor in some other kind of problem, especially if that factor admits of more complete abstraction than any of the others. The man who is trained on the science of language approaches the continuity and development of history with a guiding thread in his hand, and his comparisons, furnishing stepping stones now on the right and now on the left, lead him on a course where induction and deduction go so close together that they can hardly be separated. But the study of language again always threatens to degenerate into a cram of grammatical niceties and a fastidiousness about expression, under which the contents are forgotten. Now, in individual affairs, family, social, and political affairs, all these powers of mind find occasion for exercise. They are needed in business, in professions, in technical pursuits, and the man best fitted for the demands of life would be the man whose powers of mind of all these diverse orders and kinds had all been harmoniously developed. How shallow, then, is the idea that education is meant to give or can give a mass of monopolized information, and how important it is that the student should understand what he may expect and what he may not expect from his education. As your education goes on, you ought to gain in your power of observation. Natural incidents, political occurrences, social events ought to present to you new illustrations of general principles with which your studies have made you familiar. You ought to gain in power to analyze and compare, so that all the fallacies which consist in presenting things as like, which are not like, should not be able to befog your reason. You ought to become able to recognize and test a generalization, and to distinguish between true generalizations and dogmas on the one hand, or commonplaces on another, or whimsical speculations on another. You ought to know when you are dealing with a true law, which you may follow to the uttermost, when you have only a general truth, when you have a hypothetical theory, when you have a possible conjecture, and when you have only an ingenious assumption. These are most important distinctions on either side. Some people are affected by a notion, fashionable just now, that it belongs to culture never to go too far. Mr. Brooke, in Middlemarch, you remember, is a type of that culture. He believed in things up to a certain point, and was always afraid of going too far. We have a good many aspirants after culture nowadays, whose capital consists in a superficial literary tradition and the same kind of terror of going too far. They would put a saving clause in the multiplication table and make reservations in the rule of 3. On the other hand, we have those who can never express anything to which they are inclined to assent without gushing. A simple opinion must be set forth in a torrent fit to enforce a great scientific truth. One is just as much the sign of an imperfect training as the other, and you meet with both, as my description shows, in persons who pride themselves on their culture. I will not deny that they are cultivated. I only say that they are not well disciplined, that is, not well educated. Your education, if it is disciplinary, ought also to teach you the value of clear thinking, that is, of exact definitions, clear propositions, well-considered opinions. What a flood of loose rhetoric, distorted fact, and unclear thinking is poured out upon us whenever a difficult question falls into popular discussion. You cannot find that people who assume to take part in the discussion have a clear definition in their minds of even what they conceive the main terms in the discussion to mean. They do not seem able to make a proposition which will bear handling so as to see what it is, and whether it is true or not. They cannot analyze even such facts as they have collected, and hence cannot draw inferences which are sound. It needs but little discussion of any great political or social question to show instances of this, and to show the immense importance of having in the community men of trained and disciplined intellects, who can think with some clearness and resist plain confusion of terms and thought. For instance, I saw the other day a long argument on an important topic which turned upon the assertion and belief on the part of the writer that a mathematical ratio and a subjective opinion were things of the same nature and value. Perhaps when he was at school, his father thought there was no use in studying algebra and geometry. It would not make so much difference if he would not now meddle with things for which he did not prepare himself, but it is the kind of person who is the pest of every science, traversing it with his whims and speculations. And perhaps I feel the more strongly the importance of this point because the political, economic, and social sciences suffer from the want of high discipline more than any others. I ought not to pass without mention here the mischief which is done in every science by its undisciplined advocates who, while admitted to its inner circle, distract its progress and throw it into confusion by neglect of strict principles, by incorrect analysis or classifications, or by flinching in the face of fallacies. They render the ranks unsteady and delay the march, and the reason is because they have never had rigorous discipline either before or since they enlisted. If your education is disciplinary, it ought also to teach you how to organize. I add this point especially because I esteem it important and it is rarely noticed. It is really a high grade of discipline which enables men to organize voluntarily. If men begin to study and think, they move away from tradition and authority. The first effect is to break up and dissolve their inherited and traditional opinions as to religion, politics, and society. This is a necessary process of transition from formal and traditional dogma to intelligent conviction. It applies to all the notions of religion, as have often been noticed, but it applies nonetheless to politics and to one's notions of life. The commonplaces of patriotism, the watchwords of parties and tradition, the glib and well-worn phrases and terms have to be analyzed again, and under the process, much of their dignity and sanctity evaporates. So too, one's views of life, of the meaning of social phenomena, and of the general rules of men to pursue with each other, undergo a recasting. Now, during this process, men diverge and break up. They do not agree. They differ by less and more, and also by the various recombinations of the factors which they make. Pride, vanity, and self-seeking come in to increase this divergence, it being regarded as a sign of independence of thought. It is not too much to say that so long as this divergence exists, it is a sign of a low and imperfect development of science. If pride and vanity intermingle, they show that discipline has not yet done its perfect work. It is only on a higher stage of culture or discipline that self is so overborne in zeal for the scientific good that opinions converge and organization becomes possible. But you are well aware that without organization, we men can accomplish very little. It is not the freedom of the barbarian who would rather live alone than undergo the inevitable coercion of the neighborhood of others that we want. We want only free and voluntary coordination, but it belongs to discipline itself to teach us that we must have coordination in order to attain to any high form of good. I have now tried to show you the scope, advantages, and needs of a disciplinary education. I have one remark more to make in this connection. A man with a well-disciplined mind possesses a tool which he can use for any purpose which he needs to serve. I do not consider it an important question by the study of what sciences he shall get this discipline, for, if he gets it, the acquisition of information in any new department of learning will be easy for him, and he will be strong, alert, and well equipped for any exigency of life. Before quitting the subject, I desire to point out its relation to one other matter, that is, to morals or manners. It is a common opinion that the higher man attains, the freer he becomes. A moment's reflection will show that this is not true, but rather quite the contrary. The rowdy has far less restraints to consider than the gentleman. Noblesse oblige was perverted in its application, perhaps before the Revolution, but it contains a sound principle and a great truth. The higher you go in social attainments, the greater will be the restraints upon you. The gait, the voice, the manner, the rough independence of one order of men is unbecoming in another. Education, above all, brings this responsibility. Discipline in manners and morals does not belong to the specific matter of education, but it follows of itself on true education. The educated man must work by himself without any overseer over him. He finds his compulsion in himself, and it holds him to his task longer and closer than any external compulsion. This responsibility to self we call honor, and it is one of the highest fruits of discipline when discipline, having wrought through intellect, has reached character. Honor falls under the rule which I mentioned early in this lecture. You cannot reach it because you want it. You cannot reach it by direct effort. It cannot be taught to you as a literary theory. True honor can only grow in men by the long practice of conduct which is good and noble under motives which are pure. We laugh at the artificial honor of the Middle Ages and despise that of the dueling code. But let us not throw away the kernel with the shell. Honor is a tribunal within one's self whose code is simply the best truth one knows. There are no advocates, no witnesses, and no technicalities. To feel one's self condemned by that tribunal is to feel at discord with one's self and to sustain a wound which rankles longer and stings more deeply than any wound in the body. It is the highest achievement of educational discipline to produce this sense of honor in minds of young men, which gives them a guide in the midst of temptation and at a time when all codes and standards seem to be matter of opinion. I have said some things about lack of discipline in thought and discussion, but that is nothing compared with the lack of discipline in conduct which you see in a man who has never known what honor is, whose whole moral constitution is so formless and flabby that it can perform none of its functions, and who is continually seeking some special plea or sophistry or deceptive device for paying homage to the right while he does the wrong. Education ought to act against all this and in favor of a high code of honor, not simply the education of schools and academies, but that together with the education of home and family. Our great educational institutions ought to have an atmosphere of their own and impose traditions of their own. For the power which controls in the academic community is not the voice of authority, but the voice of academic public opinion. That might root out falsehood and violence and meanness of every kind, which no penalties of those in authority could ever reach. And I submit that such a public opinion would be becoming in a body of young men of good home advantages and the best educational opportunities the country affords. Call it high training or culture or discipline or high breeding or what you will. It is only the sense of what we owe to ourselves, and it is greater and greater according to our opportunities. End of section 37, read by Leslie Frank, San Francisco, March 12, 2022.
Section 38 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. The Coöperative Commonwealth, Part 1. Note by the editor. Among Professor Sumner's papers, there turned up a curiosity which I do not like to pass over altogether, although it is more appropriate, perhaps, to the purposes of the biographer. Apparently, Sumner bemused himself, along in the 70s or early 80s, in figuring to himself the state of the world under a socialistic regime of the sort which he was always ridiculing and opposing. He did this by imagining the contents of a socialist newspaper, The New Era, of the date July 4th, 1950, consisting of editorials, news notes, public announcements, criminal cases, and even a book review. The whole caricatures in high colors the phenomena attending such a regime in its period of exuberance. The following, he writes, is a complete and verbatim copy of a New York City newspaper of the date given. It is printed on a small quarter sheet of coarse paper. The printing is so bad that it is hard to read, and the typographical errors, all of which have been corrected, are inexcusable. The motto of the paper is, "Let the rich pay, let the poor enjoy." The responsible editor is LaSalle Smith, and the proprietors, Marks Jones, chairman of the New York City Board of Ethical Control, Cabot Johnson, chairman of the Board of Arbitration for Wages and Prices, Babeuf Brown, chairman of the Board of Control for Rents and Loans, and Rousseau Peters, president of the Cooperative Bank. A notice warns readers that this paper is published strictly under the cooperative rules established by the Typographical Union in our office, and under the direction of the council of the same name. The Committee of Grievances gives its assent and approval to each number before it is published. All subscriptions are payable monthly in advance to the treasurer of the Typographical Union. The Typographical Union, being a member of the organized Cooperative Commonwealth, has police powers for the collection of all sums due to it. A special notice reads as follows. We send copies of this edition of our paper to a large number of persons who have not hitherto cooperated in our enterprise, but whom we have enrolled until they signify their refusal. We call especial attention to the names and standing in the Cooperative Commonwealth of the proprietors of this journal. We believe that many of those whom we now invite to cooperate, and who have been under suspicion of being monopolists, capitalists, recalcitrants, and reactionists, will see that they cannot better establish their credit for civism than by accepting our invitation. The following extracts are from the editorials. Our reports of the Ethical Tribunal show that our noble Board of Ethical Control needs to guard diligently our interests. Another pestilent preacher has been condemned to the chain gang. At least we make sure that our streets will be cleaned, a task which no cooperators could be asked to perform, since all the ancient lawyers, professors, and preachers are now condemned to this business. The stubbornness and incorrigibility of these classes towards the Commonwealth is astounding. The Board of Ethical Control announced, as the result of the plebiscite, which was taken on April 1st last, that by a vote of 5,319 to 782, the Commonwealth voted to retain the present Board of Ethical Control for 10 years, instead of re-electing them annually as before. This is as it should be. Why disturb the tranquility of our happy state by constant elections, when our affairs are entrusted to such competent hands? The agents of the Board of Ethical Control reported 213 persons found dead in the streets at the dawn of day, 174 bearing marks of violence. The rest, not having cooperators' tickets, were ancient monopolists who had apparently perished of want. The Grand Cooperator said that he should submit to the Board of Ethical Control the question whether it is edifying to continue these reports. There follow extracts from the inaugural of GPMC 60 LaSalle Brown, which began with the sentiment, "Of old ye were enslaved by those who said, work, save, study. We emancipate you by saying, enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. The first right of everyone born on this earth is the right to enjoy. The Cooperative Commonwealth assures the right to all its members. We have not abolished private property. We only hold that every man is considered to have devoted his property to public use. We have not abolished landlords, capitalists, employers, or captains of industry. We retain and use them. Such members of a society are useful and necessary if only they be held firmly in check and forced to contribute to the public good. We need history and statistics to batter down all the old system, but we should be the dupes of our own processes if we use them against ourselves. All sensible cooperators should know that history and statistics are far greater swindles than science. There are dangers in the Cooperative Commonwealth which demand vigilance. There is danger of jealousy and division amongst cooperators. Harmony is essential to the Cooperative Commonwealth, and we must have it at any price. Some say that our Commonwealth is weak. It is the strongest state that has ever existed. No one before our time ever knew the power of a mob, as it used to be called. At a tap of the bell, every cooperator is at hand. Our only danger is factious division of this power. Let every cooperator have rewards for harmony and penalties for faction. Strict, sure, and heavy. There is danger from science. The evolution heresy is a worse foe to corruption than the old Christian dogma. Stamp it out. There is danger from the virus of the old anarchism. Worst of all because it is often enough like the truth to deceive the elect. It means liberty and individualism. Stamp it out. Under the heading Domestic News occurs the following. The Commissioners of Emigration have detected several persons striving to leave the city for Long Island, carrying gold with them. It is well known that many rich persons, animated by selfishness and disregarding their duties as trustees of their wealth for the public, have escaped to the wilds of Long Island, beyond the commune of Brooklyn, carrying with them all the gold which they could obtain. Hence the Commissioners of Emigration have arranged to patrol the East River by the Commonwealth galleys, and have limited the ferry transits to the Fulton Ferry between 8 and 9 a.m. and 5 and 6 p.m. Any persons found carrying away gold will be sent to the galleys, and the gold confiscated. Gold is needed to buy supplies for the Commonwealth. No dispatches from Philadelphia have been received for a fortnight. A steamboat of 100 tons burden is cruising in the Hudson River, taking a toll of all goods in transit across the river. Reports disagree as to the character of the persons on this boat. By some it is asserted to be manned by cooperators, who, being poor, are putting into effect ethical claims against material goods. By others it is said to be manned by a gang of monopolist scoundrels and vagabonds, who, driven to desperation by the boycott and plan of campaign, seek this means to perpetuate their existence. It behooves the Board of Ethical Control to learn which of these reports is correct before taking action. A report comes from the West that the Indians have seized Illinois, killing the whites and taking possession of improvements. They have imbibed the ancient capitalistic notions and are impervious to the ethical and cooperative doctrines. They are rapidly increasing in numbers, strange as it may seem, for we have read in ancient books that they were dying out a century ago. It is suggested that they now increase because they are conquering, and that they will go on doing so until they exterminate all whites from the continent. In the absence of private males, we humbly suggest that our Board of Ethical Control should communicate with similar boards of the communes to the westward. Under the heading Industrial. The Board of Equalization of Production have set the amounts of various commodities which may be produced during the coming fall season. Those whom it concerns are to call at the office of the Board at once, pay the fees, and obtain their instructions. The penalty of overproduction is fixed at 100 cooperative units per unit of product, half to the informer. The Board of Arbitration for Contracts will sit daily at their office in Cooperative Hall from 10 to 12 a.m. to approve of contracts. The fee is 1,000 cooperative units from each party. Notice is called to the ordinance of the Board of Ethical Control. If 2 or more persons make a contract without the presence and approval of the Board of Arbitration, or otherwise than in conformity with the regulations of said board, they may be fined, according to the circumstances of the case. The Cooperative Railroad Commission, having found a mechanic to repair the locomotive, announced that they will recommence regular weekly trips to Yonkers on next Monday. A train will start at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter as convenient. Accommodation for 25 passengers. Passports may be obtained until noon on Saturday. They must be viséed by the Railroad Commission and by the cooperative guardians of public morals at their office in the cooperative workhouse not later than 2 o'clock on the same time. The fare to Yonkers will be 10,000 cooperative units. On account of the inter-county commerce law, all freight and passengers will be transshipped at Yonkers. To prevent vexatious inquiries, the Commission hereby announce that they are not informed whether or when trains will be dispatched to points beyond. Since the Commonwealth was founded, as our readers know, cooperators have refused to work in coal mines. No great harm has come of this, since the factories and machinery have been abolished and railroads and steamers have almost gone out of use. Some coal, however, is a convenience, and our readers will see with pleasure that delinquents in considerable numbers are being sent to these mines under an agreement with our Board of Ethical Control with the similar authority of the Lehigh Commune in the ancient state of Pennsylvania. We are informed that a number of ancient capitalists and monopolists, being in a starving condition, recently applied to the board of the said commune for leave to go into an abandoned coal mine and work it for their own support. A week ago yesterday, Cooperative Association 2391, APD, Bricklayers 7824, MXH, Plasterers 4823 NKJ, Hod Carriers FLM 8296, Joiners, met to consider the state of the building trades. On account of the decrease in the population, by which great numbers of houses are vacant, building has ceased for years past, and these once great professions have dwindled down. The Board of Ethical Control has caused public buildings to be constructed in order to give them work, and has ordered landlords to make repairs to the same end. The conference on Friday, a week ago, was to consider further measures of relief. It was decided that no vacant house ought to be allowed to stand. Some maintained that no repairs ought to be allowed at all, in order that new houses might become necessary, but others thought that this would take away what little work is now obtained. G.C. Marks Rogers, former professor of political economy, made a speech in which he proposed that all houses now vacant and in ruins now standing, which give shelter to unregistered vagabonds and boycotted persons, should be destroyed. Also that a committee be appointed to inspect all existing dwellings, mark those which are out of repair and unfit for cooperative residences, and that these latter should then be razed to the ground. This would cause an immediate demand for new houses. This proposition was unanimously adopted. On Wednesday last, the cooperative associations aforesaid met to hear the report of the committee. 1,247 houses had been noted so far as unfit for residences. The joint associations passed a decree against said houses, as a beginning, and ordered the committee of the whole to proceed to execute it. They marched in a body to Bleecker Street, the northernmost limit of the ruined houses, and demolished them entirely. They then moved southerly, destroying all vacant houses. Gradually a number of persons gathered to look on. The agents of ethical supervision kept this crowd at a distance and secured the joint cooperative associations full independence in the execution of their decree. In East Canal Street, nonconformist Jonathan Merritt, lessee of a block of tenements, tried to dissuade or prevent the destruction of his buildings. He was roughly handled, his skull split open and his arm broken by the cooperators. The agents of ethical supervision took him on a charge of disturbing the public peace. When it came to the destruction of occupied buildings, the tenants objected. By the ordinance of the Board of Lodgings and Rents, each had been allotted to his domicile, and was, of course, bound to keep it until allowed to change. It was also feared that no lodgings could be found. The Board of Lodgings and Rents immediately convened and issued new allotments of domicile. Suspects, nonconformists, recalcitrants, and reactionists were sent to lodge in the ancient churches, and the cooperators were assigned to their tenements. The revival and prosperity of the building trades is now assured. Under the heading Misdemeanors. Of all forms of incivism, the most reprehensible is hoarding gold. All good cooperators who know of cases of this criminal selfishness are bound to report it at the Bureau of Ethical Supervision, under penalty of incivism on the one hand, and reward of 10% of the sum on the other. All gold must be exchanged at the bank of G.C. Cabot Rogers for cooperative units. An audacious lampoon has been printed at some secret press, the authors of which must be discovered at all cost. It is a blasphemous parody of the Cooperative Catechism. The Commission of Ethical Inquiry has diverted all its powerful machinery to detect the authors of this outrage. Let every cooperator appoint himself a detective to help. Search every house in your neighborhood. Trust nobody. Every person found in possession of a copy of this pamphlet will be summarily removed from the Commonwealth. The supply of potatoes, which forms the staple food of the mass of our population, is obtained from the northern part of the commune, in what was formerly Westchester County. The great fields there are tilled by the delinquents under taxes and fines, incorrigible monopolists, survival capitalists, and others under judicial sentence, under the direction of the Board of Ethical Control. The convicts work from sunrise to sunset in order to mark the distinction between them and honorable cooperators, who work but 5 hours a day. The product of the fields on its way to the town is subjected to toll by the free cooperative associations of the suburbs. Hence it always threatens to be inadequate. Good cooperators cannot better serve the Commonwealth than by ferreting out violators of the ordinances and other persons guilty of incivism. Karl Marx Jones, agent of the Board of Equalization and Distribution, has disappeared. It is thought that he has gone towards Boston. He reported to the board, it will be remembered, 2 weeks ago, a case of hoarding of gold. He was sent to collect it and was made custodian of it. It has disappeared. The board count upon the aid of communes to the eastward to recover the gold, but not very confidently. He left all his cooperative units behind him. Ordinances of the Committee of Inquiry appear as follows. Boycotts are declared against Robert Dorr for saying that the cooperative commonwealth is only a scheme to let a few exploit all the rest. Matthew Brown for saying that it is all a woman's honor is worth to appear on the street of the cooperative commonwealth, even thickly veiled, for she runs the risk of attracting the attention of someone against whom no one can defend her. James Rowe for refusing to aid the agents of the society in taking from her home without public scandal a woman charged with incivism. John White for hiding gold coin. William Peck for saying that Grand Cooperator LaSalle Brown secured the boycott of Elihu Snow to get his property away from him. Edward Grant for saying that the cooperative commonwealth is only slavery in disguise, and the treatment of persons convicted of incivism is slavery without disguise. Peter Moon for saying that the plan of campaign is only a scheme to allow a man's debtors to rob him of a small fraction of their debts, if they will let some of the grand cooperators rob him of all the remainder. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. The Cooperative Commonwealth, Part 2. A considerable number of minor offenses are tried before Grand Cooperator Robertus Peace, member of the Board of Ethical Control. George Wood, age 60, was arraigned for carrying a pistol at night, not being a member of any cooperative club and therefore not entitled to do so. He declared that the streets were unsafe at night and that he never went out after dark if he could help it, but that he was compelled to go for a doctor for his sick grandchild and took the pistol for security. He was met by 2 cooperators who asked him to contribute to the aged cooperator's retreat. On his declaring that he had nothing, they searched him and found the pistol. They then demanded his cooperator's ticket. As he had none, they took him to the Bureau of Ethical Supervision, where he was detained until morning. The 2 complainants appeared against him. They declared that they were poor men. On examination, it appeared that he was an incorrigible adherent of the ancient monopolism. He was fined 10,000 cooperative units, half to the informers. He began to lament at this, saying that he was very poor, poorer than the complainants, but the Grand Cooperator declared that no man was a poor man who was not a cooperator.
The emigration commissioners, whose sole duty is to prevent any immigrants from coming into our commune, put at the bar Fritz Meyer, charged with immigrating. He pretended to be a sailor on the Ferdinand Lassalle, but did not return on board of her before she sailed. In defense, he pleaded that he was left by accident. He was condemned to serve on the yacht of the Board of Ethical Control at the pleasure of said board. Ulysses Perkins and others, some of whom were cooperators and some not, complained that their neighborhood was annoyed by the Cooperative Brotherhood, who hold their evening festivals at Cooperative Hall. They declared that there was shouting and singing, and that windows were broken in spite of the heavy shutters. Their complaint was dismissed as an attempt to oppress organized labor, and the cooperators amongst them were especially reprimanded. The Grand Cooperator remarked that the prejudice against beer, which was manifested in ancient prohibitory and license laws, was not respected by the ethical judgment of our time. On Monday last, several persons appeared to complain that the roads outside of the city are infested by robbers. They were detained, and the Board of Ethical Control sent out delegates to inquire. They reported yesterday, when the complainants were brought before the tribunal to hear their report. They denied that there was any robbery, since robbery means undue exaction of rent or of work for wages. The word was used by the complainants in the ancient capitalistic sense. The delegates found many cooperators enjoying holiday in the fields and by the wayside. Some of them were playful and resented the exclusive manner of passers-by who did not engage in sport. They asked for treats, and they had appointed a committee to solicit funds for their games. Some bands of banished monopolists were reported to be infesting the woods, living by chance or by tilling some small fields which have not been allotted to them, and plotting against the Commonwealth. The Grand Cooperator said that such persons would be promptly dealt with and dispatched a force of guardians of ethical order against them. The complainants were discharged with a reprimand for misrepresenting the innocent enjoyment of the cooperators in the suburb. William Johnson, employer, was arraigned for contumacy. The Board of Arbitration ordered him to pay 1,000 cooperative units per day of 6 hours. He closed his works. The Grand Cooperator ordered a second charge for malicious lockout and fined him 10,000 cooperative units per day until he should reopen his works. Eliza Marcy, cook, actress, 26, was charged with defamation of Emily Wilson, cooperative seamstress. The accused presented a certificate of patronage from GMC Brissot Robinson and was discharged from custody, a rescript of the charge being transmitted to GMC Robinson for such action as he should deem proper. Maria Waters, arraigned for working at typesetting below man's rates, pleaded poverty and distress as an excuse. She is the daughter of an ancient monopolist from whom she inherited $100,000 before the abolition of inheritance. She had therefore been denied admittance to any cooperative society. She was fined 1,000 cooperative units and sent to the ethical workhouse to work it out. Patrick Boyle, cooperative bricklayer, for mending his own table, he not being a member of the Furniture Makers' Union, was arraigned as a scab and sentenced to forfeit his cooperative ticket, be graded as a nonconformist, and pay 1,000 cooperative units fine. Being unable to pay, he was put under GMC Scroggs to work it out. Under benefits and amusements. In addition to the 3 regular Labor Days of July, the 10th, 20th, and 30th, the Board of Ethical Control has decreed an extra one on the 18th, with full wages. Commonwealth galleys will be ready to convey cooperators and their families to Blackwell's Island, where the dancing and dining rooms in the ancient prisons of despotism will be arranged for their entertainment. There will be a free circus at 3 p.m. and a free variety entertainment in the evening. The 2 latter have been provided by the liberality of GPMC LaSalle Brown. Rents remitted for June and all arrears before January 1st. All cooperators in good standing are entitled to pensions of 100 cooperative units per week with rations of cooperative bread and beer. The agents of the Board of Equalization of Distribution will begin next Monday the distribution of July pensions to all cooperators in good and regular standing. The agents will call at the residences of cooperators. There has been some delay which has occasioned just murmurs. It has been due to delinquencies of taxpayers, amongst whom not a little old capitalistic virus remains. Masked ball on every Sunday evening in the ancient Trinity Church. Cooperative Enjoyment Association. Admission 100 cooperative units. All persons must wear cooperative medals displayed. Foreign News reports the following debacle. It will be remembered that about 3 years ago the last remnant of English landlords was exiled to Guiana. The Commune of London granted them a ship, of which an immense number blocked the Thames, not having occupation, and they were allowed to navigate it if they could. Their children were taken away from them to be educated in the principles of cooperation. From this mistaken complacence, a series of evil consequences have followed. Some of the exiles have had yachting experience, and most of them, being trained in the ancient athletic sports, were able to navigate the ship. Instead of obeying the law, they sailed to Gibraltar and captured the ancient fortress. There they obtained arms and cannons, of which they put a number on board their ship and returned to London. Their first step was to seize the Columbus, a fine steamer of 1,000 tons burden, one of the newest and in best repair of those lying in the river. They then filled her bunkers with coal and wood, which they took by force from Commonwealth barges in the river. They next seized the arsenals at Greenwich and Norwich, carried off a great number of repeating rifles and ammunition, and destroyed all the rest. The Coöperators of London, being taken unawares and being prepared only to cope with city monopolists, who had been disarmed, were unable to interfere. The pirates moored their vessel opposite the city, and sent a message of the GPMC by a captured Cooperator that they would bombard the city, if their children were not all delivered to them. 100 of them landed with repeating rifles and revolvers, and marched to the Cooperative factories, where they set free all who chose to join. In short, they departed after securing their children, a vast quantity of tools and machinery, arms, supplies, and ammunition. A large number of flunkies and snobs joined them, sufficient to man 1 or 2 other vessels. It now appears that they have taken possession of the island of Sicily and made it a base of concentration for a grand political reaction. They have proclaimed as far as possible that their island is a refuge for landlords, monopolists, and capitalists, and the roads of Europe are crowded with vagabonds seeking to reach this nest of pirates. The pirate state is growing. It is a republic like one of our ancient states. It has an army of 5,000 men who boast that with the arms which they possess they can march from one end of Europe to the other. They control the Mediterranean at all its coasts. They have served notice on the communal commonwealths of the continent that they will avenge any coercion exercised against any persons who seek to join them, and 6 months ago they sent a force of 6,000 men to Lyon to set free a band of aristocrats, who were imprisoned there and were threatened with the guillotine. It is said that there are no artisans now who are able to manufacture repeating rifles like those which these robbers possess, except amongst themselves, they having hired mechanics to recover the art. Even the guns yet remaining on the continent cannot be used because the art of making the ammunition is lost. It was a great mistake to let these pestilent scoundrels loose. Their state threatens the whole cooperative movement. Its existence has greatly strengthened the collectivists among cooperators, for it is said that the big empires must be restored, on cooperative principles, to cope with them. Personal items record the following. GPMC LaSalle Brown last evening gave a grand ball and housewarming in his new house on Fifth Avenue. By demolishing and removing the unsightly ruined houses in the neighborhood, a beautiful park and garden have been added to this fine tenement. It was illuminated last evening by thousands of lamps and torches carried by the convicts who are under discipline in the house of the GPMC. The guests were members of the Board of Ethical Control and their families, some of whom, remembering their own antecedents, observed with interest among the convicts sons and daughters of ancient monopolists, and in some cases white-haired survivals from the age of bankers, railroad kings, and merchant princes. Such are the revenges of history. 100 new carriages for the Board of Ethical Control have just arrived. They are of the most superb workmanship and cost $5,000 in gold each. They belong, of course, to the Commonwealth, and can only be used under permission of the Board of Ethical Council. They have been put, one each, under the care of separate members of the board, as no private individual is allowed to violate equality by owning a carriage. We noticed with pleasure yesterday the families of grand cooperators in these carriages in the park. Nonconformists and others like them outside the pale of the Commonwealth have, of late years, when they found their position disagreeable, adopted the plan of attaching themselves voluntarily as retainers or vassals to cooperators, especially to the leading members of the Board of Ethical Control. In this way, they secure some of the advantages of cooperation. In order to show their position and relationship, they wear special tokens or marks. The clients of the newly inaugurated GPMC have just been put into uniform or livery. They attended him in a body on his recent visit to his country seat at Riverdale, where they did guard duty. Added to his personal bodyguard of cooperators and friends, they made an imposing body. This country seat, by the way, has just been surrounded by a high stone wall. There occurs an obituary of one of the community's leading lights. G.C. Brousseau Cunningham died at 01 Fifth Avenue on Wednesday last. He was born May 16, 1905, and was educated a lawyer. In 1930, putting himself in the foremost rank of the cooperative movement and identifying himself with the most radical section, he was admitted to the bar. By the abolition of inheritance, he found himself, on the death of his father in the following year, thrown entirely on his own resources. He then passed through some years of obscurity and great poverty, which taught him to feel for the poor. Allying himself with the noble band which supported our present GPMC, he helped to bring about the foundation of the cooperation in 1940 and was elected member of the Board of Ethical Control. In the board, he filled many of the most important and responsible positions on the several committees and was regularly re-elected. He devoted himself to securing the Commonwealth, flinching from no measure to establish it. He believed thoroughly in the motto, "Enjoy." After he became a member of the Board of Ethical Control, the former mansion of the Blanks on Fifth Avenue was allotted to him and furnished from the Commonwealth storehouse of forfeited property. He there kept up a munificent hospitality on the most altruistic principles. He neither cared to know whence his income came nor whither it went. In the spirit of a true cooperator, whatever belonged to the Commonwealth was his, and whatever was his was free to any cooperator. His popularity with the masses was shown yesterday when they turned out in a body for his funeral. The non-cooperators who had felt his scourge were naturally absent. A few of them who could not conceal their joy at his death were summarily corrected by the cooperators. By his death at the early age of 45, our Commonwealth has lost a valuable supporter. According to the ordinance adopted by the Board of Ethical Control, February 10, 1945, since he died a member of the board, his family will have a pension of $15,000 per annum of gold for 25 years, and the use of his house for the same time. The board will fill the vacancy next week. Editor of this paper. The textbook of cooperation, ordained by the Board of Ethical Control for schools, is reviewed as follows. This book is an authoritative exposition of the cooperative commonwealth in the commune form. It is to supersede all other books except the primer, writing book, and elementary arithmetic. We have done with all the ancient rubbish. All the books which have not been destroyed are under the control of the Board of Ethical Control. Especially we are now rid of all the pernicious trash about history, law, and political economy. The present book contains all that a good cooperator needs to know. Its tone is strictly ethical. By separating all children of incorrigibles and survivals from their parents and educating them on this book, we may soon hope to bring all capitalistic tradition to an end. It is plainly proved here that the first right of every man and woman is the right to capital. This right is valid up to the time when he or she gets capital, when it becomes ethically subject to the similar right of someone else, who has no capital as yet, to have some. This principle carried out is the guarantee of justice and equality, and is the fundamental principle of the cooperative commonwealth in the middle of the 20th century. The textbook describes the organization of our Commonwealth with the duties of cooperators, and gives a list of the ordinances of the Board of Control. There are now 1,000 members of the Board of Ethical Control and 10,000 agents in their employ, chosen by lot monthly from all cooperators. The board is divided into 10 boards of 100 each for various branches of duty. The members receive no salary but are remunerated by fees. They enjoy no privileges or rights in the Commonwealth, but have the duty of regulating all cooperative affairs according to their conscientious convictions of justice. The 10 chairmen of boards form an exclusive commission which decrees boycotts and plans of campaign. There are no laws or lawyers in the system, and no courts or juries of the ancient type, now happily almost forgotten. There are no police, no detectives, no army, no militia, and no prisons. The ancient prison at Sing Sing, which is now within the limits of this commune, is turned into a cooperator's retreat. Under this happy regime, no cooperator can do wrong. Our only culprits are recalcitrants, suspects, incorrigibles, survivals, and other would-be perpetuators of the old regime of monopoly and capitalistic extortion. Such persons are compelled to expiate their selfishness and incivism by hard labor, but they are taken for this purpose into the households or factories of members of the Board of Ethical Control, where they are subject to ethical discipline and produce those things which are essential to the community, and which the Board of Ethical Control contracts to provide. The employments are such as free cooperators consider disagreeable, unhealthy, or degrading. The Committee of Inquiry into Incivism is a committee of the Board of Ethical Control and has the high and important duty of watching over cooperative duties. Its number and members are unknown lest they should be objects of malice. Its sessions and procedure are secret. It employs 100 agents but has a right to command the services at any time of all cooperators. Complaints of incivism may be lodged night or day by any cooperator in the Lion's Mouth in the court of the Cooperative Hall, ancient United States Post Office. The committee proceeds against persons guilty of incivism by boycotts chiefly. This measure puts the culprit outside the pale of the Commonwealth which he has maligned or in which he has refused to take his share. Such persons become vagabonds, disappear, or perish. The chapter on cooperative religion is in the form of a catechism and is to be thoroughly learned by heart by all pupils. It inculcates the doctrines of our social creed, by which each one is bound to serve the health, wealth, and happiness of every other. Those who have the means of material enjoyment shall put them at the disposition and use of those who have them not. It impresses above all the great duty of civism, or conformity to cooperative organization and obedience to the Board of Ethical Control. There is complete equality and no distinction of class in the cooperative commonwealth. Every man, woman, and child is eligible to the Board of Ethical Control. The only distinction is of merit and service to the Commonwealth. In this, the members of the Board of Ethical Control stand first. There is no second. Outside of the Cooperative Committee are, in order of demerit and detestation, probationers, cooperators who have forfeited their cooperative tickets for fault but who may be restored to membership, survivals, employers, capitalists, landlords, usurers, subject to the Commonwealth and continuing the ancient functions of such persons, nonconformists, stubborn persons who refuse to conform to the new order, recalcitrants, any of the former who have been subject to discipline 5 times, incorrigibles, after 20 cases of discipline, suspects, so decreed if charged but not convicted of incivism, reactionists, once cooperators but convicted of disorganization, and convicts, under boycott or plan of campaign. Every person must always be registered, and have always on his person a brass medal hung by a chain about his neck, bearing his designation and number with the letters designating his group, domicile, also district, ward, and arrondissement. This constitutes his social designation. These medals are given out by the Board of Ethical Supervision. The fee is 1,000 cooperative units, repeated each time that a person is reclassified and a new medal issued. Advertisements are included, as, for example, John Moon, licensed to sell pistols and ammunition. A few revolvers newly imported from the commune of Hartford at great difficulty and expense. Bliss Building. Henry Black, pistols and bowie knives. Sales strictly within the ordinances. Every purchaser required to show cooperator's ticket and sales registered. 268 Felicity Boulevard. Elias Israel, pawnbroker, loans at 10% per month on cooperative private property only. Sales of forfeited goods every Sunday. 618 Joy Avenue. The editor has no compunction about publishing these extracts, though it may be objected that they can be at most of historical or personal interest. Perhaps, in the light of the antics of the Bolsheviki, even such a parody as the foregoing may seem less wide of the potentialities of the socialistic system. In any case, if modern socialism has renounced some of the wild dreams of its past, that is largely owing to the criticism and ridicule poured upon them by vigorous opponents of the Sumner type. Says a prominent American writing to the editor, subsequently to the publication of one of the foregoing volumes of this series, I have for many years publicly and privately urged socialists to read, really read, Sumner, as the most doughty and competent foe with whom they have to reckon. End of section 39.
Section 40 of The Forgotten Man and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. The Forgotten Man and Other Essays by William Graham Sumner. The Forgotten Man, 1883, Part 1. I propose in this lecture to discuss one of the most subtle and widespread social fallacies. It consists in the impression made on the mind for the time being by a particular fact, or by the interests of a particular group of persons, to which attention is directed, while other facts or the interests of other persons are entirely left out of account. I shall give a number of instances and illustrations of this in a moment, and I cannot expect you to understand what is meant from an abstract statement until these illustrations are before you, but just by way of a general illustration, I will put one or two cases. Whenever a pestilence like yellow fever breaks out in any city, our attention is especially attracted towards it, and our sympathies are excited for the sufferers. If contributions are called for, we readily respond. Yet the number of persons who die prematurely from consumption every year greatly exceeds the deaths from yellow fever or any similar disease when it occurs, and the suffering entailed by consumption is very much greater. The suffering from consumption, however, never constitutes a public question or a subject of social discussion. If an inundation takes place anywhere, constituting a public calamity, and an inundation takes place somewhere in the civilized world nearly every year, public attention is attracted and public appeals are made, but the losses by great inundations must be insignificant compared with the losses by runaway horses, which, taken separately, scarcely obtain mention in the local newspaper. In hard times, insolvent debtors are a large class. They constitute an interest and are able to attract public attention, so that social philosophers discuss their troubles and legislatures plan measures of relief. Insolvent debtors, however, are an insignificant body compared with the victims of commonplace misfortune or accident, who are isolated, scattered, ungrouped, and ungeneralized, and so are never made the object of discussion or relief. In seasons of ordinary prosperity, persons who become insolvent have to get out of their troubles as they can. They have no hope of relief from the legislature. The number of insolvents during a series of years of general prosperity and their losses greatly exceed the number and losses during a special period of distress. These illustrations bring out only one side of my subject, and that only partially. It is when we come to the proposed measures of relief for the evils which have caught public attention that we reach the real subject of what deserves our attention. As soon as A observes something which seems to him to be wrong, from which X is suffering, A talks it over with B, and A and B then propose to get a law passed to remedy the evil and help X. Their law always proposes to determine what C shall do for X, or in the better case, what A, B, and C shall do for X. As for A and B, who get a law to make themselves do for X what they are willing to do for him, we have nothing to say except that they might better have done it without any law. But what I want to do is to look up C. I want to show you what manner of man he is. I call him the forgotten man. Perhaps the appellation is not strictly correct. He is the man who never is thought of. He is the victim of the reformer, social speculator, and philanthropist, and I hope to show you before I get through that he deserves your notice both for his character and for the many burdens which are laid upon him. No doubt one great reason for the phenomenon which I bring to your attention is the passion for reflection and generalization which marks our period. Since the printing press has come into such wide use, we have all been encouraged to philosophize about things in a way which was unknown to our ancestors. They lived their lives out in positive contact with actual cases as they arose. They had little of this analysis, introspection, reflection, and speculation which have passed into a habit and almost into a disease with us. Of all things which tempt to generalization and to philosophizing, social topics stand foremost. Each one of us gets some experience of social forces. Each one has some chance for observation of social phenomena. There is certainly no domain in which generalization is easier. There is nothing about which people dogmatize more freely. Even men of scientific training in some department in which they would not tolerate dogmatism at all will not hesitate to dogmatize in the most reckless manner about social topics. The truth is, however, that science as yet has won less control of social phenomena than of any other class of phenomena. The most complex and difficult subject which we now have to study is the constitution of human society, the forces which operate on it, and the laws by which they act. And we know less about these things than about any others which demand our attention. In such a state of things, over-hasty generalization is sure to be extremely mischievous. You cannot take up a magazine or newspaper without being struck by the feverish interest with which social topics and problems are discussed. And if you were a student of social science, you would find in almost all these discussions evidence not only that the essential preparation for the discussion is wanting, but that the disputants do not even know that there is any preparation to be gained. Consequently, we are bewildered by contradictory dogmatizing. We find in all these discussions only the application of pet notions and the clashing of contradictory views. Remedies are confidently proposed for which there is no guarantee offered, except that the person who prescribes the remedy says that he is sure it will work. We hear constantly of reform, and the reformers turn out to be people who do not like things as they are and wish they could be made nicer. We hear a great many exhortations to make progress from people who do not know in what direction they want to go. Consequently, social reform is the most barren and tiresome subject of discussion amongst us, except aesthetics. I suppose that the first chemists seemed to be very hard-hearted and unpoetical persons when they scouted the glorious dream of the alchemists that there must be some process for turning base metals into gold. I suppose that the men who first said in plain, cold assertion, "There is no fountain of eternal youth," seem to be the most cruel and cold-hearted adversaries of human happiness. I know that the economists who say that if we could transmute lead into gold, it would certainly do us no good and might do us harm, are still regarded as unworthy of belief. Do not the money articles of the newspapers yet ring with the doctrine that we're getting rich when we give cotton and wheat for gold, rather than we give cotton and wheat for iron? Let us put down the cold, hard fact and look at it just as it is. There is no device whatever to be invented for securing happiness without industry, economy, and virtue. We are yet in the empirical stage as regards to all our social devices. We have done something in science and art in the domain of production, transportation, and exchange. But when you come to the laws of the social order, we know very little about them. Our laws and institutions by which we attempt to regulate our lives under the laws of nature which control society are merely a series of haphazard experiments. We come into collision with the laws that are not intelligent enough to understand wherein we are mistaken and how to correct our errors. We persist in our experiments instead of patiently setting about the study of the laws and facts in order to see where we are wrong. Traditions and formulae have a dominion over us in legislation and social customs which we seem unable to break or even to modify. For my present purpose, I ask your attention for a few moments to the notion of liberty, because the forgotten man would no longer be forgotten where there was true liberty. You will say that you know what liberty is. There is no term of more common or prouder use. None is more current, as if it were quite beyond the need of definition. Even as I write, however, I find in a leading review a new definition of civil liberty. Civil liberty, the writer declares to be the result of the restraint exercised by the sovereign people on the more powerful individuals and classes of the community, preventing them from availing themselves of the excess of their power to the detriment of the other classes. You will notice here the use of the words sovereign people to designate a class of the population, not the nation as a political or civil whole. Wherever people is used in such a sense, there is always fallacy. Furthermore, you will recognize in this definition a very superficial and fallacious construction of English constitutional history. The writer goes on to elaborate that construction, and he comes out at last with the conclusion that a government by the people can in no case become a parental government, since its lawmakers are its mandataries and servants carrying out its will, and not its fathers or its masters. This, then, is the point at which he desires to arrive, and he has followed a familiar device in setting up a definition to start with, which would produce the desired deduction at the end. In the definition, the word people was used for a class or section of the population. It is now asserted that if that section rules, there can be no parental, that is, undue government. That doctrine, however, is the very opposite of liberty and contains the most vicious error possible in politics. The truth is that cupidity, selfishness, envy, malice, lust, vindictiveness, are constant vices of human nature. They are not confined to classes or to nations or particular ages of the world. They present themselves in the palace, in the parliament, in the academy, in the church, in the workshop, and in the hovel. They appear in autocracies, theocracies, aristocracies, democracies, and ochlocracies, all alike. They change their masks somewhat from age to age and from one form of society to another. All history is only one long story to this effect. Men have struggled for power over their fellow men in order that they might win the joys of earth at the expense of others, and might shift the burdens of life from their own shoulders upon those of others. It is true that, until this time, the proletariat, the mass of mankind, have rarely had the power, and they have not made such a record as kings and nobles and priests have made of their abuses. They would perpetrate against their fellow men when they could and dared. But what folly it is to think that vice and passion are limited by classes, that liberty consists only in taking power away from nobles and priests and giving it to artisans and peasants, and that these latter will never abuse it. They will abuse it, just as all others have done, unless they are put under checks and guarantees. And there can be no civil liberty anywhere unless rights are guaranteed against all abuses, as well from proletarians as from generals, aristocrats, and ecclesiastics. Now, what has been amiss in all the old arrangements? The evils of the old military and aristocratic governments was that some men enjoyed the fruits of other men's labors, that some persons' lives, rights, interests, and happiness were sacrificed to other persons' cupidity and lust. What have our ancestors been striving for, under the name of civil liberty, for the last 500 years? They have been striving to bring it about that each man and woman might live out his or her life according to his or her own notions of happiness, and up to the measure of his or her own virtue and wisdom. How have they sought to accomplish this? They have sought to accomplish it by setting aside all arbitrary personal or class elements and introducing the reign of law and the supremacy of constitutional institutions like the jury, the habeas corpus, the independent judiciary, the separation of church and state, and the ballot. Note right here one point which will be important and valuable when I come more especially to the case of the forgotten man. Whenever you talk of liberty, you must have two men in mind. The sphere of rights of one of these men trenches upon that of the other, and whenever you establish liberty for the one, you repress the other. Whenever absolute sovereigns are subjected to constitutional restraints, you always hear them remonstrate that their liberty is curtailed. So it is, in the sense that their power of determining what shall be done in the state is limited below what it was before, and the similar power of other organs in the state is widened. Whenever the privileges of an aristocracy are curtailed, there is heard a similar complaint. The truth is that the line of limit or demarcation between classes as regards civil power has been moved, and what has been taken from one class is given to another. We may now, then, advance a step in our conception of civil liberty. It is the status in which we find the true adjustment of rights between classes and individuals. Historically, the conception of civil liberty has been constantly changing. The notion of rights changes from one generation to another, and the conception of civil liberty changes with it. If we try to formulate a true definition of civil liberty as an ideal thing towards which the development of political institutions is all the time tending, it would be this: civil liberty is the status of the man who is guaranteed by law and civil institutions the exclusive employment of all his own powers for his own welfare. This definition of liberty, or civil liberty, you see, deals only with concrete and actual relations of the civil order. There is some sort of a poetical and metaphysical notion of liberty afloat in men's minds, which some people dream about, but which nobody can define. In popular language, it means that a man may do as he has a mind to. When people get this notion of liberty into their heads and combine it with the notion that they live in a free country and ought to have liberty, they sometimes make strange demands upon the state. If liberty means to be able to do as you have a mind to, there is no such thing in this world. Can the Tsar of Russia do as he has a mind to? Can the Pope do as he has a mind to? Can the President of the United States do as he has a mind to? Can Rothschild do as he has a mind to? Could Humboldt or Faraday do as he had a mind to? Could a Shakespeare or a Raphael do as he had a mind to? Can a tramp do as he has a mind to? Where is the man, whatever his station, possessions, or talents, who can get any such liberty? There is none. There is a doctrine floating about in our literature that we are born to the inheritance of certain rights. That is another glorious dream, for it would mean that there is something in this world which we got for nothing. But what is the truth? We are born into no right whatever, but what has an equivalent and corresponding duty right alongside of it. There is no such thing on this earth as something for nothing. Whatever we inherit of wealth, knowledge, or institutions from the past has been paid for by the labor and sacrifice of preceding generations. And the fact that these gains are carried on, that the race lives and that the race can, at least within some cycle, accumulate its gains, is one of the facts on which civilization rests. The law of the conservation of energy is not simply a law of physics. It is a law of the whole moral universe, and the order and truth of all things conceivable by man depends upon it. If there were any such liberty as that of doing as you have a mind to, the human race would be condemned to everlasting anarchy and war as these erratic wills crossed and clashed against each other. True liberty lies in the equilibrium of rights and duties, producing peace, order, and harmony. As I have defined it, it means that a man's right to take power and wealth out of the social product is measured by the energy and wisdom which he has contributed to the social effort. Now, if I have set this idea before you with any distinctness and success, you see that civil liberty consists of a set of civil institutions and laws which are arranged to act as impersonally as possible. It does not consist in majority rule, or in universal suffrage, or in elective systems at all. These are devices which are good or better just in the degree in which they secure liberty. The institutions of civil liberty leave each man to run his career in life in his own way, only guaranteeing him that whatever he does in the way of industry, economy, prudence, sound judgment, etc., shall redound to his own welfare and shall not be diverted to someone else's benefit. Of course, it is a necessary corollary that each man shall also bear the penalty of his own vices and his own mistakes. If I want to be free from any other man's dictation, I must understand that I can have no other man under my control. Now, with these definitions and general conceptions in mind, let us turn to the special class of facts to which, as I said at the onset, I invite your attention. We see that under a regime of liberty and equality before the law, we get the highest possible development of independence, self-reliance, individual energy, and enterprise, but we get these high social virtues at the expense of the old sentimental ties which used to unite baron and retainer, master and servant, sage and disciple, comrade and comrade. We are agreed that the son shall not be disgraced even by the crime of the father, much less by the crime of a more distant relative. It is a humane and rational view of things that each life shall stand for itself alone and not be weighted by the faults of another. But it is useless to deny that this view of things is possible only in a society where the ties of kinship have lost nearly all the intensity of poetry and romance which once characterized them. The ties of sentiment and sympathy also have faded out. We have come, under the regime of liberty and equality before the law, to a form of society which is based not on status, but on free contract. Now a society based on status is one in which classes, ranks, interests, industries, guilds, associations, etc., hold men in permanent relations to each other. Custom and prescription create, under status, ties the strength of which lies in sentiment. Feeble remains of this may be seen in some of our academical societies today, and it is unquestionably a great privilege and advantage for any man in our society to win an experience of the sentiments which belong to a strong and close association, just because the chances for such experience are nowadays very rare. In a society based on free contract, men come together as free and independent parties to an agreement which is of mutual advantage. The relation is rational, even rationalistic. It is not poetical. It does not exist from use and custom, but for reasons given, and it does not endure by prescription, but ceases when the reason for it ceases. There is no sentiment in it at all. The fact is that, under the regime of liberty and equality before the law, there is no place for sentiment in trade or politics as public interests. Sentiment is thrown back into private life, into personal relations, and if ever it comes into a public discussion of an impersonal and general public question, it always produces mischief. End of section 40.